To order. It's 10 o'clock in a few seconds. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for those that are joining online. I can't read that screen, so I'm going to need some help from you guys that are closer when we get to the point where we're doing introductions. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let's do attendance and introductions. Before I get too far into it, I do want to recognize Amy Myers. Raise your hand. This is Amy. She is the one who set up this meeting for us, for being able to do this here. Office of Tourism, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Amy, for setting this up for us and getting us good to go. So, okay, let's go around the room first, and then we'll go online for those that are joining online. My name is Jason Blankenagel. I'm the chairman of the OHV Advisory Committee and member at large. And then let's go ahead and go clockwise around the table, and then we'll go on the outside. So.
I'm Eric Nelson. I am the dealership representative.
I'm Dave Jacobson. I'm the BLM representative.
Sheriff Nathan Curtis, Sevier County. I'm the search and rescue representative.
Jason Curry, Director of the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Evan Vice, Division of Outdoor Recreation. I manage the Recreational Trails Program.
Patrick Morrison, I'm a Recreation Program Director. Manage a number of grants for the division.
My name's Indy Nielsen. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations at the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Jorge Vasquez, I'm the Recreation Grant Analyst for the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Rachel Toker, I oversee and manage the OHV Recreation Grant.
And I'm Nicole Nilsson, and I'm with the Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office.
Brody Johnson, ATV representative.
Scott Wheeler, off-road motorcycle representative.
Wade Allenson, OHV program manager.
Mike Cook, safety rep.
Let's start back here, and then we'll go around the room.
Rich Johnson with Book Up. Kelly Chapel will be with Sun City later.
Jenny Bird, Uintah County Grant Office. Jenna Foltz, Uintah County Grant. Emma Sprout, Steward Moab.
Amy Myers, Sevier County Tourism.
Brock Jackson, Arctic Regional Council, but with Salina City.
Okay, over here.
Sam Steve, Uintah County Commissioner and filling in for our Tourism Director.
Jacob Hinton, Division of Law Enforcement, OHV Program.
Okay, I think that's everybody in the room. Rachel, can you call online and introductions for us?
Yes, I've got Brett Davis.
Brett Davis, full-size four-wheel drive representative.
It looks like Brett Stewart.
Brett Stewart, Utah OHV Advocates.
Cheryl Butler.
I'm Cheryl Butler. I'm the Forest Service rep.
Kirk Chester.
Kirk Chester, the snowmobile representative.
Nicole Hanna.
Nicole Hanna from the Attorney General's office.
We've got Stephen Hawkins.
I'm Stephen Hawkins, chairman of the Big Ride, also political liaison for Utah ATV Association.
Scroll down. Okay, I think. Oh yeah, Cliff Kuntz as well.
Hello, Cliff Kuntz from Ride with Respect in Moab.
I think that's it.
Is that it? Awesome. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. On our agenda, we've got item 2 here, which is a public comment. And just wanted to remind everybody, if you do want to make comments, well, first of all, if you are presenting later on your projects, and you want to talk about it, you've got your time slot reserved for that. But any other comments, let's try to limit to 3 minutes each, if there are any, and be respectful with your comments and understand that this is a public meeting. So with that, we'll call for public comment if there is any. All right, right here.
All right. So I'm going to take this opportunity just to kind of highlight what we're requesting on a grant. I got to leave to go to baseball and Mesquite, so I'll just take a minute here, and then if there's questions from you is what we'd like to hear. But we have put in a grant to do a NEPA study and some of the easement costs that we need to connect the Fremont Cassidy Boyhood Home. So a little over a year ago, Bush Cassidy Boyhood Home was changed from a state park to a state monument. The biggest reason we want to build a 5-mile trail is to take the trail out of the farming community, which we've had some trouble in the past, bring it over the hills and cross the Sevier River and connect to the Boyhood Home. We really feel like this is going to be an outstanding trailhead to connect these two trails. This has been a long time coming. This started years ago, and I'll say just recently, the Morgan boys finally gave us permission and gave us a right-of-way to go through their property to make this work. So this has been a long time coming. So if you got questions for us or me, I'd love to be able to just include it in the 3 minutes here if I can help answer anything.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
This is number 10 on the application list, by the way.
Okay. Is there any questions for the Commissioner on this from the group right away? Go ahead, Brody.
This is Brody. I have a question. Your match is a little low. How many people live in Pike County?
So they're just under 1,500 people, and they're all on the poverty level. So we survive off volunteerism through our events throughout the year. So we feel like we can volunteer on the match and support whatever needs we are on that. So that helps out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dave, yeah, I did review this grant, and my biggest question was, and I think you answered it, was the private property easement, if you've already secured that, or
Yes.
how confident do you feel about it?
So back up a little bit, the Morgan boys that the property sits on, the Boyhood Home, we committed to bring them power to run their pivots, was part of the agreement through the funds through the that we got to bring power there. We finally got power there. It was hard to go to them and ask for easements until we fulfilled our obligation to get power to the Boyhood Home. Those meters should be set in the next 2 months so they can run their pivots. And so they feel like we fulfilled our obligation. So they were willing to write us a letter in this to commit to give us an easement to their property.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Cliff, it looks like you.
One question. You're crossing the river. Is there a bridge there already?
So Garfield County has a bridge that they have committed to donate. It's a railroad car. It's 80 feet long. It's 8 feet wide. There'd be some expense to move that out of Jones Valley to this location. So
Is there going to be a problem with like you doing engineering on using that?
There'll be engineering involved, and that'll be the next step as part of our request.
Okay. Thank you. It looks like Cliff, you've got your hand raised. Or is that? Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I'm just speaking on behalf of Ride with Respect, not any other entity. And I will be available for the duration of this meeting to respond to questions you might have about Ride with Respect's application or any other topics. But for now, just want to speak in support of Clipco's Access Protection Grant application. It's a large amount, but I think it's worth it because this grant program should prioritize categories that most directly benefit OHV recreation. And I believe trail work is first. The trails need to be in good shape, but access protection would be Second, because of course they need to be legally accessible, and every decade of my life, the access has significantly reduced for motorized recreation, and I don't see that trend reversing in the near future. This category was established primarily with counties and OHV nonprofits in mind, and they do play important roles, but so does the state. I've worked with Flipco for at least 6 years now, several of their staff on several issues across the state, including BLM, Forest Service, even National Park Service. And, you know, they're a good value, the in-house attorneys they have, and they have just done a good job of reaching out to the local and I suppose statewide OHV organizations to make sure they understand those interests and that perspective. And then of course, you know, the state has its own interests, but you know, the vast majority of those interests have overlapped, and that's where a grant like this could really work in that space of common interest. Also want to point out that they are a good value. You know, they've done their work, I would say, efficiently and increasing capacity. And I see this this grant application as just keeping that momentum going. Thank you.
Thanks, Bud. Anybody else online? If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand electronically and we'll get to you.
Maybe now is a good time for me to kind of, since Cliff brought up the Flipco application, and just kind of let everybody know that, you know, since I sat on this committee, we did talk with DOR about conflict of interest. And so I will, like, I won't be reviewing any of that on our application. So just so everybody knows, but we did talk about that. We don't think it's a conflict, but just wanted to declare that to the group that I won't be a part of that one.
Okay, thank you. All right, in here.
So again, I'm Amy Myers. I'm the tourism director for Sevier County, and we have 2 applications. First of all, I just want to say thanks for this opportunity to even have grants available and to help. Our area is definitely built and relied on your grants to put in a lot, and it's made a huge difference for our tourism and our ability to attract people to come. OHV tourism especially is what started tourism in our area and still what drives it. It's the largest player. We are starting to get a lot of mountain biking and other things, but with that, we have a grant to promote the trail systems here in Sevier County, and we've been able to work with the Forest Service and get permission to be able to print those maps and put those out into the area, which has been something that we've struggled with. So we're excited about that. Our jamboree has been going for 34 years at this point. That's traditionally how the knowledge of the trail system has spread. And we're excited to continue on with that, and would like to be able to market it a lot better and bring more in. And then we have a project up at the sand ledges, and this is to help with just overall OHV use. It's a huge trailhead up there that we would like to expand, to use during our jamboree itself, as well as year round for a lot of snowmobiling and stuff up out of that area. So to improve that, make it more accessible. We have seen some wear and tear of just people traveling through and utilizing it, and would like to have a restroom and facilities there that will help that be a better spot. So if there's any questions, I'm willing to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Who's got their hand raised?
Brett Stewart.
Brett, go ahead, Brett.
Okay, first I want to thank the committee and the staff for doing such a great job with monitoring and watching over our money and doing everything that you do. But The question I have is, I've noticed that the Forest Service and the BLM haven't voted in the last couple cycles, and curious of that. And then also I want to mirror what Cliff said about Politico. If you look at my support letter, you'll see my opinion of the work that we've been able to do working with the public in Politico. So with that, maybe somebody could answer my first two questions.
Yeah, I can answer from the BLM standpoint. I am on this council as in an advisory role. Due to legal counsel has suggested that we sustain an advisory role. Due to just the political atmosphere and some of the things that happen on public lands, it's just better that we just stay in an advisory role.
Okay.
And they still evaluate applications, but they don't provide final scores.
Okay. Does the advisory council comfortable with that, having them sit in and help? And then do we have enough representation through the advisory council to do what's needed? I think we do.
Yeah, it feels like, I don't know if Cheryl wanted to weigh in as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say mine is very similar to what they shared, is that was what we are allowed to do, is still review, provide suggestions, provide recommendations, and answer any questions as a Forest Service rep, but no longer vote. So hopefully that's still of value.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you. That's all I have. Thank you.
I do think it's of great value to have both of these folks here as the kind of the public lands, federal lands representatives. It does provide really good insight into the scoring process, even though not formal. So thank you both.
I just want to publicly thank Brett for all the work he does behind the scenes supporting OHV access in Utah. He's up there with the legislature. He's fighting the good fight. So we definitely appreciate everything you're doing, Brett.
You're welcome.
Awesome, thanks, Brett. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and progress through our agenda here. The next item on the agenda is item number 3, applicant presentations. We have given direction to these applicants that we're 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Rachel.
So the only application that will have 15 minutes total will be the one with Mike, but everyone else will have 5 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for question and answers from us.
Okay, and we've got our expert resident timekeeper here. Wade is gonna raise his hand and give you guys a 2-minute warning when you get to that point. So we'll start with our first presentation. This is application 5282, public lands access protection. So whoever that is, go ahead and come up, and when you're ready to let us know.
Where you want me?
Probably up at the front. Okay. If you're good with that.
I'm good with that.
All right, first I want to say thanks to everybody for allowing us the opportunity to come and talk to you today and request a little funding to help with the work that we do on public lands. So my name is Reg Johnson. I'm the director of Utah's Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office, which I know is a mouthful. Mostly what we do is represent the state's interests when it comes to the federal lands across the state of Utah. So we are requesting $350,000. I know it's a big ask. You're probably aware that we've spent millions and millions on protecting access to public lands. So we're not asking for that. We're just asking for a little help with the work that we do at Politico. So if we go to the next slide. Just a little bit about our mission and what we do. As I said before, we represent the state's interest. We also coordinate with all the state agencies, our congressional staff, the legislature, the governor's office, the counties, and try to get everybody together on the same page so that we're speaking with one voice when it comes to our public lands issues here in the state of Utah. Ironically, I have heard from our federal partners that they actually appreciate that, so that we're not hearing different messages from everybody. So I think it's something that we bring value to everybody here in the state. But little bit there about the people, places, and prosperity, about what we focus on here at FlipCo. So let's go to the next slide. So access to our public lands is a huge deal. It's a big deal for this group, especially when it comes to motorized access, but it's also a big deal for just the general public, and then also with hunting and grazing and energy resources. I will point out on energy resources, that's direct dollars coming to the state. That doesn't include everybody filling up their gas powered vehicles to get here, or all the economic development of that. So that's just federal royalties, bonuses, and taxes to come in. So probably much bigger if you were to add the other economic drivers underneath that one. So let's go to the next one. So kind of get into the meat of the presentation here. If you look at what we had back in 1976 on BLM lands, everything was open for multiple use and sustained yield. And that was the agreement that the states and the counties kind of all agreed to. As when this passed, this was the promise. Since then, the purple is what we've seen with different federal designations coming on top of FLPMA. And as you can see, that's about half of the state on BLM. A similar map that you would see if you're looking at Forest Service with the wilderness rule. About half of those acres have had some restrictions when it comes to access as well. Does this mean you can't access any of those lands? No, but it does make it more difficult to keep them open when we're going through travel management planning, things like that. So that's where our office focuses on trying to keep those lands open, even in the yellow and in the purple. But just a little background to help people understand some of the challenges that we face in the current day system. So let's go to the next slide. So I think everybody in this room is familiar with the travel management planning and what has happened over the last few years. We had about a little over 2,000 miles of roads closed into the travel management planning process. And part of that is a minimization criteria that they have to look at. Now, this is the state's perspective, but when I go back and I read the 2 executive orders that were established for that minimization criteria, really what they were talking about is no open travel across the landscape. So, limiting the motorbikes and the dune buggies that used to just rip across the landscape. We brought that back decades ago, but we do have nonprofit groups that are saying, okay, that minimization criteria are their interpretation of that minimization criteria is that we now need to start closing roads. But if you look at the original intent behind those executive orders, it did not talk about closing roads and closing access. It was to minimize the impacts, which we have done since 1976 when those executive orders came out. But the environmentalists, the environmental groups have pushed that to where we don't think it's operating as effectively as it needs to, which is why we are in litigation over every one of these travel management plans. We also have a number of TMPs coming in, and you might see one or more added to that list that we're trying to include here in the next couple of years. Which points to why we have a all hands on deck moment right now for the next couple of years. So the next slide. So just as an example of kind of what we've seen when we're going through these travel management plans, everything you see in red on this map was what was closed. Some more are limited miles, but we've been really focused on those closed roads. Some of the limited is because we'll have bighorn sheep in an area and we need a seasonal closure, something like that. And we're happy to work with BLM and Forest Service on some of those where it makes sense. Maybe there's an archaeological resource that's being impacted. So we're happy to work with them on that. But just these vast numbers of roads that are closed, that access areas that are fairly important to our public, that's what we're fighting back against. Let's go to the next slide. So I know this one gets a little muddled and it looks like there's roads going everywhere, but when you put all the 12,000 roads on an 8.5 by 11, yeah, it does look like, there's a lot of roads out there. But for those of us that are on the landscape, I think we all recognize that there's miles and miles between these roads when you're on the landscape. And a lot of times, especially in that southern area of the state, you'll be going down a canyon, 5 minutes is up.
You got 5 minutes left to use for questions?
Let's go real quick then. So it's critically important to keep these up. We're going to skip this, but I would encourage all of you to go to Access Map 360 on our website. We've actually videoed many of the roads in the state. If you're interested in taking a look at what's out there, that's a good way to see what's out there. We also need to finish videoing the rest of the roads. So I think that's it. I want to thank you for your time. Any questions? Yes.
I represent single track off-road motorcycles, okay? I know there's a little bit of nuances between RS 2477 right-of-ways and single track type travel. How have you been addressing that? Because that's an important issue to a lot of people with single track.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back just as an example on the Labyrinth Gemini bridges. We had some single tracks that were closed, and we're pushing for those as well. When it comes to RS 2477 specifically, the language doesn't say it has to be a road, right? So we have, like in other states, have said, you know, major trails are part of our RS 247s. It's anything that had commerce in was used for commerce. So, you know, mule trails that used to come through, grazing trails, things like that could qualify for RS 2477. Our lawsuits right now are mostly focused on the B and D roads. As we win those, and I think we will, we'll probably move into some of the other ones. But getting the historical knowledge for those, or the historical uses, because we have to go back to 10 years prior to 1976 to prove those. So it's difficult, but it's doable.
There are several trails that were maybe established by, you know, animal means through horses or cattle and stuff that I've utilized over the last 50, 60 years that have been closed. And I would like some of this funding to go directly to try to reopen some of those routes that I would think would fit into that category. So,
okay. Yeah, we'd be happy to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, well, one last.
You still have a couple more minutes if you would like to talk some more.
Sure, a shameless plug then on the work that we do.
Keep going, man.
I'm going to use my whole 10 minutes.
Good time.
So we are, oh, another question.
Sorry, just a comment. So we have the big, you know, just so all you guys are aware, these guys have done great work with making it so it's easy to go in and navigate Dave's very complicated comment system. So Flipco is actually, we did a bunch with San Rafael, and it was awesome to be able to team up with Flipco, and they made it easy. And this is what I see. This is the benefit for us as OHV users. Sorry, don't mean to take your time, but.
No, perfect. And thanks for bringing that up, because there is the comment generator. So as we move into these new TMPs that are coming online, please go in and encourage your members to go in and use that comment generator. The more specific we can make a comment, the better it is for BLM when they're doing analysis. Maybe not better because it takes you more time, but the better it is for the end users to keep them open, because we get specific comments. You're going to get comments from Los Angeles and New York just saying, close all access to public lands, nobody should be out there. But if we have people that are saying, I've used this route for Eastering, I've used it for, you know, these other things, and this is why it's important to me or my family, it makes a big difference. We are winning right now. We've got some good case law coming out of the district, and so we're encouraged about that. And as many of you know, we're under some reassessments on some of the roads that were closed under the TMP. So for the next 3 to 4 years, we really need to keep the gas pedal down and keep working on it. So we really appreciate your taking a look at adding a little bit of extra money to the efforts that we're doing on RS 2477 and TMPs, and keeping access open for motorized recreation and really for everybody, whether it's mountain bikes or dirt bikes or others. I will say the money that's coming to us, yes, it will benefit other multiple uses. It will benefit ranchers and you know, mining companies and things like that. But if you're going back to Labyrinth, you look at many of those roads, they were created by miners, and they were created by the grazers down there. So this is our chance to kind of add our little bit to the pie and keep them open, because they do say, well, we're not exploring for uranium anymore there, so we can close these certain routes. Well, you're still using those routes. So we all need to come together as a team and fight to keep access open.
And to Reg's point, in Labyrinth, the Moab field office should have a new decision, hopefully in May, is what they're shooting for. So they've come back and looked at all of the routes that were closed in that travel management plan and tried to decide which ones they can reopen. And I think there'll be a good chunk that are reopened.
Yeah. So, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves there, but I'm very optimistic about where we're going. And then the San Rafael Swell is the next one in Henry Mountains. We'll be working on those as well, but they're a little ways down. But those are also moving forward really well.
Excellent. So thank you for your help with this, and thank you for the description.
Yep, thanks for your time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the next application, which is 5229 Buckskin Hills Enduro Training Course. This is Uintah County. You have it?
Mm-hmm. We're working on it.
Okay.
It just takes a
You
little while.
guys are scary. From this view. From down there, you're not bad at all.
What are you gonna say? Go slide show? Yeah, you see up at the top?
Ready? All right, so I'm here to present on our grant for the Enduro course at Buckskin Hills. You can go to the next slide. So everybody's kind of seen these stats. These are stats of what the OHV does in Utah. Utah ranked second in the nation for an OHV destination site. 227,000 registrations, 30,000 non-resident registrations, 166 million, 7.5% annual growth rate. Stats we're kind of familiar with. Okay, so if we'll move on. Okay, so about 10 years ago, more or less, Uintah County, the commissioners decided they needed to diversify our economy, and basically oil field related. And so they decided to diversify our economy through recreation, motorized recreation being a huge part of that. So we made a decision to start looking at attracting motorized registration. Part of that was we did a master plan, motorized master plan. We created a trail system of 1,000 miles, our outlaw trail system, OHV trail system has 1,000 miles of trails that are designated. We started the Outlaw ATV Jamboree. It's grown into the largest one in the state. We have Bernal Rock Rally and Bronco Safari that are, we run the Bernal Rock Rally and Bronco Safari is a private event that comes in, and they're full size. So if you take a look at this slide, that all looks good, but what's missing up there? Motorcycles. Motorcycles, right. So up till now, we haven't really done anything with getting motorcycle infrastructure. And so we have this underserved community that has 0 approved motorcycle trails in Uintah County. That's big goose egg. So we have 1,000 miles OHV trails and 0 motorcycle trails in Uintah County. We have 1 motorcycle related facility. That's the motocross track at Buckskin Hills. And it's strictly a motocross track. It has nothing to do with trails or anything. So we have 700 plus registrations, motorcycle registrations in Uintah County. And once again, no infrastructure for them, basically. And so, and we have no dedicated place where somebody can go learn to ride trails. Take me, for example, I followed Jason around. Wow, that's crazy. I was learning. I ended up on the side a lot, so, all right, if we want to move to the next slide. So, the bigger picture, we've been kind of working on getting some infrastructure for single track. We have an application for a 45-mile single track complex with Sitla right now that's pending approval. We're looking at an area east of town where we can do probably another similar single track complex trails. And this grant, the Enduro / practice facility that serves this community and kind of serves as an anchor and an entry point for people that want to learn how to ride trails without having to be 10, 20 miles away from town to learn. So, okay, the solution to this course is about 2 years. We've been kicking around this idea for about 2 years, doing some research. We went to Peach Valley in Montrose, Colorado, and looked at their course and got some ideas. We've been talking to groups, motorcycle groups, figuring out what they want, what we need. Been talking with, Peach Valley, BLM, Peach Valley, learned how they did theirs. Buckskin Hills we have the motorized complex there. We've been working with the manager there to alleviate some of his concerns. He was worried about being able to maintain it and stuff. And through pledges with volunteer and my trail crew and everything, we've got him to say, yeah, bring it in. It'll be a great place to have it. It's in somewhere where it can be monitored. It's just not out in the hills somewhere. And so we kind of finalized the concept, the 3-tier course design that has a beginner, intermediate, and advanced lane in this course, so that any skill level can start and move up and get the skills they need to go to the trails. And now we're requesting the funding to be able to build this track. Okay. So concept plan is a 3-tier enduro course. We can kind of look here. This is a picture of Peach Valleys out there. It's a great little course. You can see advanced, intermediate, easy. Has 3 different lanes. You can see by the logs and everything. So that's basically, we're going to follow the same model pretty much of having an easy lane, an intermediate, and an advanced lane. And so anybody can, people have a place close to town where a family can bring their kids and they can learn without being out on the trails where it's more dangerous. So, all right. Okay, so this is kind of an overview of where it's going to sit in our motorized complex out there. We've got a motocross track, a campground, ATV trailhead, and it's going to sit right here in the middle. It covers about 2 acres, and the actual course itself is just barely under a half a mile long. So we've also requested to have a shade structure and a vault toilet. There is 2 toilets on this facility. They're single hole toilets, one here, one here. As you can see by the scale, they're a little over 500 feet from where this facility will be. It'll serve the enduro riders first and relieve pressure on the complex that the toilet will. When they have other events, we can see this is kind of their schedule of events for the next year, for the near future. And when they have these major events, it overwhelms the bathroom facilities. So they have to bring in porta potties and everything, and they still might, but this will help considerably if we can put a toilet there, so, all right. Okay, so here's a little bit better drawing of the concept plan. These are the different obstacles throughout the thing, easy, medium, hard. We do have a natural drainage right there that we're utilizing, so you can get used to driving down Wash or whatever, in and out of washes. Pretty predominant in our area, those deep, sharp washes, so. This timeline, phase 1, final design, engineering review permitting, first and second quarter of 2026. Earthwork and grading in the third quarter of 26. Then we'll start putting once the grading's done, they'll start building the obstacles, putting the obstacles in it. And hopefully by the spring of 2027, we'll have everything be able to open it. So this is basically a reproduction of the first slide that showed the problems. This will serve a community. All of a sudden, we will have a half-mile of approved trail. It's a facility, that'll be the start. That'll serve our motorcycle community. We'll have a facility that is related to Enduro. And then it'll serve it'll be a start for our Enduro community. It'll serve some of these 700 registered riders. And it will give a place where somebody can, a family can take their kids and have them learn the skills before they put them out on the trails. I know from my experience, I rode a lot when I was a kid, but it was more just hill climbing, jumping. And when I started riding with Jason, it was scary. It was fun, but I ended up, but I put a lot of scratches on the side of the motorcycle, so rolling down stuff. But this is, it would have been a lot nicer for me to be able to hop out on this track and kind of learn some of those skills that I need to trail ride. I was always just kind of point and shoot it up the hill before, so.
Mike, you got 4 minutes if you want to open it up for any questions.
Okay.
And then we can continue if no one takes them.
Move to the next slide. Facts, just some good facts, and then we can go to the next one, and we'll leave it right there. It matches with the OHV grant. So, all right, let's open it up. Any questions?
Actually, this is for Evan about the toilet and the awning. Is there any way to simplify the process with RTP to try to pull grant in that this ground's already disturbed, it's already been bulldozed, that we could do like a CX on the application for the RTP, so we don't have to do a full blown, NEPA on it, so we can put a toilet or awning in. The ground's already bulldozed and disturbed. You would think that we could do a simple process of just getting that and say, hey, we don't need the full blown NEPA on it.
Well, so it would streamline the process if like some of that had already occurred on the site, and it depends on the location. If this is federal land, it would just go through whatever federal management agency is on that land. So we wouldn't really navigate that process through RTP. It'd already be completed. So if this property is on federal land and that's already been approved under that federal management plan, RTP would automatically just provide funding.
This is county land.
This is county land.
And that's why
We would go through the process.
There's got to be a way to simplify this, because this would blend itself in for the toilet and for the awning really good with RTP funding, but we got to do NEPA. A NEPA to put, the ground's already bulldozed.
It's very site specific, but I will say the NEPA process is not as extensive or terrifying as it sounds. They would want to have a consultant probably look at it, confirm if there's any cultural resources in the area, those
Can we
types
get
of
a
things.
singular individual to be able to do that?
Yeah, if you had a consultant come on and confirm the site, they'll use spatial data and confirm if there's
Without
any
costing
sites,
very much.
any cultural resources of concern, that sort of stuff. How much?
No, without costing very much.
Again, it's so site specific, it's really hard to just.
I know, but what I'm saying, I'm trying to get across that this ground is bulldozed, it's a county fairgrounds, and it's not like it's fresh.
I've seen situations where this is confirmed under the NEPA review in 3 to 4 weeks, or even less than that, maybe 2 weeks. You know, it can be a pretty quick process.
That's what
It
I
can
like
be
to hear.
affordable. I've seen it under $5,000, $2,000.
Taken forever.
Yeah,
So-
again, it's so site specific. There's some that go really, really fast, and there's some that, drag out, unfortunately.
Any other questions? So if they confirm that it is county land, then they don't have to do any of that?
No, so it is
They still
required,
have
it's still required. In fact,
Even on
if
county
it's taking
land.
place on non-federal land, it's more complex.
It's
But
federal
if it's on federal land, it's fast.
Yeah,
So-
'cause they have their own NEPA
Their own
standards that they
management
have,
plans,
yeah.
yeah.
So Mike, nothing like this exists in Utah right now, right?
Jordan Valley has something like it.
Jordan River created, we granted for them to get an Enduro course set up, but it's not organized like this. There's literally just rocks and logs and tires just kind of piled up there that people can go practice on. And it's not known about. I spoke with a friend that rides at Jordan River with his kids a lot, and he didn't even know it was there. And it's not very well advertised either.
And the big difference between this one and Jordan River is this one will be applicable to all 3 levels of classification, where Jordan River's advanced. This one will focus, this is a one of a kind, like you said, in the state where it focuses on novice, intermediate, and advanced riders all on the same course.
Another comment, this lends itself into hard enduro. This has become a very popular skill set of racing hard enduro, and this will allow skill sets to be developed on riding single track, and so just a thought.
Will this facility, I mean, will people just be able to come and go? It'll have like one direction and like you won't have to have anybody there really managing it all the time?
Yeah, there won't be anybody there managing it, and it'll be open to the public. Currently, there isn't even a fee to use that facility. So, and we'll hope that that stays. That's the plan. So,
Thanks, Mike. Let's go to our next presentation. This is Salina Motocross and Mountain Bike Park, phase 1.
I sent it to you, I believe, yesterday. Yes, I forwarded it to.
Just working on getting it up. No worries, you're good. There's a decent amount and they get lost. Yeah, no worries. Appreciate it.
No pressure to sit on that last presentation either. On that 45 miles.
I'll talk to you about that after.
Seeing there's some shit. I love the fact that you can, on that one, then you can go practice.
Yeah, it's not.
And then go right out on the trail right after.
Yeah, that's great.
I love the fact that it's tied to that. Right?
Yep, it's presenting.
Okay, you ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Perfect. Well, first off, thanks for letting us come and present. We're excited to present on Salina City's application, which is for a motocross track. This has been a project for Salina. They've been thinking about this for a long time, and a couple of years ago, got some funding to purchase some sitwell land right next to the Black Hawk Arena, if you're familiar with the area, to kind of utilize those amenities, the existing infrastructure that exists at the site. So a couple years ago, we got the money to purchase the land, got some funding to do some design and feasibility study work, and now we're ready to pursue funding for the development and construction of the motocross track. We believe this project will serve an underserved population. I know Amy brought up earlier, Sevier County being Utah's trail country, right? But there's no motocross track in the county or within the region. So we believe that this will serve an underserved population, be a benefit to Salina residents, to the area, and to the region at whole. So, and this is a big project. This is the first element of the first phase, which Salina wants to build the track so people come and then kind of build out from there. So the priority really is this element, build the track. We paired this application with RTP motorized, which we've done a lot with all the environmental stuff on this site through LWCF to purchase the land. So we're sitting in a good spot and ready to go. Next slide, please. So the scope of this application and this element of project, like I said, is to focus on the motocross track, build the track and some critical parking so we can do races immediately, so residents and non-residents can come and enjoy the area right away. We are asking for $350,000 and we're asking for $200,000 from RTP Motorized to kind of utilize those both together. Like I said, we need to do some track parking and some earthworks for the first part of this first phase. Next slide. And like I mentioned, this is a big project. It's going to take some time and some resources to fully build it out to what the design is. It is a multi-use area. There will be a certified Nike mountain bike track around the site. There'll be a mini track, a vet track, drag strips for mud racing. There's a contingency in Salina that likes to do that stuff. But there's a lot of motorcyclists and dirt bike enthusiasts in Salina that will be able to use the track immediately. But this is a big project that will actually serve all kinds of populations. So like I said, kind of the timeline, we've prioritized the motocross track. We're to start races and build off of the use and schedule events. And we'll get to the next slide on the design, but we need to do some critical parking and amenities. And like I said, this is a pretty significant big project. The city would like to both serve all skilled riders in this with the track and eventually get some really good races. We've already had a lot of interest in that, which I'll allude to in another slide. Yeah, next slide. So here's the design that we've got going, and you can see there's a lot going on here, but this first phase is the motocross track. A few folks from this board were able to go and visit the track. It's in a great location, kind of in a bowl. Everybody that we've brought up there, partner organizations, have really alluded to it being a great site for this kind of use. And you can see there the blue's the Nike track that goes around it. We want to do a mini bike pit for those mini bikes and some drag strip racing. But again, the focus for this is the motocross track for the first phase. And to maybe highlight kind of some of the design elements of the track, it will serve all skill sets. So the city wants to start. There's a lot of young kids in Salina and the surrounding area that are into motocross and dirt bikes. So we'll contain tabletops and things that serve the lowest of the skill set, but also have some elements built off that will be more higher skill set for those riders with more skills. So that's the design that we have in place, and excited to get going on that. Some project photos. These don't serve it justice, so I assume after this meeting we can take you up on the hill, let you take a first glance at it. But it really is a great area for it, and the city kind of identified that piece of land a long time ago for this specific purpose, and like I said, was able to get some funding to purchase the land. So it is city owned. This will be a city operated track, and then utilizing partnerships with a variety of organizations. The location, so there is a motocross in Price and Delta, but in our region, in the general region, Paiute, Wayne, Sanpete, there's not a motocross track. So this will serve beyond the borders of Salina. It'll also bring a significant economic boost to Salina City. Like I said, it is right next to the Blackhawk Arena, and that's on purpose. But it's off I-70, Highway 89, SR 24, 50. So Salina is the hub city, if you didn't know that, but it really isn't a great location for this type of recreation and this type of OHV activity. So it's right there next to the Black Hawk Arena in a great spot. I know there's sometimes with, Salina is a small city of 2,500 people, right? There is sometimes concern of operations and maintenance of the track. You don't want to give funding to folks that can't provide those resources. And I guess it's the statement here is that Salina has dedicated those resources to take care of funded hiring additional staff. They have the staff. They already proven the model with the Black Hawk Arena. If you're familiar with equestrian events, rodeo events, they operate that facility and get great turnout. So they've already demonstrated that they can, utilize these services, provide maintenance, operation, and do a great job with running a facility, even though they are only a small city of 2,500. So there are plans and dedicated resources already dedicated to this project to ensure that long-term it's viable and functional and does its job. So, one thing too with access, there's been a lot of discussion as Salina's worked through this project to be committed to have it open and accessible to the public, with a fixed schedule, something like Monday, Tuesday, track maintenance, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, open to the public, and then, if there's an event of the weekend, have it be, an event on the weekend for the races, when they come. So it is going to be open and accessible to the public, and Salina believes that's an important part of this project. We included this slide just because, it is, as you see in the map, kind of in Salina City, right? However, the impact on surrounding property owners is minimal. In fact, there was only really one private property owner that was a concern of some of the selection committee. We approached those property owners and they were able to provide a signed letter of support. They're more than supportive. Both property owners signed that letter of support. So we have the support from the community, support from partnerships and other organizations and surrounding property owners. And at the site, you kind of get there and you think, oh man, that is kind of close. You get there and it is in a great spot, but only maybe one property would be impacted, and the city's mitigated that and has the full support of that property owner. So want to highlight as far as if there's any concerns on that they've been appropriately mitigated there. As part of the design and kind of, we do have Salina has a committee that's been meeting consistently to discuss, to get feedback from stakeholders, other organizations. Sevier County's been great and really, supportive. In fact, they were able to allocate $150,000 for future, grant applications and existing grant applications. We've contacted Grassroots RMX, North Sevier Chamber of Commerce, High Desert MX, and then, like I said, because of the nature of this site, it will serve multiple uses. We have support from Utah Mountain, the Cycling League, but we already have, some commitments from some of these organizations to bring in races and really promote motocross in the area and use the facility, right? Beyond just resident use, so it'll host a series of events, and we've already had some commitments made with that. So I like the support for the project. And that's all I have for the 5 minutes. Scott, I knew you'd have a question.
It sounds to me like you have addressed the 3 questions I had. And they were key issues about the property, access, and funding to do the maintenance. So it sounds to me like you have answered all 3 of those. But I just want to make sure this comes out of your mouth again. You have secured the neighboring property, the private property next to the track. You've talked to them and they're okay with this.
100%.
Okay, that was my, that was my biggest concern, and that's what I pointed out.
Yeah, so that's a valid concern, and you get it. And there may be some design elements in the future, but yeah, they're fully supportive. They've discussed it. They've signed a support letter, so we're good to go on that.
How far away is the track going to be from their house or from the structures?
Oh, he's right there, I guess.
So, I wasn't prepared for this at all.
Are you the landowner there?
Yeah, I drug you with me. So, in the time I had, I kind of prepared a little, I had my attorney here and write up a little thing that I'm okay with it to a point. I talked to Landon and Kevin earlier today. And there is concerns about how far away it'll be and fencing. There's a hill there that I don't want people all over my yard. Stuff like that. You guys can read this. I don't really want to read it in front of everybody, but this is kind of my concern. If you want to read it, I don't know.
I'm Kevin Mickelson, councilman for Salina City. I'll kind of speak if I can. We got with Jordan, went at his property, looking at the track, and we've kind of explained it. His concerns were he'd like to keep everything over the hill. I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. It may be that we need to fence up on top of the hill so we don't get any visitors or what, it's not really dedicated for people to be up there anyway, but if we need to do that to make him feel more comfortable, yeah, I don't see it being a problem. It's kind of no man's land on that end of the valley, but we're willing to work with him and whatever would make it best for him and us to agree with.
So we were up there on the way in this morning and we noticed that there's kind of a cove up behind the hill that's the other side of the house. Is the track gonna be mainly up in that cove or is it gonna be?
So there's, yes, kind of a drainage, it goes like this. Jordan's house sits here and there's a little bit of a false knoll or whatever in between them.
Right.
That would be where we would try to kind of keep everything on this side. And it's kind of unique where that hill would be, because that's gonna help buffer sound and whatnot and sight from his place.
So
there's Jordan's property.
Yeah, if you look here, this is his property here, and this is a hill, and this isn't necessary, this is just for looks, right? And then, so this is kind of the hill we talked about with Jordan, and over through here to just stay on the side of this and in this area around here to keep that over, so like he says, you don't want people, and the bikes coming up over the hill, being right here basically in his backyard. So as long as we can keep it over and mitigate all this inside here where it makes it better for him, that's what we discussed with him.
Yeah, he kind of explained that where his property goes over the hill, he didn't want that, and we wouldn't want that either. I mean, nobody wants motorcycles right across your back fence, so we would definitely keep everything over the hill and utilize that. Go ahead.
What about the next owner? You know how people live next to an airport and complain
And that's
about
what we
the airport?
discussed this morning.
Is there any
we want
legal
set
way
an
to
agreement
protect that
in
even
place.
from future owners?
Yes.
Well, and I want it legally protected for me too. Because
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know.
But is there, whatever agreement you sign, is there a way to carry that over into future owners of that property?
Yeah, I think that would be important for both. It's not necessarily the present owners, but in the future, like you're saying. So we need to have that agreement and in place, where fences will be, and so that would follow that property.
And then also, you mentioned mountain bikes and drag racing. What kind of drag racing? What kind of vehicles are you talking?
They can speak to the mud racing. So we have some people around the community that do the anywhere from sand drags to mud drags. They've done them over here at the county
They're
fairgrounds.
using like drag cars and
Yes,
things like
they-
that?
The car part would be more like street cars, not high, just.
And where's the mountain bike section on this map?
This blue
The
line
purple
is the
line,
mountain
okay.
bike, and then
Is-
6 is the mini.
Is any of the funding that you're asking from us going towards the construction or maintenance of the mountain bike stuff? Or the drag racing?
No. No, we do have a U-Board Regional Tier Asset 1 application for some other stuff. For the purposes of this project and scope of what we're asking from this body, and the motorized RTP is strictly motocross.
You're out of time. I just want to make sure the private landowner here ample time to discuss it.
When you talk, I need to ask one more question on you, to make a statement. This could be a premier motocross track. The land will allow them to have a premier track here if they can build it there with getting all the nuances taken care of it. So I would be excited to have a track there. This would be a neat, this would bring people in from a lot of different directions when they got this going. But one key thing, and I know you mentioned this, but I want to hear this again. This will have, the public will have access to this. You might do maintenance maybe on Monday or Tuesday, whatever, but the public is gonna be open to the public, correct?
Correct.
Is there a fee associated with that use?
No, no.
Hey Jacob, we need to move on. I want to make sure our private land.
So I just want to read this. This is what I feel my concerns are. So, to whom it may concern, I am writing regarding the motorcycle track located behind my residence. I want to be clear that I am not opposed to the use of the track. I recognize that a motorcycle track could be a positive addition to our community, bringing recreational visitors, potential and economic benefits. I support the idea of growth and opportunity for our town. However, its operation is creating an ongoing concern that will need to be addressed. I'm willing to support its continued use provided the following stipulations are agreed on. Like land, no removal of hills or ground that borders my property and or block sounds or views in which we will need to agree on final distance before moving forward with operations. Designated riding hours. Riding must be limited to reasonable daytime hours, no earlier than, that can be agreed on, whatever, but the track must be maintained to dust control, including regular watering and other dust suppressant methods, whatever. Riding should be limited to a reasonable number of days per week and not occur, extended periods throughout every day, all day long. And I'm just briefing over it real quick, but appropriate safety barriers, buffers, boundaries must be maintained to ensure safe distance from neighboring property and allow no access to my property with a decided distance to keep spectators and any other activity away from my personal property. Use of the track should not interfere with neighboring residents' ability to enjoy their property, including outdoor spaces, including the safety of my children, also the value and the natural views of my property. These stipulations are necessary to ensure a respectful balance between recreational use and rights of surrounding homeowner. This is just to show, like I said, I'm okay with it, other than there is some things that we will need to agree on before I'm 100% agreed on it.
Right.
So.
Is the whole facility gonna be fenced in?
Yes.
The whole
Yeah,
complex?
it's gonna have a fence, a perimeter fence around.
Yeah, the motocross will have a fence, and then the whole project site will have a fence.
What type of fence are you gonna have around the track?
It'll be kind of a combination of a chain link fence and kind of up through there's, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's kind of a ledge down off it's not a ledge, but we call it avoidable. It's a steep hill, but we want to put a chain link fence across that ridge. So, as a protection fence. Some of it may just be field fence because we're neighbor the Blackhawk and we don't necessarily have to fence that portion off. There's actually natural terrain that can provide a fence, but we still want, and I see during the days that there's not scheduled riding or whatever, so the public can access it, it'll be a drive-through. We'll basically open the gates of this fence, so it's a public road. People can go up, ride on the little mini tracks and mountain bike on the Nika track, whatever that way.
Okay. And you guys are okay with the stipulations?
Oh, yeah, we know, and we respect the homeowner and the property, so we know we've got some things to figure out there.
So is this gonna wind up being a legal document you're gonna have signed then?
I would like to,
I think that would be the smartest thing for both property owners, is if we get it all in reason and.
There needs to be
and
some
agreed upon.
definitions in there too, very
Because
specific.
we don't wanna devalue his property, and as long as he's in support of what we're trying to do, if we can make everything work out, and if we legalize it, make it good for everybody, and then we stick it right with the property, so it carries on.
Okay, we need to move on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Let's go on to the next one. This is the OHV Trail Ambassador application 504. And
I'm gonna pass around.
Hannah, I'll give you a 5-minute warning. And you can decide how you want to do with that 5 minutes, okay?
Great. I'm gonna pass around stickers for our program, and then the spill kit will go around as well, along with an example of the insert. This is a draft. I also have our program waste kits that we hand to UTVs. All right. So for
No, they're the same.
just the inserts are important because they're front and back. So let me introduce myself. I'm Steward Moab. You might have known me once upon a time as Grand County Moab Trail Ambassador Program. Can you change slides? I've created a nonprofit whose
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Steward Moab. I'm a brand new nonprofit. Our mission is to foster responsible connections to Moab area public lands through education and collaborations that protect and enhance non-motorized and motorized recreation experiences for all. As I mentioned, I originated from the county. From 2021 to 2024, we were part of Active Transportation and Trails. We built the Moab Trail Ambassador Program. In 2025, we rapidly transitioned into this new profit format and named ourselves Steward Moab. Steward Moab, even in the county, our staff had a long list of projects that support land managers and other stakeholders in the Grand County area. Today, we're talking about trail education and the Trail Ambassador Program, which is a visitor engagement program on non-motorized and motorized recreation trails. We have a lot of partners that helped us through this transition that we've been partnering since 2021. Next. I think it's really important to note that leadership has transitioned with this program. It was very important that I lead this transition. I maintained the partnerships. I built the program. And so I am now the executive director, and Mariah, who built this program with me, is now the program manager, which was previously my position. We now have a board. Lucy Jensen, Sky White, Pitt Gruey, Kelton Reese Sullivan. He is now working as the trail coordinator within Grand County, coordinating large-scale projects across the county. But we're retaining him on our board, and Madeline Wagwitz. Thank you. And I'm speaking specifically towards the OHV Trail Ambassador Grant for $324,000 to revitalize and build long-term sustainability in our program. Our transition was rapid, it was quick, and we're looking towards the future and how do we build a financial foundation while still operating with our award-winning program. Next. This is an on-trail engagement program based off the needs of our community. Our goals are to improve visitor safety, promote natural and historical resource protection, and mitigate user conflict. Our priority programming for 2026, which is funded with OHVR funds and non-motorized RTP, is hiking and OHV, but historically we have operated in biking and climbing. We have very high quality educators. They go through a rigorous communication practice, and then they also are certified in various certifications. We engage in a learn to earn program. So if you engage with my staff on trail, you will earn your 2026 sticker. We update this annually because we have return visitation engaging with our staff and our program on trail. We also provide information and resources. One of the resources going around the table right now is the spill kit, which we built in partnership with the DOR, the BLM, and other stakeholders in this area. We built the inserts, which are a draft version with the BLM, with the DNR, and more. And then on there, you'll also see our Back from Beyond podcast built in partnership with Grand County Search and Rescue. You'll also see contact information for the local recovery services. In that insert also, because we are funded by the DOR, you'll see a microfiber towel with your logo on it. We also have waste kits. It's awkward to hand a wag bag, which looks like a taco, to the average driver. Instead, we provide more resources, toilet paper, stickers, and our unified human waste messaging that we manage across the county with various stakeholders. Next. This OHV spill kit, OHV waste kit. Did you poop or pee? Please pack out your toilet paper. We added that insert because there was a request specifically from Sandflats Recreation Area to remind folks on toilet paper pack out. Next. We're an award-winning program. We've earned 4 awards, one of them specifically from the Division of Outdoor Rec. We have been evaluated by Utah State University to improve visitor experience and produce a more knowledgeable visitor. That evaluation was then peer-reviewed, and we create a safer and more confident visitor, and we reaffirm positive attitudes across our program.
And you're at 5.
Great. So we operate in 12 different locations on the average year, specifically for OHV, Hell's Revenge, Fins and Fins, and Poison Spike, high volume recreation spaces. Right now, we're operating in the blue zones. Historically, we've been able to respond into these red zones. These red zones are experiencing more visitation, we have more advertising and more initiatives to increase and expand visitation across the region. Since 2023, when you first invested in this, we've seen over 21,000 folks. We've educated 13,000 of those folks, and we've provided preventative search and rescue to 6,000. Some of you witnessed this in action last April. Motorized makes up the second largest group that we interact with. We developed our reporting system with the DNR to make sure that OHV registration funds are actually going towards OHV users. This is, as we developed our programming, we increased our outreach. These are individuals and their specific vehicle. Right here, light green, 45% of our interactions include OHV vehicles. Next. We meet people from across the state, across the nation, and across the world. Pretty wide reach. Folks visit from everywhere to visit Moab. Today, we're asking, we're in a new spot. I have the transition documents to help give an understanding. During lunch, we can chat. But we're asking for an engagement coordinator, brand new. I was incorporated in January 10th as a nonprofit. So what I'm finding is we need to build that donor base and that volunteer base. That's what the engagement coordinator would do. This position is paired with non-motorized RTP funding. The OHV education coordinator replaces Kelton Reese Sullivan. We have to understand how to respond. We have to send staff to events, to locations, to understand what's changing on the ground, while our field staff, trail ambassadors, are still operating in high volume recreation spaces. And then the remainder is operations and management. And we are building a nonprofit, and I worked really hard to protect your initial investment, and I'm asking for a second investment to continue operations, and so that in 2 years, 2029, I don't come back asking this much. I want to build a long-term financial future. Any questions? Yes.
Why was there no letter of support from Cliff Kuntz?
I had a rapid transition, and so I have coordinated this grant in partnership with Cliff Kuntz, the BLM, and Grand County Active Transportation and Trails. But my pivots have been so quick that it has been hard to bring every entity that I need to sign a letter of support into the same space. So I brought in the health department, Grand County, oh my goodness, who else is in there? Some other big hitters.
It just looked odd that he had written letters for the previous ones, but not this one. So it was kind of glaring.
Oh, okay.
And then also, can you tell us more about the engagement coordinator? Where will they be seeking funds from? If this council pays for that, will they be, who will they be going out to get money from?
Well, so it'll be a 50-50 split, and we're quite used to tracking employment hours. We have an entire tracking system that we've built out and have used to report. And so we're ready to track their hours and ensure there's a 50-50 split of engaging motorized volunteers and donors and non-motorized volunteers and donors. And one of the beauties of our program is that we are a unified representation. Every one of our staff wears green. And that's so that everybody knows when they meet a trail ambassador on a hiking trail, they also will have the same experience with an OHV trail ambassador. Yes.
I have a question. You showed your board members. Do any of your board members have just a motorized specific focus?
Kelton Ray Sullivan, yes. It was important to retain his program experience.
Okay.
Mhm. And then others were chosen for their specific nonprofit contribution. Yes.
We've had a conversation, and I got the impression from you, Hannah, that this year you have funding for 2026 that will carry you through that. This funding is going to be for 27 and 28 that you're looking for funding. Okay.
Yes. We had a rapid transition. I found out in September 2025 that we were becoming a nonprofit. And then I negotiated the transition contract with the county November 2025. So I learned how to pay myself January 1st. So quick and fast, yes.
If this were to be just funded for 1 year, would you be okay with that? I mean,
That would give us another year to continue the program. That would be great, yes. And I am willing to work and come back and ask again. Yes.
The discussion we had is, have you looked, has Moab, the city itself, talked about doing maybe a major portion of the funding for you all?
So the answer is no, but once again, it's a quick transition. And so the conversations just haven't started because my first and initial project was to write these grants, confirm funding, have my fundraising values, and move forward from there. Because these happen early and we want to confirm what we're doing in 2027 early.
Some of my concerns on this cycle is we're $1.25 million in the hole, and you're asking for a lot of money, and I don't think this fund can support you at the even close to the level that you're wanting it, and that you need a permanent, full-time, major supporter behind you, because Moab is a place that this needs to happen. I'll agree with you 100%. Is this the best medium? I don't know that for sure. You do good things. Is it the best thing? If we had a ton of money, maybe it would say, hey, here you go. But we're short on money, and it might be, like I told you, maybe you can't get all what you want now, and maybe you'll have to come next cycle. But you're going to have to find some permanent type of entity that's there that sees this impact, that takes care of that. I believe anyway. That's my feeling.
Yes, and I feel very firmly about that as well. But once again, I found out that I was becoming a nonprofit in September, and I protected your financial interest of $300,000, and I secured the continuation of this program and a lease for the vehicle so that this program could continue serving motorized users in this area. So it's a question of if you want this program to continue, and it won't if there is no investment. Yes.
Just a comment. I was down in Moab for whatever reason, a couple weekends in a row actually, and I was able to interact on Poison Spider, and I was pleasantly surprised. As a user, as a hardcore user, I would like to think I am. To see someone out there, we went for the song and dance when we went down to Hell's Revenge, and that really wasn't out there. You were trying to present to us, and it was a little different. But to be down there on an off weekend, a different weekend, and to run into your ambassador, and I watched them interact with other groups, and it wasn't overbearing, it wasn't intrusive, but yet they all walked away fairly positive. And for whatever reason, that is really rare with what we've got going on in our industry, especially in that area, right? And so I just want to say that I feel like that there is something here. I agree with Scott a whole bunch. That's a lot of money, and I wish you could find some extra funding, and I hope you can. But we all know how organized she is. We've got a good experience with her, but that's just my comment.
Any more questions? Okay, great. I can answer them during lunch. I have more.
All right, thanks, Anna.
Yeah, of course.
All right, on to our next presentation. This is Washington County 4-H ATV Club, application 5235. Let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, but I have to present if you join the meeting, you can share it.
Yeah. Or if you could just email it to us.
Whatever you can say.
I think email would be easiest because.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, let's swap that.
This part. Yeah, so the public comment at the end of it, like 10 minutes, I was like 10:20, so then we just jump in and start going, so. They're just, it's just, yeah, it's just ripping through really fast. For now. Exactly. On the money, 10 was on the clock.
It's easier to.
You know how that is.
Yes.
I'm just curious.
Was that too noisy? No, it was just fine. No problem at all. I didn't even react. You want me to maybe switch while we work? Or is there to somebody else?
Yeah. Do you want Soren to go with me? Do you guys want to go? We're just having a little difficulties getting it uploaded right now. So in the meantime, are you comfortable?
More than happy.
Okay. Thank you.
So while he's pulling that up, if you guys remember last time at the board meeting that we presented at, we went through more details of what the campaign is and what we did. And if you remember, we made a lot of promises and you guys had a lot of questions about, okay, well, this is great, but we want to see the results and we want to see what it did, how it affected the county, what it did to travel, what it did for TRT, what it did to visitation to the trailheads. We talked about last time how we use Placer, Datafy, other tracking softwares where you can ping people's phone, and if that person geofenced, if they live within outside of a 50-mile to 100-mile radius of the area, and they come into a trailhead, we consider that a visitor who is from out of the area who's traveling. So with the 5 minutes that we have, we thought it'd actually be better to come back and report on the results of all of those campaigns or how those campaigns did, because what we're asking for is a very similar to what we talked about last time, because it was so successful and it brought so much OHV to the area based off of what we're finding, that think it's more important to spend the time showing the success of the last campaign that we ran to help make a decision for the future campaign. So the 3 counties we're gonna go over on this one for those past ones was Uintah, Sevier, and Wayne. And those 3 counties, we can go to the next slide there. First of all, this is kind of an overview of all 3 of them here. We'll get into the details of each one of these on the next slides, but to give you kind of a cross-country highlight, between the 3 of these and through the campaign, we had 2.2 million video views. We did a lot of fun video work. We had some video work that was already shot, and we really pushed that on YouTube and other channels to get more exposure and get people to come on these trails. The investment these counties have had on these trails and building these trails is large, and so the most important thing next is to get people on the trails. So it was great to have a big lift on the video views, which resulted in a lift in transient room tax, and then also overall combined spend between the counties. Quick highlights, we'll get into a little bit more details of the actual numbers on the next slide, but Uintah had a 200% increase in website traffic to the OHV trail pages. Sevier had a 433%, and Wayne really had very little traffic. So pushing this and getting it, they really saw an increase in traffic to their trails and to the trail pages and to the trailhead. So on the next slide, I'll dive into a little bit more detail. So for Uintah County, what was kind of cool, so we found like Butch Cassidy Trailhead was one trailhead. In 2024, they had 780 phones, so 780 individual unique people who had gone to that trailhead. The next year, it jumped up to 931 additional people who had gone to that trailhead, resulting in a 20%, roughly a 20% increase in visitation to that trailhead. Because of that, we saw that they had a large lift of people who, and that's just the Butch Cassidy trailhead. That's one trailhead of, many. Of that, we saw with the website visitors, it went from 16,000 the year before to dinolandtrails.com. They have a specific website that's just for the trails. And that shot up to 53,000 people who had gone to the website and educated themselves on all the different trails there is within the area. And then with that, we like to this one's hard to make a direct correlation to because we don't know who went and stayed in a hotel that actually has an ATV in the back or not. But based off the time frame of when the campaign launched in the previous year when we did not do an OHV campaign, we saw a 7% increase in transient room tax from that, going from 1.15 million to 1.194 million in transient room tax increase. And that's just the tax portion of the spend. Visitor spending and lodging went up 3%, and then overnight trips went up 7% for Uintah County. Race through these. Sevier County, very similar things. The Paiute ATV trailhead, we saw a 4% increase at that trailhead from 2024. And then we saw a 23% increase from 2023. So we saw from 2023 to 2025, a total of a 23% increase to the Paiute ATV trailhead. And during that time, for the previous year, we saw a 23% increase in transient room tax coming into the county. We also saw a 2% increase in visitor spending in the area, going from 137 million to 140 million. That's $3 million increase during that time because of the overall spending. And then Richfield was getting an average of 74 people a day to their trailhead website pages. And we jumped that up to an average of 395 people a day going to the trailhead pages because of this campaign, pushing people up and bringing the awareness and getting them excited to come to the area and explore online first what there is to do before they come and make the trip. We'll go to the next slide. And then we have Wayne County. With Wayne County, and I didn't say, but on each one, you'll see in the previous slides, we averaged between $5 to $1 million video views on each of these. We found video became very engaging. It became inspiring for someone to see a video of someone actually recreating in the area. The engagement rates went up a lot higher when we had a video asset to put out there and inspire people to come and travel to the area. It was kind of cool. Swing Arm City was their big push. Go ahead.
5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Swing Arm City was their big push. And it was nice that they had 864 people before we launched this on average going to Swing Arm City. And that jumped up to almost 1,200 people who were going out to Swing Arm City. So those were people with cell phones. Once again, if they bring their kids that don't have cell phones, it doesn't count that. It's just people with those cell phones. So we saw a 35% increase in Swing Arm City from this spend, which in Nicole's eye was awesome to see that increase, because what it resulted in 10% transit room tax as a DMO. They want to make sure transit room tax increases. Visitor spending went up 4%, and then traffic to the Capitol Reef page went from 2,000 up to 40,000 during that time because of all the traffic. They were not promoting the trails at all. Because of this, they were able to really put it on the map. And that's what questions. I hit the 5-minute mark, so go ahead.
I got a question for you. So at our last meeting, when you presented, you correctly represented that you would share this data with us, because we expressed some interest. We've funded these before, but we don't see the data. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Can we expedite that? Get it out to the council so that they can see, what you promised us on it. This is great data. I love it, but
we didn't
this is the first time I'm seeing it.
You're right. We did set a timeline, and that was probably an error we should have done. So that's good to know. Now going forward, we'll probably send a quarterly or monthly. We can get you a monthly update to the board, send that to Rachel, and then you guys can see monthly how that data works, or how that is doing and how it's working, and we can get you those updates more frequently. I think that was our fault, miscommunicating on, hey, when do they want the data, and so we thought, let's bring it here. So now that's good. Going forward, we'll make sure to get that to you more frequently.
And Amy, have you already worked with them in the past?
Yep.
What were your thoughts?
Yeah, so it's made a huge difference working with them and directly running campaigns for OHV tourism. You've all heard of the Paiute Trail Committee. They've been a huge driver to that. They have traditionally been the people marketing it, and that has kind of shifted. They're no longer doing that. So as a tourism director, I feel responsible for making sure that it's done. And so the help in doing that and really telling the story is falling on me. So this has made a big difference, and to be able to truly follow the analytics. For Sevier County, I can just tell you that we have had 1 full year of true marketing on our county, and we're definitely starting to become a destination, and it has been because of this. So it's massive.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have you looked at Office of Tourism for funding for this type of stuff too, or have you just come here?
Yep, the Office of Tourism does a different grant for marketing in general of the overall area. These dollars we use to specifically target the OHV tourism and push out the knowledge of the Paiute Trail.
Office of Tourism has a max, and it's getting lower and lower every year. So emails are hitting that max amount that they can get, and so they've had to funnel and try to get help from other areas. Any other questions? I think my final thought I said at the beginning, and Alicia called me before this and really said to put this in. She's like, we put so much money into these trails, way more than we put into advertising, way more. And so it's so vital to get people out on the trails after we put all the money into actually building that infrastructure. And that's why it's so important to them to get the name, get it out there, and get people here, because the real economic development isn't them actually riding the trails, it's what they do outside of the trails when they come to the area. So, there are no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, did we get 4-H figured out? Okay. Sounds good. Let's go ahead and, you guys can
While we're getting that up, it's good to be with you today. My name is Paul Hill, and I'm an extension faculty member at Utah State University. I'm based down in Washington County. A lot of my focus areas are in workforce and economic development. One of the things that we do in Extension is every program that exists is designed to address a specific need. And a need's defined as the gap between what is and what should be. And much of the time, we are doing systematic needs assessments to figure out what are the needs in our community. While I haven't personally focused so much on recreation, our county commissioners reached out and they shared these stats with me. And I think I've got two slides of these. Some of them are older and then some of them are newer, but I think it was largely driven by some injuries of youth in our community that they knew personally. And so these are some of the needs, the issue of safety in our community, especially in our proposal related to Sand Mountain. You have youth who are, you can go to the next slide. You have youth who are not licensed underage and driving from their garage to Sand Mountain. And many get caught because they don't have flags and so forth. But our county commissioners, as our stakeholders that we've had an MOU with for over 100 years as a land grant institution, said we need you to do something about that. 4-H is effective. You publish your impacts related to youth leadership, related to shooting sports, related to horses and livestock, and you do dangerous things carefully and safely, and we need you to teach these things. If you go to the next slide. So in our proposal, as you've reviewed, one of the best ways to reach youth is through 4-H clubs, traditional community clubs where they come together on a common interest. And different than Boy Scouts being a mile wide and an inch deep, 4-H is something that you can have a career in. So Caden here, who will speak in a minute, he grew up raising pigs, national shooting sports champion, did that for 10 plus years. And so we can get very narrow in what we teach in 4-H. But we do that through the club model, and those happen in homes and in our office, in various community spaces, and in the field. And so our focus here is in this club that will teach youth the life skills, the leadership skills, but most importantly, the safety skills needed for our youth to diminish injuries. So next slide.
And like Paul said, my name is Caden Nansen. I work with Paul doing 4-H programming a little bit. And so we've had this need and I've seen it. And so coming last year and presenting to this year, I found out a lot like we're not taking over your guys' safety course. We want to build upon it. Like we said, we're very narrow. So like we'll be doing monthly meetings to be able to do repetition, to go over safety things, to help the kids, not just go out and ride, but go check their tire pressure, know how to do maintenance, how to properly wear their PPEs and different things, and specific training for different scenarios. So like we said, we have Sand Mountain, so a lot of people will go out and they go ride, and they've never been to a sand dunes. And so we've been working with our local search and rescue, different people like that, to build a curriculum to be able to go and focus on and help these kids be able to succeed and be able to have be able to go out and be safe. And we've had a lot of people, our commissioners have really wanted this and came to us, and so I said, let's do it, because I like to do everything outdoors. Like you said, I raise livestock, I love to go hunting, I go horseback riding, so I'm like, I'm the man, let's do it. So we can go to the next slide.
So in typical 4-H fashion, we designed the program. It's a comprehensive program, just like if you're familiar with horse and livestock programs, there's a seasonality to it. And through that process, we are evaluating their baseline knowledge and skills. And then at the end, we evaluate the data and show changes in knowledge and changes in attitudes towards safety, skills and aspirations. Do they actually plan to apply these skills? Or, in many cases, the parents like, you're going to this, you're doing this. And then you find out later that through this process of growing and learning, they actually do understand the implications of their decisions, and they do plan to use these skills and these life skills in life. So the program is designed as a 9-month program. And then I know it was a concern that, what's going to happen to like this machine and a trailer in the off season. That's a great opportunity to promote the program. It's also a great opportunity to help other county programs learn, especially ones up north that are a little bit cooler in the summer. And so where we felt best would be to design the program based on the school year. So they go through the school year, they're learning, they're involved, and then they do a lot of riding in the summer and vacations and so forth, so they can apply those skills. And we see it as a great way to teach leaders and grow the program so that youth, we found that through our research that kids 12 years old, they're gonna listen to a teenager a little bit older than them, more than an adult. And so we focus on our volunteers being our youth and training them as a youth development model to help them teach the younger youth. Next slide.
So in 4-H, we're not just about just going out and riding. We do positive youth development. So the way we structure 4-H programs is we have kids go do service projects. We're going to teach them. We're going to make them present at our fairs, and like Paul said, we have youth teach youth. And so we're building those communication skills and we're going to have them track doing like a portfolio so they can track what they've been doing. So I plan on doing like service projects. I've talked to your guy that kind of comes and does trail cleanup, and I said, hey, I would love to be able to help you, because that's what we do in our other 4-H programs. We love to give back to our community. So we in 4-H, we learn by doing. So we're very hands-on, and that's why I think this is a great fit, because kids are already doing it. They want to go out, but they're seeking for more information, and you can never have too much safety. And so I think as we build that in 4-H, and as you do that, you become a quality member of your community, and you're giving back. And that's what 4-H is all about, is to make the best better is our motto. Next slide.
So to wrap up, we will collect baseline data. We'll have all the youth register. We have a base of youth, over 1,000 youth that are 4-H members. Many are using ATVs on their ranch. Many are also doing dirt biking, ATVs, and so forth. And so we polled everyone, said, hey, who would be interested in this? And we had just under 100, and we feel that in the community we can attract more 4-H membership through this program. And so we'll collect baseline data, find out where they are at as far as their knowledge of safety skills, and then we'll follow up at the end and measure the impacts. And then we'll report on these. This is something that we don't do anything without having it address a need, like I said before, but we also don't do anything without publishing the impacts. And so that's our intentions, and how we're going to measure and improve our program over time. And again, the funds in the proposal as you've gone through, we included our time and effort, and a bit of a cash match that we were able to raise from donations and so forth. And then it's really the cost of the machine and the trailer, and just supplies for running the program. But we really appreciate your time and welcome questions.
Question for you. Have you reached out to the rangers down there? I see the critical incidents report that come from Sand Mountain. Have you reached out to any of the rangers down there that are already certified to teach the safety class, that are in the weeds on Sand Mountain? Have you reached out to them at all and talked to them about what you're offering and get any input?
So I've kind of worked with Deidre, and we talked about doing, I want to do multiple, like your guys' OHV safety courses, and working with them and partnering and trying to do those monthly things. Because like where our location is, we're like 10 miles away from Sand Hollow. And so we would do like obstacle courses and different hands-on before like a lot of the kids even go out to Sand Mountain. Because if you've ever been out there, it's a madhouse. It's crazy. And so people just drive all over. And that's why there's so many accidents. And that's why we're really trying to teach them. I haven't personally reached out to the rangers, but I know
the rangers. One of the rangers is my neighbor, and I was telling him about this, and he's like, "Oh, more safety the better." And just if you have a section on alcohol, please make sure you cover that, because many of the injuries are related to alcohol and people who are renting and inexperienced, and then they have kids in the vehicle, so they're hitting all the issues from the top. Yeah.
So you'll have the kids will take the class either online or in person from somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a requirement.
No, I'm not trying to take over. So like I was partnering with like Deidre, and I'm like, hey, I want to be able to have you come down, teach an in-person class or online, and we're just building upon that.
And
like,
then the machine, Will these kids be bringing their own machines from
Yes,
home?
yes, so we wanna have them be able to drive this machine, we check with our risk management, and the university has owned vehicles in the past. And, you know, we said, is it okay if they drive these? They're like, yeah, as long as they're a 4-H member, they're enrolled.
Now, you know, at a certain age, you have to be under direct parental supervision.
yeah.
Will mom and dad be at every?
Yeah, 4-H is done with families. When a kid shows a steer, the whole family's there. So yeah, we want to involve the kids as club members, and then the family, parents are involved as volunteers and.
But they will be there.
Yeah.
Line of sight.
Yeah. Some will be there, and if they don't have a parent, then they can't drive. But they'll bring their own vehicles too. I mean, some of these kids, they got nicer vehicles than most of us, so.
I have a question, and where are you planning on doing these courses? Like, is it gonna be on BLM ground? Is it gonna be on university-owned ground? Is it gonna be at the state park? Where are you planning on doing these?
So kind of both, so mostly our training and stuff will be on county ground, right at our fairgrounds, which is right by our sheriff's office and different things like that.
That's where they host Trail Hero and many other.
So we have a big parking lot, dirt parking lot, so you can set up different courses and stuff like that. And then when we go on trail rides, it would be out of Sand Mountain and different things going up towards like Enterprise and different things like that.
One more question for you. Are you gonna focus on ATV or UTV? What is gonna be the focus?
Mostly UTV, so side by side, but if a family comes and they have ATVs and they want to come on a trail ride, I'm not going to discourage an ATV or a single track from coming and riding. So.
But most of the kids is when we pulled them, they said everyone's got side by sides. They're driving them already, and the parents they're concerned, but
it's a lot more machine. It's a big machine, you know, it's like a car. So, you know, it's compared from a ATV from a side by side, there's a lot more power, and that's what we're seeing kids going out, and especially in Hurricane where they can just drive right to Sand Hollow. We see a lot of that on the roads. They're not, you know, not paying attention, and that's where we're seeing a lot, and that's where our commissioners, our county mayor, that they're concerned about it.
What age?
One more. Oh, same question, because UTV, we have a state law that requires that you need to be physically in control of that. Back all the way to the seat, feet hits the floor, touches the pedals, right? And grab the steering wheel. What are you looking at there? Because that limits your audience, right? Because having raised kids, 13, 14, they can actually sit in, and we can't have kids sitting up.
On a pillow.
So, on a pillow. So explain that to us.
No, exactly. So I was thinking, so 4-H ranges from 8 to 18, but a lot of our courses are age specific. So I was thinking probably 13 as the youngest to 18 years old, to be able to come and do this. But like, let's say you have a younger sibling that wants to ride a 4-wheeler. Like I said, I'm not going to discourage them. If we go on trail rides with families and stuff like that, they can bring their 4-wheelers and different things like that to get them involved, and want them to be able to come into this program and be like, hey, I want to learn more about, you know, side by side.
Well, yeah, and parents need to understand what laws they're breaking.
It's very important. We see that a lot, or rangers see it a lot, that we just have kids operating machines that are not, it's not age appropriate for them, and that's where we get our accidents. So that's hopefully a message you have.
Yeah.
And will the Rangers be involved in any of the classes? Will they, is it just you guys?
No, for sure. Like I said, I'm not trying to take, so like if the Rangers are certified down there and want to come teach a class, I would love to be able to partner with them. I know they do a lot of classes right there in where their station is in that little parking lot. And so I plan on having that. And so they all have to take your guys' course. And then I just want to kind of go more in depth and build, and get more people involved. So it's not just, so the Rangers will.
Did you make your first class and in person with Rangers?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, with 4-H, we run on volunteers. And so we're not doing our job if we're not including our program partners and volunteers and being there and teaching. So we've got local experts, people who are servicing these things, and they're gonna teach maintenance, but then we've also got Rangers, we've got those relationships in place.
You have like Tri-State ATV Club?
Yeah, they were one of our letters of support.
That's it. Any final questions for him?
And one last question. How scalable is your project? So I heard you say you want to get, is it multiple side-by-sides that you're trying to get, or is it just one?
Just one. There's,
Just for.
everything we do at 4-H is meant to scale, so we're gonna build on this, we're gonna publish on it. That's to help with replication. We're gonna build the curriculum out so that other counties can do these things and follow. But I mean, they've gotta figure out how they're gonna get funds for some of these. We don't actually need to have like the top of the line, everything. I mean, it's just, a lot of people have brought machines to us and let us use them. But in order to do this right, we need to have access to our own and
I agree.
so, yeah,
I just
wanna
wondered
see
if
it
there
go
was like,
throughout
if
the
you're
state.
getting several, so you could.
Yeah.
I will say, this is probably my one big thing on this one. We've seen some tragedies in the state of Utah with side-by-sides, and especially with our youth. We need to create a better attitude around the use of these things. I think that'll be the one thing. We're not used to seeing this type of one, so it's kind of hard for us to say, let's throw it in. We'd love to see probably some good results and where we can see those changes in attitudes. But I do think we need to move that needle.
And definitely, like, and that's what with USU, like extension, where we're in every single county. So if like we kind of build a great program, we can show that all to all the other counties. Like, hey, look, this can be a part, and you can teach this very easily in all the counties. So it could become statewide very easily.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next one, Foundation for America's Public Lands. Dave, you're the only one standing between us and lunch. So.
All right.
Yeah.
So go over what he said on his action. Go fast.
I did want to suggest that maybe you should change your program to Hands, Hearts, Health, and Hondas. Or Husqvarna.
I like it.
So I wanted to talk about the Foundation for America's Public Lands. This is a new organization that you're seeing applying for these grants. And they're also applying for outdoor recreation grants and other grants around the state. So I thought I'd just introduce who they are and how they work with the BLM. So they were actually an organization that was founded through an act of Congress. It actually took an act of Congress for them to be established to assist the BLM. And their whole mission is to be able to go to industry, advocate for funds, and then bring them to the BLM and help us with our mission. So they are legislated to cover a few areas. So under their section 3, it establishes that they should undertake and conduct and encourage programs and activities that support education, technical, scientific, and other assistance for activities that support the management of BLM lands in regards to wild free roaming horses and burros, fish and wildlife, and their habitats, national conservation lands, recreation resources, and cultural and historic resources. So that's a really broad mission. They can work on any of those aspects, and it mirrors the BLM's mission. So it's not something new, it's not something that they created, it actually mirrors the FLTMA, which is our enabling legislation. That's what created the BLM or codified the BLM, so they're just mirroring that mission. And so you're seeing them in this round apply for 2 grants. One to assist Moab and one to assist the Fillmore Field Office. And they're both focused on trail maintenance. And so you might wonder, like, why? Why would we use them? Well, they have the capital to carry a grant for the full cycle, and then they can be reimbursed at the end. Whereas the BLM offices sometimes struggle with that, with having the funds to actually carry a reimbursable grant, the full length of the grant, even though, I mean, there's been a lot of things changed in the OHV grant that actually allows us to do that a little better. So that's one reason that you're seeing them be the applicant rather than the BLM. They also have the ability to purchase directly. So they can go out and purchase whatever materials we need to accomplish the grant or the project that's proposed in the grant. Currently, the BLM has a $5,000 limit of purchasing. So if there's something that needs to be purchased, it can be kind of slow. And that's not just like one item, that's like if we need 10 poles or 10 bags that are hundreds of bags of cement or whatever it is. If it reaches a $5,000 limit, then we need to go out to contracting.
Whereas the foundation can just go out and purchase that. They can contribute it to the BLM. So they're not actually gonna give the money to the BLM after they receive the grant. They're actually gonna be our purchaser. They'll actually be the one purchasing the materials, and then they'll either show up at the BLM's office. However, we work that out with them. But that is one of the main reasons, it is one of the main reasons that we're using the foundation, just because they are efficient and they can be a lot faster in the purchasing realm currently. So they also advocate with industry. So they've gone to Polaris and Honda, and they're able to garner funds from them and bring them to the table. You're seeing that there is a match for both of these grants, and the actual cash match is coming from Polaris. So Polaris has contributed, they've contributed $800,000 to the foundation to work as matches for grants all over the BLM, not just in Utah, but in Oregon, Nevada, Washington, California, Arizona. So they've said, we're gonna bring $800,000 to the table every year for you guys to be able to assist the BLM in obtaining grants and being the match. So they are directly involved with bringing money to the table for an industry that they know benefits directly from public lands. What else would I like to say about them? They are registered as a nonprofit in Utah. So each state they had to go to and actually become a registered nonprofit. So they are based in Washington, D.C. The law requires them to be based in Washington, D.C. And so when you look at their website, it might look kind of funny, like, hey, this is a group from Washington, D.C. Why are they not in Utah? Well, the law actually requires that they are there, that they can advocate and be in coordination with the legislators. That's why they're based there, but they are registered as nonprofits in each of the states that they assist with. And then they're new, so they're definitely trying to figure out how to best support us. In the past, we've had them write letters of support for us. We've actually had them say that they're going to bring cash match to the project, but then we've got to try to figure out how to get that money from them into the BLM's accounting system and then out to purchase materials. So that was really cumbersome in some of the other grants that they've assisted us with. So that's why we decided, well, it's actually easier for you to apply for the grant and be the grantee, receive the contract, and then you will help us directly. Both of these projects, both in Moab and in the Fillmore Field office, were coordinated directly with BLM staff. So they didn't actually just write these in behalf of us. We actually coordinated with them to develop the budgets, come up with the project descriptions, and how the work was going to be done on the ground. And then the BLM also advocated with the OHV clubs and the counties to get the letters of support. So it wasn't actually the foundation that did a lot of that work. It was the actual BLM staff. Just to give you an idea, this year alone, 50% of the foundation's recreation grants are going towards OHV projects. And they're going to continue to bring money to the table for these types of activities. So that's just a basic rundown of the foundation and how they work with us and who they are. Any questions?
Are they federal government employees?
They are not federal employees.
Are they tax exempt? You said they're 501c3.
Yeah, they are tax exempt. They are a 501c3.
Okay, and then does the Forest Service have anything similar?
Yes.
National Forest Foundation.
Yeah.
And it seems like what's encouraging about this one to me and some of these other ones is that they're reaching out to the OHV community and really putting it forward. And Dave, you might want to explain the High Desert Trail a little.
Sure.
And they're going to be involved in that process too, for what I understand.
Yeah, so they brought $40,000 to the table from Polaris to assist with the signage and the wayfinding aspect of the High Desert Trail. So they just awarded a grant, or not a grant, a contract to an organization to help us develop the design work and help us do the wayfinding.
It might be good too to mention Utah Connections on the board, Brian Steed and Rick Sheehan, people like that, just so they're at that there's a local connection, local interest.
Yeah, there's definitely a local connection. I don't know all of their board members.
Yeah,
Those are two of those.
And Greg Sheehan are
Yeah,
both
both from Utah.
members.
Do they have, is it like, do they have a state board and then the federal board, or is it all just one?
It's just one board of directors.
How do we follow the funding? I mean, we're taking money and throwing it back to some group back in Washington, and how do we follow that funding? And then do they charge a fee? Do they charge a percent to handle that money?
They don't charge a percent to handle that money. The BLM actually has to go through a process. So if you gave us the funding, we could potentially have to charge 20% of the grant as overhead unless we're able to go through a waiver process. So that's something that can happen. We don't want that to happen. We typically are able to get, like if you actually gave the funding directly to the BLM, we're typically able to waive that fee, but that's not always the case.
So who funds this program? Who funds these people? Where's the funding coming from?
Some from the BLM, because they are our direct partner, but mostly industry. So they have actually they've gone out to Polaris, Honda, organizations that are willing to fund this program.
Okay, again, I guess the question is, how do we follow the funding to make sure that it's coming back to where we want to use it?
Well, it would, just like any other organization, they're gonna spend the money up front, and then you're going to reimburse them based on the budget that they, the receipt and the budget.
So who here, the BLM will be the local one showing where that funding's going to, correct?
Well, they will be, because they'll be the grantee.
Okay, that's what, I'm just trying to follow where, you're sending your money back here, the funds back there, and it's getting distributed back to the BLM and
You're reimbursing.
reimbursing.
Scott, so I had some heartburn. This was one of the ones I reviewed. So jumped in there and really looked at the budget sheet. And there's line items, there's a procurement fee and there's a administration fee, and everything looked like it was reasonable for a project of this size and an hourly wage or whatever it was to go in there and do this, right? To set this up, to do the research and everything else. And so looking just in my eyes, looking at the budget sheet, it looked like a reasonable amount. And then the rest of it is just back to supplies and getting it on the ground. I do, maybe this is later after we've all ate and have, enough blood sugar that we can make good conversation. But no, I just, as far as, the line item in the budget was basically, it was all jumbled together of the labor to put it in the ground, to oversee the volunteers, to, and that was a huge chunk of the budget. So that's where it got muddy to me. Everything else, looks pretty reasonable. And so there you go. That's what I saw, Scott.
Is there do they also do other projects for non-motorized, like trying to get places closed?
Not that I know of, but I mean, that's part of our, not closing areas, that's not part of our mission. That's not part of the BLM closes stuff. But they mirror the BLM's mission. So yes, our mission has recreation.
It would just be weird to fund this for some trail work creation and then have another part of this group funding from other sources to close.
It'd be the same thing if you funded the BLM. We do non-motorized and we do motorized.
That's why it's always weird with the BLM.
Yeah.
One more. Has Nicole had input on this? Is she willing to share? Is she still on?
Yeah. Nicole, are you available to chat about this briefly?
I am available to chat about this briefly. How are you guys? So real quick, I just want to let you guys know that I just got off the phone maybe an hour or so ago with the attorney for the foundation and the BLM, and he and I are working through the legal eligibility issues and questions that I had. This was because this was it's a nonprofit. It is a 501c3. It's registered with the IRS, but there's some weird little legal issues because there was a name change and they have a DBA and they have some other things. So the process of verifying eligibility is a little more complicated, but the more that I talk and the more documents that I receive, I would say that it is likely that they are eligible under our statute. But I don't have 100% answer for you yet because I haven't had a chance to go through the entirety of the 500-page bill or whatever that established this. Is there something in particular that I can help with, or particular questions that you guys have at this point?
So we expect your answer here after lunch, that's all.
Oh, come on, you guys.
I'll give you a straight answer.
I'll quickly just say this, if this group is willing to provide a grant to the BLM, then they should be just as willing to provide a grant to their nonprofit that's designated specifically for them. Same thing with National Forest Foundation, National Park Friends groups, it's kind of the same thing. It gives them more agility to spend money, and really we're lowering the administrative headache and a long-term process for procurement and things like that. So it's great. We had an opportunity to meet with some of their leadership last year and go to one of the sites that they're considering for a future project. And I mean, I think there are some issues, and from one administration to the next, in the White House, this will change just like the agencies change, right? So right now, I think we need to take advantage of the time that we have.
Cheryl, you got the last question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. It feels a little weird, but no, I was just gonna pretty much echo what Jason just said. I do think that these nonprofits bring a lot for our federal agencies to be able to streamline processes and do things that we're not able to, like go out to industry partners to try to bring in additional funding. I think they're a great opportunity. We're actually going to be working a lot more closely with the National Forest Foundation for a lot of things. So I think you're going to see this more as a way to create more efficiency to be able to move things forward. So I just want to give that kudos to these groups. They do a lot of fantastic work, and it's awesome the BLM has one now.
Cheryl, do you have any sense for how long NFF has been around?
You know, I don't, but I do know they're getting far more organized, and I think we are going to be working with them a lot more closely here in the future. They're already working with us on things like toilet pumping, which you wouldn't think was so difficult, but it's very difficult. And so we're already partnering with them more than we have for years. But I think NFF's been around for, I don't know, over a decade, I would easily say.
So I think it actually started because I asked the same question. So I think they incorporated in either 2017 or 2019, and but it's going to be hard to see those records because of the DBA. So the one thing that I did ask them for, and that they've provided me, and that I will provide to the board specifically, is the information on work that they've done on other motorized stuff that they were very excited to share, and I think would be helpful. So anything else for me?
I think that's
I
all.
hate to keep people from lunch real quick, but these nonprofits actually give a very big bang for the buck, because you don't have to go through some preferred providers and different things for buying things, which the price is often a lot more than it is walking down to Home Depot and buying some T-posts. So just keep that in mind too.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Okay, awesome. We'll go to break for lunch. It is now 12:12, so we'll come back a little after 12:30. And get back home. item number 5, which is the OHV Recreation Grant Review for all of the applications. And for those that are here visiting, we just know that what Scott said earlier is true. There is more grant requests than there is funding, so we've gone through diligently best we can to score these. These scores may not necessarily mean that it's a bad grant, but it may just rank it lower than the others, and ultimately there are gonna be some that we have to say no to, and that's gonna be a hard decision, but that is what it is. So that being said, we have organized the grants in the packet, the grant applications in the packet, based on the request, whether it's trail work, education, search and rescue, snowmobile, all of the different categories that we have. We have listed on here trail work first on the rankings. And along with that, we do have some of the members of the public that are here still. I guess who do we still have here? We've got Uintah County and our trail ambassadors with Anna. It looks like 4-H left, so we could probably let's go through those right now so we can get them on the road. They're coming from a little bit further away, and let's go ahead and discuss those if that's okay. Starting with trail ambassadors. This is number 24.
Yeah, 0052.
What's the number on this thing? 24.
Yeah. Yeah. Too many numbers. 5204.4.
And this was reviewed by Scott, Brody, and Mike.
So can I ask before we get, how much do we have available in the education dollars available?
So technically through all the grants, we have $2,450,000. And right now we have specific percentages, but
We kind of have it broke down.
but they're not, it's just there for reference. It doesn't have to. It's up to the advisory council to decide what they deem eligible and what they think we should fund. But so as for what we have currently for education, I mean, we only have 52,000 technically, like based off of those numbers.
Okay. With $708,000 in requests.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Rachel, can I ask a question? How did it get to 25%? It used to be like 10% for education.
For education, it's 7.5%.
Okay.
And we will be seeing an increase in funding this next fiscal year, which will start July 1st. We'll be receiving $6 million total. So those amounts that we'll have available for each category will increase. And again, we can always change these percentages. It's just, we kind of use those just as like a building block.
Our current is 5 or 4.
Our current is 3.5 billion that we have.
So we're going up to 6.
Yes.
It's a big jump.
Yeah. So that.
Those are lobbyists for that we need to thank.
So I probably honestly Brett Stewart, but also I would say Wade, India, and then Jason as well.
Awesome. Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
So what they had to do is they had to go to the legislature and say, we want to increase the amount of money into the program. It wasn't a bill or anything like that. It was just going in and say, we need to put more money into the account.
Is that one time or ongoing? Ongoing.
And that's for the
awesome.
September grant.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's, we're a fiscal year start.
And that's 6 easy for the whole year.
Yeah.
Oh, for, and spring, yeah, so
Probably
2 grants
three
coming out.
for
this
one
year.
year.
Three.
There's a lot of stuff.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, going back to, so Brody, Mike, and Scott reviewed this one. What public comments and suggestions? What do you have to say for yourselves?
You know, when we went out and visited them and saw the dancing poo and stuff like that, it was pretty cool. And so you're the one that was doing that.
Nobody else would wear it.
So it's a pretty cool and innovative program, but 2 years is a lot to swallow right now. I would make the motion that we reduce it to 1 year and see where it goes and encourage them to really push forward with other funding sources so that this isn't an ongoing every year thing. So that's my proposal.
Okay. Yeah, you're making that as motion.
I'd make a motion that we do that.
Can we discuss it some more?
Absolutely.
I'm concerned that's a little high right now.
That-
To cut it in half, you're cutting it in half, so that would be 161,000, something like that.
You're saying that's still too high?
Well, they have funding available for this year. They're okay for this year. There's two avenues that I'm thinking about. Either say, hey, come next grant cycle, we have more money, or we give you substantially less amount and you might not get any the next cycle. That's some of my thinking, but I'm thinking cutting it to 1/3 of what it is right now. That would give them, they got this year to deal with it. They have that much for the year of 2027.
What if we cut out the engagement coordinator and everything else just 1 year? What would that put us at?
You raising your hand, Rachel?
Yes, I was gonna ask Anna a question. Anna, because they're saying that you have funding currently, do you have funding? Because I know that we provided the grant for Grand County last grant cycle, but I was wondering if you are receiving any of that funding that they were awarded last grant cycle.
Yeah, we have that contract here. So, the county provided $150,000, which sustains our 2 full-time staff members, myself and the program manager. And then in this contract that we have here, we had already had a drop in budget that we fulfilled with other grants. So RTP, we negotiated about $70,000 for that over the course of 2 years. So that kind of leads into 2027 a little bit. And then we also negotiated the part-time hours from the 2025 grant, OHVR, last July, 30,000 of that to sustain programming for 35,000 to sustain staffing for 1 year. And we are operating in a fiscally conservative manner right now based off of these grant cycles. And so, yeah, I would say we're not as prolific as we once were and have the amount of reach that we once did. And so my biggest concern is just maintaining our current staffing in 2027.
Are your board members paid or volunteers?
They're volunteers.
Would you be open to getting Cliff on the board?
Our board is closed the way it is right now. We're just in such a new state. And we do already have OHV representation on there with Kelton and Sullivan. So we're not opening the board anytime.
I was gonna say, he is a guru of grants and would be a great resource for that kind of stuff.
Understandable.
She is a guru for grants. She likes a lot of grants.
Oh, yeah, but still, I mean, two is better than one.
So one thing I would just ask, like whatever the amount is that we decide today, or you decide today, I would love feedback. So how can I build this better? How can I write a grant better? Because honestly, this was my first grant that I've ever written by myself. So that would be my one request from you.
I think it was a good grant.
Yeah.
It just is a lot of money in a time when there's not a lot of money.
Even though it's a good grant, just always give me feedback.
Yeah. And I think those of us that went and saw what you were doing out on the trail, it opened my eyes. And so, but it is a gigantic and.
So another thing to consider is I was partially going off of what we had asked for before to sustain programming for 2 years. And so if that changes, obviously the need is different across the state this year. So if that changes, the only thing that I really want to do is to keep this program running so that I can find long-term sustainable solutions, because once again, I'm only 3 months into this. I had no idea I would be here today in this position. And I have truly not had the time to explore other options, because this is a multi-page transition document along with some other nuances that go with this whole process. So I want to recognize Scott's input of find donors. I will, but grants were the first thing I needed to complete. And April 1st, once RTP is done, donor. So I'm on my way, but 3 months into a nonprofit, I'm just trying to sustain the people that rely on me for the next year.
I think another helpful input thing that you can take, we've had grants in the past for educational, for whatever, that we see some high administration fees that you criticize quite a lot, and somebody that's an outreach getting paid, basically it's a grant paying for somebody to go get grants is a tough pill to swallow for a lot of the members of this council.
Okay, they would not be writing, I mean, there might be some aspect, but their primary, I wrote that in the job description already, but their primary role is not grant writing, that's mine. And so what I found is, this is a full-time job, as you know, but I was hoping to build our donor base with that position and our volunteer base, because I want to recognize our entire community, because I've been working in it for the past 4 years. Cliff, Kelton, the BLM, the state now is down there, but building up that volunteer base is really important. And Grand County Active Transportation and Trails lost the funding for their volunteer coordinator as well in this transition. And so where can Steward Moab step up? It's in assisting our local nonprofits, our local government, in building up their own volunteer base. Because if you're volunteering with Trail Work, you're volunteering with us, the build over the next 2 years would be large. And I just want to say that, but I also want to recognize that my first concern is earning staffing.
One more comment. I think to a great extent, we have a shortfall. And what is our focus? We want, I think trail work, access protection are the top of our list of things that we want. Education is an important element of this. Can we fund this? I don't think we can fund this, the full thing right now. We don't have enough funding to do it. Maybe next grant cycle we could help out with it. But that's why I thought we need to cut it in third, or we're gonna cut some other people short, and especially starting off with this one right now. I think we need to look at the trail and access issues and make sure those get funded, and then see what we have left over to give to other people. We got to make some hard decisions on this round. Not everybody's going to get funded.
So I kind of, I reviewed this too, and like Jason said, it seems way administrative heavy. If you look, there's 2 part-time seats. The people on the ground, that's where the least money's going. And I, with the engagement coordinator, I have a problem with funding somebody to go look for more money, to look for more dollars and stuff. And so, yeah, I'm leaning with Scott, but I think we need to reduce it pretty heavily.
I will just state, I've written multiple contingency budgets.
What does the 1/3 fund?
I don't know.
Can you use 1/3? I mean, does that make sense with what we're talking about?
We're talking about 1/3 over 1 year.
Yeah.
For 2027, I think that would give me another year of breathing room. It would fulfill some of my expectations for my staff and our partners for 1 year. Like I said, I want to build a more sustainable future, and that means other streams of revenue, and I will work. What I told, during this transition, when I told our champions in the county, is I said, I'll bleed, sweat, and cry over this to make sure that we get to a really good place with this nonprofit in the next 5 years.
So a third would
It would give me
kind of
another
help.
year.
So, I guess I'm just thinking of, okay, is this setting precedence for how this day's gonna go? That we look at each one and pull apart their budget?
I thought we
or-
were gonna start off with the trails, maintenance and stuff first, and go through it and make sure we fund all those appropriately, access protection, and then we were gonna go down the line with education. When you don't have enough money, you're gonna have to decide whether you're gonna have the lights on or the water on.
What if we do the 1/3, but at the end of the day, if we have leftover money, then we can increase that a little bit?
I think we can probably even come back to this at the end. And if it makes sense to everybody, let's just come back to it with the idea of 1/3 on the table and see what's left over.
So pass this one by and start.
But
I like that.
At a minimum, it'd be at a minimum, it would be at 1/3.
1/3 if
everybody
there's
votes yes.
enough left.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true.
And if I could clarify, if anyone wants to check this with me, that we're looking at 107,988. Is that, if we're looking at a third?
Yes. And there is
you
still
know,
a
we have
motion on
grant
the
cycle,
table.
what, in 3 months or 2 months?
There is still a motion on the table.
What is it? How far, what is the next grant cycle?
And then we.
Yeah,
review
it opens up
September.
July 15th.
So that's my thoughts.
Let's move on then.
You got a motion on the table. You want me to do an alternative motion?
Well, there's a
Second.
motion on the table, but there's no
I
second.
don't have a second.
Yeah.
So
So we need a motion to move on?
No.
Well, no,
Let it die.
there was a motion on the table to cut it in half, but there was no second, so.
Motion dies.
Okay. All right, and then just, yeah, I guess in that same order, we've got, Uintah County here, they did present, on a couple of those projects, and one of those is the trail project. And we can probably look at that one right now, the Enduro course. It is on the trail list.
It's number 9.
Number 9, thank you. Questions concerning Brody, Scott? You guys reviewed this, you had some comments.
Push the button. Eric.
What?
My thought is that, again, with the shortfall in funding that we talked about, cutting the toilet out and the awning out. I don't know how that would affect that. I don't know how quickly we could get NEPA approval to use, RTP funding for that, but I think that's out right now, and so I like the project. Can we fund it at the full level?
Brody?
I had initially thought maybe if we were shy on money to cut out the toilets, but I agree with Scott. We may have to cut out the awning thing, so.
And I think both of you had comments on the match. The match is fairly low for the request on
Yes.
this one. And I guess if members of Uintah County want to talk to that.
So, one of the reasons that the match is low is we've been batting this around for 2 years, but by the time we got to permissions of where we were gonna put it, we were already past our budget, year, so, that is, obviously we would like, the toilet and the awning especially, but we'd like the track there more, Our past experience with NEPA is it has been extremely expensive and extremely time consuming. Even on, we did another project on Uintah County property where we did the NEPA on the side of the cliff. Literally, NEPA, the side of the cliff. It was like $30,000 and added 6 months to the project. So I don't know what this one would be. This one seems pretty simple. And when I've actually talked to the facility and said, hey, you guys need to get me on the whole facility so that it opens up to our people. But yeah, that's it. And so we were looking at bathrooms. We were looking at the CXP, and they were like 80,000 for a 2-stall. Talked to Dave, and finally found Boone. They were not easy to find, and we got that down to 36. Building a single stall but obviously we would rather have the, if we have to drop the bathroom in the pavilion, then.
So if you drop the bathroom in the pavilion, this go around and then in the fall, put in for that.
For that, yeah, we would definitely.
And then maybe come up with a little more match on that.
Yeah, let's see what we can.
So would that be can you zoom in further on the detailed side? No. Yeah. For number 9 and 10, are those the two? Oh, no, sorry, scroll up. Can you zoom in on, yeah, and then go over to 9 and 10.
And I think you had mentioned in your application that the toilet was a result of having the pavilion.
Yeah.
The initial concept was having the pavilion. The building official said, we need a toilet there too.
Yeah, it was. We were kind of like, oh yeah, we'll drop the toilet, but our building official says, oh, if you put a structure up, you have to have a toilet. And we're just like, oh, great. So they are kind of unfortunately, I think they are kind of a match there. They're kind of.
So you'd be all right with putting in another grant here shortly and for that?
Yeah, and I'll look and see if we can get a little bit better to match that stuff. We'll see what we can do.
I'll assure you that the price on the vault toilet will stay the same.
36,000.
Is there a time locked in for a period of time?
It'll be pretty much the same. I mean, everything's going up, but we'll see. It shouldn't be much.
Your delivery fee will go up, but that's probably it.
Yeah. Yeah. You might come back down.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjust that then, or?
I'll make a motion that we drop the toilet and also the awning on this grant and fund the rest of it.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion, a second to fund subtracting the awning and the bathroom from the budget.
Could you, when you make a motion, could you state your name and then whoever seconds it also state their name for the record?
I'll do that.
Okay.
So a motion from Scott to fund it, subtracting the bathroom and the awning, and seconded by Brody. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I'll vote aye as well on that one.
So this would decrease it down to 307,564 by removing line items 9 and 10.
So just a question on that one. If by chance they do hire a contractor and are able to source materials cheaper than the original quote, can they still get the bathroom if there's enough contingency left in their budget?
Generally, likely no, because it's been taken out of their budget. So just when I review these things, I look line by line item because you guys generally are specific to line items. So if they were to come to us and requesting funding for that restroom to be reimbursed, we would say it's not on your budget.
Well, what if there's money left over? Can that be applied to a toilet where it's part of the original application?
I would recommend potentially just having it as a line item that's just blank, that just says vault toilet. Because then in that case, you could still say it's on the budget. Otherwise, it would require a modification, and it's doable. It's just, it can be time consuming.
Because there's a chance, this is the first time that basically anybody's done this. And so we just bid it out as if the contractor's gonna secure all the rock on it. And I'm pretty sure I can go and probably get a good majority of the rock and the telephone poles and the posts donated. That we may be able to save actually quite a bit of money. If we can do that and apply it to the inner bathroom, then that would be.
So if we just leave that as a blank line item, and then that could be a further discussion if it's available.
Or would it be easier if we made a motion that like any additional funds that they have could be used towards restroom and or awning?
Or just reduce the amount down to that 300.
Yeah, don't take that out and we're just reducing. That's probably an easier.
Sorry, I hung out with too many attorneys, I think is really what it comes down to, but rather than setting precedent where we're just kind of opening this up and making it so line items don't mean anything anymore or anything like that, how about we just do it, with the bathroom and the pavilion out, and then you come back with a grant and we're pretty expedient with the grant, and then that way it doesn't get muddy.
And anything with the gravel and poles or whatever could come towards the match.
Can we use that towards the next match?
Yeah, but if they put
Yeah, I
in
was
a
gonna
three-
say.
No, I would, because it would different grant, and then it would be also, if it takes place before a contract is in place, we can't even count that towards it. And again, I think that would be really muddying even more of the waters if we tried to do that.
More rocks, yeah.
We could do a
Instead
mod.
of deobligating the money if we come in under budget, would you entertain a modification
Yeah.
request?
Yeah, we could
I mean, that would
definitely,
be, it's time consuming, but I think less so than entirely new grant application.
yeah.
But if we don't have funds, I mean, if you're only 13,000 in budget, right, we just put a new application, but if it comes in.
Yeah.
In a way that we could support that.
It's definitely doable, yeah. So if it does come in under budget, you can always come to us. Just make sure that you ask permission first, and we get something in place before you just make purchases.
Because to his point, I think that budget wise, I don't mean anything for you and I, Rachel, we've gone through about 6 closeout packets in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And I'm just seeing that as a nightmare as well.
Yeah.
How we would do
I'm like,
that.
we could put it there, but then how do we remember what that means? So, yeah, I think that's probably gonna be the easiest, is just removing those line items. And then if there is leftover funding, they can always come to us. We can do a modification. It's technically already in your scope, so that wouldn't need to change anything. It would just be a budgetary modification.
That sounds like a good direction.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. And thank you, Uintah County, for coming.
Thank you.
Okay,
We need to make a motion on the amount to approve, or
that was just made. So that was just subtracting the bathroom and the pavilion.
I guess I probably shouldn't have voted on that one, sorry.
So we have one vote that
Yeah.
abstained, but it's still unanimous, so.
You voted to reduce his own grant?
You keep that.
I didn't see that too.
Okay. Excellent. Now, in the past, we have done block approvals before. Just want to get some input on this, if we want to do that again, where we approve a certain percentage up, so that we don't have to spend as much time talking about ones that are obvious yeses. So is that something that you guys want to entertain, or do you feel like we need to go through these in more depth?
where we usually do that breakdown? Is it 90%, 95%?
It could be anywhere. And it could be for individual groups too, so it could be for trail work, or it could be for all of them across the board.
Perhaps we haven't had this money issue.
Well, it does look like on the trail work up to 90%. Like, that would be kind of a good mark to maybe just block approve.
I agree, 90%.
I mean,
And then
one
we
of those is Uintah counties that we already have approved, but that's kind of,
Right at the 90.
yeah, it is. So I'll make that motion. Let's block approve trail work group. Everything that's in that 90% group,
90% and up.
excluding the Uintah County one.
Excluding Uintah County, so everything above 90%.
Yes,
But we've already voted on you.
yeah, that's why I'm excluding it.
Well,
because
we
already
didn't
voted.
vote to approve it, we just voted to change it.
Oh, well then,
Okay.
yes, let's take everything 90 and above
90% and up
to approve.
made by,
Nicole.
Right there.
Nicole. Cheryl?
I was just gonna ask though, are there any that people did suggest that are in that 90% to fund at a different level? Because if we're trying to look for funding reductions that people saw, I just don't know if there are any that fit in that. That one.
There is one.
Yeah.
Two.
Parker Mountain and Robert's.
Okay, well, before we get to that, Cheryl, thank you for your question, but I just do want to note that Sheriff Curtis did
I did second it.
second the motion, so now we can discuss. So let's look at those applications that were suggested at different funding rates, and we can review those.
Again, they might not make a big difference, but if we're trying to look for some opportunities for saving, it might make sense to look at them.
Number 5, yeah, okay. Paiute Trail Committee, the Parker Mountain Trail data collection. What was your comment on that, Cheryl?
So my comment on this is it's for both trail counters and trail cameras. And so I guess this one was more for me on a curiosity standpoint about how the council feels about trail cameras accompanying trail counters.
Can I jump in on that question? Because I was at the Paiute Trail meeting. So what the camera does is it quantifies the data. It tells, they use the camera in with the counter, and then they can say, okay, 10% was ATV, 15% was UTV, 5% was motorcycle. Because without a camera going in conjunction with the trail camera, all you know is there was a machine that hit it. And that's what they're looking at, because Paiute is one of our leaders of 50-inch trails, and they want to be able to say, hey, we've got X amount of 50-inch users. So that's why that is.
Got it. That makes sense for sure. And if the council's good with it, that's fine. It just, it was new. I don't think we've approved trail cameras before.
Yeah, it's not a law enforcement function at all.
Okay, that was my concern, because I know that part of the whole deal with the bigger license plates and everything like that is for enforcement. And so these trail cameras, I mean, how do we know how the data is gonna be used and how the images are gonna be used?
I think you could make that recommendation that they're not to be used for law enforcement.
That's
Data only.
That's gotta be a deletion date. After it's been used, then it has to be deleted.
Who's got their hand up?
Nicole.
Nicole Hannah.
Oh, Nicole, go ahead.
Hey, thanks you guys. Is this on public property, this one? Because with the trail cameras, remember they're prohibited for 6 months out of the year, regardless of their purpose. If it's on public land, or unless we fall under another one of the legal exceptions. So we may want to look into that, what that kind of means for that program.
Government entities had an exception.
I thought so too. I was gonna look it up. Maybe Nicole.
Research
that a little
they'll
bit.
be used during high season times, right?
Well, and I think as long as it's marked like, this is the counties, this is the sheriff's office, whoever it is gonna
Right,
be.
it's
As long as
intended
it's
wildlife
marked.
management and not give people some sort of an unfair advantage versus.
Yeah.
So I have the law that you guys are talking about is 23A-5-307 about use of a computer or other device to remotely hunt wildlife. But this was the one with the trail cameras where there were a whole bunch of issues on this. So I think if there's a list of things that would mean that you are allowed to use the cameras. So I was just suggesting that maybe we should make sure that those fall in those categories so we aren't accidentally breaking the law.
Sounds like a job for Nicole Hannah.
Yeah, that's just what I was gonna say. I mean, our function is to say whether.
Understood, Jason.
I think we should just leave that to the Forest Service to decide that. If it fits law, then they can pull it out. If it doesn't, they can still be used for several months out of the year and still be effective.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that would be a criteria for approving it or not. I think that's a good point.
Okay. So that sounds like something that would be not handled by this committee, just handled administrative. Okay. And
And
then
it
your
does
second,
sound like keep, but with the information that it won't be used for law enforcement purposes. I think is a good addition.
I will make a motion that these cameras, it's understood that the cameras are not for law enforcement.
We can write that into the contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can make sure that's a part of the contract. They can't be used for law enforcement purposes.
Yep.
okay, we have a motion by Eric.
This is Brody, I second.
Brody seconds it. All those in favor on this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Cheryl, you had the next application as well. You had funded a different amount. The Fish Lake Trail Maintenance and Robbers Roost Trail Committee.
Yeah, so I actually talked to the individual that's the primary grant manager for this. They're asking for $5,000 for mapping. What it sounds like they're wanting to do is what this council has said, we're not interested in funding for mapping. They're wanting to like make their own maps, their own GIS layers, but the federal agencies already have that available. And I'm sure that those agencies would prefer to actually use the official data than a bunch of, randomly mapped stuff. So I just know this is another one that's come up a lot in the past that the council has not been a fan of funding, and there is $5,000 for that in this application.
Cheryl, I have a question. Is Eric? Hey,
Yep.
When you were discussing with them, did it sound like that removing that $5,000 would kill the project?
No, she was like, oh yeah, if that's available, then we should get that. And I was like, it is available. So work with your local partners to obtain that information.
Okay.
I make a motion that we reduce it by $5,000, take out the mapping.
I will second that. Eric.
Okay, for application 6, we have a motion from Brody to reduce the funding by $5,000, seconded by Eric. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Any other adjustments on those first few applications? I guess this is the 90. Okay, going back to our original motion from Brody. No, from Nicole. To fund everything 90% and above as we just approved, I guess, or as adjusted. Let's do a roll call vote on this one. Do you have that put up? Whoever is in charge, roll call for
Yeah.
moving.
So, no, Jorge, if you go to just the overview for input scores, it should have the list of the people at the top.
I have it up, I can do it.
Okay, would you like to?
But we already approved that one.
So this is the roll call vote to approve these 90 and above with the one modification. So Sheriff Curtis.
Aye.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
No, there's no Brown. No.
Brett Davis.
oh, you see it on stuff.
Yeah, he's there. I see him.
He's trying to get his.
No, I'm trying to. I'm sorry, I've had a lot of stuff going on here. Which one is this?
This is all of the trail work grants above 90% and up.
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ.
Yes.
Okay, is that everybody?
But that would leave out, the adjustment we made for you guys.
Yes. Okay, let's go on. We got, so that was applications 1 through 9 on the trail work. Continuing down, application 10, we've got the Fremont and Bayou Trail System Connector Trail. We had a couple funded different amounts on this one. We have Dave and Nicole. What was your feedback on that one? And
For me, it was just a really low match, but I've had some conversations since I ranked, and so I think I'm more comfortable, after they presented and some of that. I mean, Paiute is quite a small area that just doesn't have a whole lot of income, so I think I'm more comfortable with funding it as is now after a few conversations.
Okay. Yeah, and I had said the same thing for the private property issue. They resolved that today for me, so I would say you can still fund it at the full amount.
Yeah, I would support that.
That's resolved.
Okay. Any other questions or discussions on this one?
That's number 10.
Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one. Again, let's do a roll call.
I'll just kind of keep shifting it one forward, so Russ isn't always going last. Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Okay.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Chris.
Yes.
What if I like going last, though?
Don't worry, if you
You'll get
want,
another check.
yeah, we can always come back to you as well.
Okay. So that one's approved. Let's go on to number 11, the Sand Ledges Trailhead, Restroom and Parking Lot. This one we had Sheriff Curtis, Kirk, and Russ on. Any concerns with this one? It scored a little bit lower, but
I will say this is a heavily used trailhead, heavily used. That's why I was like, yes, yes, yes.
okay.
There's always an ATV, there's always during the winter, there's a snowmobile, there's always something parked there with trailers ready to go. So I think it makes sense.
I didn't think we got that one, but I was just curious, are they using a CTX, a CXT bathroom?
I have zero clue, I don't remember what
How
it
much
said.
is the bathroom?
Goes around, comes around.
Well, I don't know, because they could save 30 to 40,000 on the bathroom.
What's the grant project say on it?
It's $50,000 for a restroom facility.
50,000?
I
Yeah.
can speak if you want.
Yeah.
I can tell you what we did if you want.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was just curious.
So we reached out to Brian Carter with the Forest Service and he gave a suggestion of a company. And they were about 40,000 for a single vault toilet. So we definitely priced it out and had some that were coming in much more. We feel like a single will do it and had a little wiggle room just because you never know what pricing, right?
For that same 40,000, you get a double.
Okay.
If
We're definitely open to
Just-
suggestions of
just
better ones.
Knowing.
We just went off of whatever the Forest Service suggested that they're putting out, so we're willing to do different. If we can save the money, we will. I'll reach out to you, Mike, and find out that brand.
Yep. Okay, any other discussion on this one?
Cheryl raised her hand.
Oh, Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, make sure with that quote that it includes delivery, because we're definitely seeing some changes in those costs. So I don't think 50,000 is out of the range.
Yeah, it was with delivery and installment.
That's awesome.
Okay, cool, let's go ahead and vote on this one.
And can I do a quick clarification? Who made the motion and seconded the last motion?
Which was,
That was funding for yeah, Fremont Bayou Trail Connector.
oh, that one wasn't a motion. that was
Yeah,
just
there's no
voting on it.
motion.
We just voted.
We just vote.
We don't need a motion.
And then for our clarification, we're just gonna kind of go, just roll with votes, and then we can make like a
Yeah,
master
if-
motion
if
and like move
there's-
forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. So I'll start on line, Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff,
Yes.
Nicole.
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thanks, guys. The next one on the list is number 12. This is application 5465 at San Juan County. Dave, Russ, and Cheryl reviewed this one. White Canyon Trail System.
Seemed pretty straightforward. It's a pretty small ask for maintaining the trails in San Juan County. More trail marking than it is trail maintenance.
Yeah.
Trail maintenance.
Kind of bringing the trail up to proper identification levels. So it's a good area. It could use the help, for sure.
I believe they applied last round and we didn't award them because they didn't have a letter of support.
Yeah.
So good to see them back in this round.
Is that
With a
Cheryl?
letter of support.
Yep.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Except for they don't have letters of support from some of the agencies. They've got email trains and I'm like email threads, which I'm not sure would count as a actual support letter, but I guess that is something for the council and the state to consider, but they are missing letters of support. And then I do think it's good to look over their budget, just because there's some stuff I'm not 100% sure on.
And the local BLM does support this project. They didn't write them a letter of support because of some of the issues they've had in the past. They didn't realize they could actually write them a letter. That's why you get the email chain versus a letter of support, which will be resolved in the future.
I appreciate that you answered. So I wondered if
Yeah.
if the federal agencies were in a place where they could. I see that some offices are and aren't, so I'm glad you addressed that.
It's kind of a manager preference versus an agency preference.
I mean,
Yeah.
we see that in the state too. The agency I worked at previously, it was kind of hit and miss. So,
So it
yeah.
should, in the future, it'll probably, in that area, it'll probably be a letter of acknowledgement rather than a letter of support. Just showing that, yes, we acknowledge they're doing work on BLM and they're gonna work on these trails.
Is that gonna be detrimental on trail work going forward? Because we've had that requirement, right? That's
We have letters of support or acknowledgement
Yeah.
for that exact reason.
okay.
and I would say acknowledgement is kind of support, like, yeah,
Yeah.
you may not be saying support, but if you're like, yeah, we'll go with it. that is-
Absolutely not.
Right?
We have that problem in our office. They won't write a letter of support, but they will. Kind of, yeah, we know you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, exactly.
So wink, wink.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? Cheryl, you said you wanted to look at the budget on this one and had questions on it?
I think it would be good. I'm trying to think just things like reimbursing. Trying to remember which one stood out to me. Because I know we reimburse things like truck use. I don't know, if everything looks good on there, I just felt like there was a lot of stuff on here. Want to make sure it all looked good. Oh, like the meals. I can't remember if they're paying for that though.
Yeah, we wouldn't, yeah,
Okay.
it's a match. We wouldn't pay for that.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe that's where some of the confusion was.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Okay.
supposed to, like,
Okay,
We just don't
let's
wanna
go
get
ahead
into
and
that
vote on
area.
this one then.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff,
Yes.
Nicole,
yes.
and Brett.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, everybody. Let's go on to number 13. This is application 5472, Warner and Malone Valley OHV Trail Cleanup Project. Scott, Dave, and Kirk were on this one.
Comment?
Yeah.
You know what I found over the years of reviewing these grant applications, generally speaking, the more amount of money they ask for the grant application, the more volunteers that are involved in the project. The more money that there is in them, it seems to me there's less volunteers involved, but all these small ones, you look at them, they're clubs that are applying for money and they're enlisting volunteers. They're all these small ones have got volunteers involved in them. This one's got volunteers in them, and so I like the idea, as a society, we're getting away from volunteerism, and we need to, it's important. Most of my life, that's all I did was volunteer to do things. Very seldom did I get reimbursed for anything I did. And so I like projects that enlist volunteers. And really, they're not asking for very much money.
It's a small amount. It's not necessarily directly trail related, but Warner Valley does get a lot of trash in it from
Yes.
other users, not necessarily the OHV community. It's more of the locals that go out and burn and shoot stuff. But it is in the areas that you park and stage in.
The most expensive part of it was the containers to haul the garbage off with it, so.
It's needed. It's trash.
Kirk, you had a question about the 9,900 for the trailer?
Yeah. I didn't know that I know that we funded trailers in the past, but there's been some guidance about not paying for trailers. I mean, how will it be used after this? I'd assume it would be continuing to use for the same purpose.
Yeah, we have, let me pull up the eligible costs real quickly, because we do have a certain dollar amount that we will pay nonprofits to purchase trailers. So, yeah, we have it up to $15,000 for nonprofits to purchase trailers. Again,
Okay.
it's up to the advisory council to decide and deem whether they think it's appropriate, and if that, have continued use for its intended purpose.
Well, what was the purpose that was described in the application for the trailer?
Can't remember. Kirk, do you remember?
It didn't really list the purpose in there. There was a lot of information about picking up trash. I mean, I would assume the assumption is to haul the trash, but
I think the dumpster trash though. But they got
Right.
hauled to the too, don't they? There's two dumpsters that they're gonna be paying for. One at one end, one at the other end.
I wonder if it's like storage bins, the magnetic nail rollers, like work gloves, those kind of things.
Yes, I talked to the applicant on this one, he reached out to me, and that's what it's for, is they just need a place to keep all their gear and stuff stored.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting like a canopy and stuff.
So this is an ongoing, this is to buy tools so they can
for
do it.
continued volunteerism. Yeah.
And signs.
Okay. Any other discussion on this one or any other substitute motions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Brett?
Brett?
Yes.
Yes, the space bar didn't work this time, I guess.
Thanks, Brett. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next one. This is application 5413, number 14 on our list. Improve safety wayfinding signage at Cricket Mountain OHV trail system. This one, Nicole, Eric, and Russ reviewed this one. Any comments, any questions?
Look at their pictures, the sign sure did look rough. I don't know how much use this area gets, but it's gotta be a place that needs it. Also wonder how many are just trails and how much is actual roads, everything else out there, but more signage, better wayfinding. This is the one that, I looked through their budget pretty close because I was a little concerned about, the new partnership. But it looked okay, the budget looked okay. So it looks like we should probably fund this one.
It's all on roads. Those are, they're all county PRD roads.
And maybe I was confused by the grant, but so I guess I had some concerns because I felt like it was addressing hiking trails, but maybe I just misunderstood the grant.
It looked like it was just road signs, a lot of it's road signs.
Is there, maybe Nicole, you can help answer this, because we've had issues with grants in the past on B roads. If it's signs on B roads, is that a problem?
And that's for Nicole Hannah.
Is she still on?
She is, but she's muted.
I am, I'm here. I'm sorry. I thought it was the other Nicole that you were talking to.
Talking to you.
Okay, how can I help?
So we've got an application that, in the past, we've said projects on B roads are not eligible. This project has signs that could be on county B roads, but it's not improving the road itself. It's just wayfinding. Is there any issue with that?
It's not including the road itself?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I can check with the Plipco people because they're always the best about the land use stuff with the roads because the RS-277 litigation, but I don't think there would be.
Okay.
I mean, if it's not for something that you guys have expressly not allowed in the past, if you can make a distinction between that, then I think that would definitely be okay.
Maintenance, signage, yes, maintenance, no, because we had that issue in Washington County where this came up.
Right.
And,
As long as they're
we drew the line there.
part of the trail.
As long as we are
Right.
signing it, we're fine. It's when we maintain that county trail, that's when we cross the line. Into that other area. Yes, on the state.
The grant's just asking for the signage.
Okay. Okay, and Nicole, did you get us an answer on those 500 pages? We're good?
Yeah, we're totally good. I had them for lunch. No, I'll have them really soon for you though, genuinely.
Okay. Do we need to have a in case on that one, or should we just vote on it?
Oh, I was just gonna say, did we need to chat about anything on the budget? I know that Scott brought up with this Foundation for Public Lands about it does look like there is admin cost associated. It looks like it'll be a $5,000 admin on it.
Really?
So we do pay admin occasionally, but
Was it this one? Because I'm seeing like project management support and
I'm looking at, that one's the Cricket Mountains.
yeah.
Sorry. It's
Are
the
we-
very last line item on it.
Oh,
It's 5,000. It says trail development site visit and admin. So I don't know how much of that 5,000 is admin, but there is admin costs associated with it.
well, aren't we still on Cricket Mountain right now?
Oh, are we? Oh my God, I'm reading the wrong one.
Oh, I went to that.
I know, I was like,
I'm
wait,
sorry,
where is
I'm the problem here.
Um, and then as for admin, we do pay for admin.
Okay.
Like, there's no reason why we wouldn't pay for admin. It's just, yeah, it's, again, it's up to availability of funding and what the council deems acceptable in the terms of admin.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
What number are we on? Which application number?
This is
14. Well, I got way ahead. I was on 17.
All right, any other discussion on this one? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason.
Yes. All right, let's move on to number 15 on the list. Additional funding for OHV lighting at the Jordan River OHV State Park. Scott, Russ, and myself, we all looked at this. Scott, I know you had some suggestions on here. Take it away.
I'm unhappy they're coming after more money. I thought everything was taken care of on the project. I understand the state coming in and wanting more money, but not that much more for, they're watching the project. I have heartburn on that. And so the one thing I thought is let's drop the motorcycle out of there right now and maybe let's go after it at a future date and just, but we got to finish this project. This is a good project. It'll help enhance that park a whole bunch, but I'm still unhappy. Just because we spent a lot of money at Jordan River, a lot. And I hope that they don't come back and ask for some more money soon, because I probably will say no.
Okay. Russ, any thoughts?
I was a little surprised to see that that's kind of the situation that it had played into. But it seems like more than I'd want to fund, but it's probably worth, like Scott saying, worth finishing off, right? So I don't know the background of it enough to really
Sure.
speak too strongly
Yeah.
to.
And they came, was it last year or last cycle? They came to get the lighting
I think it
project.
was last
500,000.
cycle. Yeah, it was 500,000.
2.4 altogether. Last 3 years.
Yeah, it was a year ago, so it was last spring that they came to us for that 500,000.
Right.
And they've only spent 26,000 of it.
They're waiting for some more engineering to get done, and that's part of this increase. Is Randall did not understand the process that the state has in going through the engineering, so that's why this is being increased now. And if this does not get funded, this engineering portion, none of the rest of it will go forward.
Is that Brett that's got his hand raised?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brett.
So kind of going back to what someone else was saying, it's a big project. Is this a phased approach where there's only so much they want to do at a time, or is it just getting darker and darker out there and they need more lights? I mean, help me understand.
They want to do things at night. That would enhance that park a bunch. Right now, they rent out generators. It's costing quite a bit of money to do that for activities. They put this lighting in. This will enhance the park immensely. Just think if they had softball with no lights at it, they would probably have a hard time doing that at night. And there's a park right next to them that has several fields that is lighted at night. This would enhance it. They could do it cooler in the evenings and have racing and other activities of riding at night. So if it wasn't this, I would say no. But we're right in the middle of doing this project, and this is a good project to get done. It's just costing more than I wanted to spend on it. But I can't see stopping it right in the middle of the project with it being funded 2/3.
Is it reasonable on this to do a reduced amount, or is this just what it is to get it done?
it'll kill it. If this is not funded at this level, the engineering will not be done.
Wade, do you know what, if anything, they have done to address potential neighbors and the noise at doing night events? You got that trailer park, a big crowded trailer park just to the north of them.
I've asked Randall that because when I went out there and visited it, it seems like things are moving in, things are encroaching in, and that was a worry about it too. We're gonna put all this money in. He feels pretty confident that they're pretty safe for a few years there with it, but that is a concern as houses are moving in. In fact, where the soccer field is, that used to be just a blank field and you could go out there and play and ride. And now there's all these soccer fields. That's a question I had looked into, and the best I can tell you on that is so far so good, but who knows what the future is.
It's only a quarter mile away from that Point Express RV park, and it's always full of trailers. I just didn't know if you had visited with them or.
It seems like we've asked it several times as well. It's always been a concern. I hate to ask this, but have they had are they a candidate for RTP? Have they had a NEPA done on that part?
They would still go through the NEPA process.
What?
For RTP, they would still go through the NEPA process on state lands.
Well, I was just wondering, have they already done it?
Not recently.
Not for this purpose. It would be pretty slick and easy, but.
Oh, real quickly, Cheryl, can you hear us? Okay, okay, never mind. Yeah, sounds like it.
So there's a suggestion, or I guess is there a motion? We talked about funding less the additional motorcycle.
I will propose that we drop the motorcycle from this grant application.
Motorcycle and gear.
And gear, yes.
And gear.
Okay, there's a motion to change the suggested amount to not include the motorcycle and gear on this application. Motion made by Scott. Is there a second?
This is Brody, I second.
Brody seconds. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well. That's unanimous. Okay, let's go ahead and vote for it as changed.
Which would be 175,829.
Oh, you got that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I got it.
Awesome. Okay, I believe we're on Eric.
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to number 16, Fillmore Forest Trail Repair and Enhancement from the Sandrock Ridge Riders ATV Club. Dave, Brett, and Cheryl reviewed this one. Any comments, concerns?
I thought the project was solid, I just couldn't figure out how they were gonna execute it, if it was through a contract, if it was the club doing the work. I was really confused, because they had motel stay, and we funded a trail dozer for Miller County, I think last round. I wasn't sure where they were renting equipment, if that was there to do work.
So Rachel, jump in, but Miller County pulled the application for
I
the
believe
filter.
so.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
let me
decided
pull
not
it
to
up.
pursue it, so.
And I think we've gone like back and forth on it, but yeah, I believe it was them. I would also really like to state that this applicant, you know how they purchase land? I believe that through the land acquisition portion of this grant, we've still been working with them on trying to figure out who's going to have ownership of that land. And hasn't been any resolution to this date on that. So we've kind of just been back and forth. And since that land purchase, we haven't been able to work it out with either the county, the city, or the nonprofit to figure out that land. So I would just like to state that with this applicant.
So they purchased the land yet?
They've purchased it, yes.
So whose name is it under now?
Right now, I believe it is under the nonprofit, but generally when it comes to conservation easements, and I know you kind of worked with this on this, Patrick, you have more knowledge of it, but we want it to be under either county or the city.
Yeah, it was discussed at a commission meeting, and I don't think the commissioners just had enough information, so, yeah, we're working with the applicant, the commission, potentially Fillmore could take it, but, I think Millard is our preference, is the county. But yeah, we're still working through it.
Cheryl or Brett, did you have any other comments on this one?
I mean, I like seeing these, you know, trail repair and the volunteer efforts. You know, I wasn't jazzed about it, but I wasn't against it. I thought the funding was pretty high. I don't remember. I don't have in front of me my criticisms of it.
Yeah, I think the concerns was it felt like a big funding ask for a very small mileage, and that could be okay, but they weren't really clear on what they were getting done. I would have liked more details because, again, that's pretty expensive, but if they're going in and doing really heavy, very meaningful work, then that might make sense. I just couldn't put that together with the information they provided in their application.
Yeah, that was my biggest, application was really unclear.
Yeah, thank you for pulling that up.
Yeah, and it's a weird one on our end trying to track this because technically, like the nonprofit, the president of it, he's working through his own company, so it's really kind of convoluted and in our eyes not super kosher.
Who wrote the?
So this is with
Sandrock Ridge Riders?
Yes.
Or-
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this was the one that he had the conflict of interest letter that he was like, we'll make sure it's less expensive than we would get from other places. And I was curious how you guys would track that. I thought that was kind of interesting.
It's just
It seems
interesting.
like you're paying yourself.
I mean, this
I
is
don't know.
one, like, coming out of this, yeah, we are trying to pay a little bit more attention for like formal conflicts of interests, like when the applicant is paying themselves, you know, their private company for it. You know, we worked with it, he supplied the invoices, you know, and gave us some quotes from like other areas and things, so it felt like he fulfilled, you know, what we were asking him, which is like, please just show us that, you know, this was a fair price for everything. But, you know, it's definitely helping us this inform policy going forward, just, you know, catching these things at this point, you know, as opposed to the reimbursement point, so.
So just to be clear, the program's comfortable with this?
I mean, I haven't looked at this one closely, like, we do have a conflict of interest on here, I guess, is it up now?
Yes.
I think this is where I get the lucky part of saying, like, y'all are the council here, you make this decision. So, are you comfortable with that, of conflict?
So hearing the history, I am somewhat concerned if we fund it, they haven't come through on the other, it's still causing some issues. Are they gonna follow through?
So they've finished out their other, like we had some issues with, pretty much like they wanted us to pay for equipment that they broke, even though they were already paying for the rental of the equipment. So we stated that we wouldn't do that. So that was one issue that we had with them. And then another one is it's just kind of difficult for us to, you know, it's kind of like, where do we draw the line? It's a little wishy-washy when you look at, you know, they have the invoice from Nixon Brothers, and then to show proof of payment, they just show that it's deposited into their account. So whenever they ask for upfront funding, so it's just kind of, I don't know. I've heard things from people that are outside of, it's a lot of he said, she said about this organization as well.
Is there a letter of support from the county at all?
Great question.
And, I mean, to me, it might be better with the county come in and.
I think that they
Was the
do
county
great
willing
work.
If the county was willing to be the ones to manage it, make sure it went through.
I-
It's just concern.
And I can say,
Well, and keep in mind, they're saying they're gonna do work on 25 miles of trail. So again, without a really clear description of what that work is, that's very few miles for that much money.
Yeah, they have something from Fillmore, the Forest Service, and the Pipe Trip maybe.
But in working with this applicant with David, you know, because I initially did flag this when I saw some of this reimbursement stuff come through, and it's just like, wait, this, you know, this seems like a potential conflict. David, he's been nothing but polite. He's been very receptive. Anything I've asked, he's been happy to give the information, you know, so I think he wants to be a fair partner. It's just, you know, this is kind of a perceived conflict. And, you know, I think we could put in some additional, like invoicing requests, you know, as part of it, you know, much like on the state, when we do our procurement, we're getting multiple quotes. Those things I'd asked for him previously, he supplied those with his last one, so.
So just kind of one of the ways I'm thinking about it, if they were hiring another company, you know, it's basically $95,000 of this $107,000 is to hire a contractor to go out and do some work on these roads, right? To me, I love the trail, you know, it's trail maintenance and that needs to be done, but is that, you know, that doesn't seem like volunteer hours. It doesn't seem like a club really getting out there and doing it. It's like, oh, we're using state funds to help, you know, a local trail, which is great. But it's like, why isn't the county just hiring the contractor? Or, I don't know. Yeah, and if we didn't, so to separate it though, if it wasn't this guy's company and they were saying that we're going to hire ABC contractors to do it, would people be more on board with this or not?
Or if he recruited a contractor and they were willing to donate a portion as in-kind and count that, if, you know, they don't have anything on their in-kind other than just, you know, this Van Rock Drivers ATV Club.
What was
portion.
was this the one that had the $9,500 of trailering or hauling it around? I was like, goodness gracious. Maybe it wasn't this one. No, it wasn't this one.
It's $85,000 in equipment rent and equipment operator wages.
Okay, it's 85 for the contractor basically.
Right. And so, yeah, if there was an invoice that said, yeah, here's how much we would charge for this, it's $100,000. So 15,000 of that becomes an in-kind count, and then 85,000 of it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable with that approach, but not that this is wrong. I just think it's.
And to that point, like we can always, so like generally if people get a discount on things, I saw that there was comments in here. Generally, if someone gets a discount, we still count that towards their project expenses. We just count it towards a donation. So as like a form of in-kind. So there's no actual monetary value, but it does show that it's could have been an expense that.
There's nothing that shows what that 85,000 is. Is that fair market value basically for those services and that rental? I would want to see something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It'd be really nice to be able to see almost like here's, yeah, but again, I think you'd have to have way more specific items for any contractors to actually bid what their costs would be for this project. I don't think you could just say 25 miles of maintenance in order to be able to actually understand if this is a good deal or not. I think you'd need better intel to get other quotes, basically.
And I'm looking at the budget and help me understand, it says continued trail assessment with UDOT. Is this trail along like a highway? Like why are we doing trail assessment with UDOT?
I think you're on the wrong.
Okay.
What are you?
Oh my God.
I'm looking at yours, I'm not seeing that.
We need to go get another one of those Diet Cokes. Oh, I am sorry, guys.
Let's go ahead and vote on this one and just understanding that, you know, some of these, again, back to the earlier discussion, we don't have funding for everything right now, and if there's something that needs refinement to come back here, then that's okay. So
what if we just ask them to come back at the next cycle?
yeah, you don't have to vote on it. If somebody makes a motion to say table this and have them come back, that's not.
I think if you did that, they would miss their maintenance window. Like they'd want to start this summer, working through the summer.
If the leaving us on next year, so.
Yeah, that's funny.
For this one, just because this one is pretty unique, we don't have a lot of applicants who are kind of, using their own company to perform the project. Just for us in policy sense, like, do we want to flag these and just ask for more specific budgets so we can get more specific invoices, like just similar to a procurement process? Is that?
Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Nicole, did you have something to say?
Yeah, if you guys, so I've been trying to take notes about the little provisions, the different provisions that you guys want in these specific grant agreements, but it would be helpful if we could flag this one so that we can put those other provisions in that you guys are talking about.
Yeah, and I know India's also making notes as well for like contract stuff and any modifications.
Yeah, technically, because I just redid the contract yesterday. Technically, it's all in there. It's just a question of working with the person to try to figure out comparables in this case, because it's his own company. So that's the biggest issue.
We just pass this one until the end, since there's obviously questions, everybody doesn't give people warm fuzzies. So.
It's the ambiguity of what they're gonna do, I think, is what has us all nervous. I mean, the reviewers said fund it. It's a good idea and a good project, and it puts it right on the trail, but there's enough vagueness in there. Are we really gonna get what we're supposed to be getting?
Let's just vote on it, if that's okay, and then I'll let that decide and move on.
Okay, Kirk?
No.
Mike?
No.
Russ?
No.
Sheriff Curtis?
No.
Nicole?
No.
Brett?
No.
Brody?
No.
Jason?
No.
Scott?
Can it be different? Yes.
And-
I don't know, it sounds complicated, I didn't get the whole thing, so I probably ought to say no, I'm sorry, but,
Just say yes.
I like to.
Does that have an or yes?
Yeah, I know.
Man. I have you down as a no, Scott. Is that?
You had some entertainment. You guys are getting way too serious about all these.
Scott, accusing us of
Okay, everybody,
Scott says no.
is that everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
I think if whoever goes talks to them, tell them just come back next cycle and be more specific about what they're gonna do.
And they'll be on the big ride, so Wade and I can definitely, and probably Brody and Mike, we can all sit down and chat with them.
Well, and I think in a normal year, when we would have more money, it'd probably be, but this time when we got so many good applicants, it's like.
Yeah, when there's uncertainty, it's better to let them flush it out.
Yes. So just on that real quick, this is a normal year now. So we got an increase from the legislature. So
Yep.
annually, we have $5 million. We don't have a surplus anymore like we've had for the last two. Those were not normal, they were higher. So now this is about what we're going to have per cycle, right?
6 million, yeah.
That's 6 million total.
Mhm.
So 3 million per.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to application number 17. This is the Moab OHV Destinations, Dutcher Tunnel, Uranium Arch, Bartlett Alcove, from Foundation of America's Public Lands. Dave, Nicole, and myself.
I'm just gonna double check here that I'm on the right application this time before I start talking.
This one does have the administrative on it.
Hold my hand for this.
Find something funny in the budget.
Let's see.
While you're pulling it up,
This
I
is the right-
did talk to Moab representative for BLM as well as Foundation of American Public Lands. I did ask questions about NEPA. I was concerned they were expanding and putting a parking lot in. I wanted to make sure that they had EA in place to do that. They said that that was taken care of. So they've got room to be able to do that. It's one of the most popular stops at Deep Safari, and right now there is no parking there at the Tusher Tunnel. Looked like a really good project. My only question was about things that went back and forth in the emails and what Dave brought up today. So I feel good about it. I think it'll be a really good on-the-ground improvement to help the OHV community.
And just again, like if there is any, with Nicole's findings, we can always do things administratively on our back end. And we can always put in contingent applications that we could award in these two applications place, should we be unable to fund them. Yeah, if they're ineligible, we could always have contingent applications that will take their place. So.
Just so the council knows on this, I don't know if you've seen the news of the graffiti on the rock art.
Yeah.
This grant applies to that specific area. So
And they included
it's in the news right
pictures.
now.
Is this the Bartlett one?
Yeah, it's the one with the ball hall in it.
So I've said this before, now I think it does apply to this grant. So in their application, it says, through the Tusher Tunnel portion of this project, we will designate and extend an existing hiking trail at Tusher Tunnel by 655 feet. So I do have some concerns that they're working on hiking trails with this one.
There is a little bit of hiking trail. It's where you park and then you hike out to the destination that you came to in your Jeep. So it is connected.
Yeah, and I asked about that too, and they said it's primarily for the motorized users, just to get from the parking lot to the overlook. Yeah.
And I will reiterate that as a program and a recreationist in that area, it's predominantly vehicles that go to that location. There is no bike trail on roads. But it's really beautiful. You walk out that way and you don't know which way to go. And so it would expand opportunity for motorized recreationists to explore that area from their vehicle.
And then this is also the one that had admin fees. So it says trail development, site visit, and admin, which I know that we can do admin. I just wanted to flag that.
Okay. The admin fees reasonable for the rest of the project.
It's $5,000, so they're asking for, I mean, the total project's 59,000, they're asking for 42 from DOR from the grant, and 5,000 of that is admin fees.
And they do have a match on this from Polaris as well. So. Okay, any other questions or discussion on this one? Let's go ahead and vote for it.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Jokers,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yeah.
Eric,
Yes.
and Kirk.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go on to application number 18 or 5266. This is for the Salina Motocross track. Scott,
Did we skip one?
Sheriff Curtis.
We were on 17.
Scott and I need to sit together.
I've only did it once. You did it
Now we know
twice.
why he voted yes on one.
Okay.
So this one, and my big concern is the overall cost on the project, right? And it's only phase one of 4 phases. And we don't have a ton of money. So, and there's always lots of.
My biggest concern is the conversation we had here with the landowner who's standing there. The attorney, Nicole, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
There we go, okay. Let's say if we fund this, the landowner comes back and sues. Will we have liability from the state?
What would do you mean if the landowner sues because a third party comes like a,
Degradation of property, and we funded this project, would the state have any liability in this?
right? When you're talking about liability, though, what I'm trying to figure out is what kind of liability do you mean? Do you mean if like a person came onto the property and got injured, or if like the landowner himself got injured?
Landowner, let's say if we build a motocross track right next to a house, and the degradation of the property value goes down in value, and they sue Salina, could they also sue the state because we funded the project?
Usually not, because of the provisions that we have in our contracts and because of our general governmental immunity. But that being said, everybody sues the state all the time, and a lot of times we get added to things because we just have deep pockets, and they know we'll settle for attorney's fees. But I mean, anytime you guys are purchasing any kind of property, there is always the risk, as opposed to not ever having property in your control, that you're going to be liable for some kind of accident. But it would have to be something that was over and above. So not just negligence, but gross negligence. So like, if you guys did something on the property if you guys funded something and it was so badly done that the next door house collapsed, I guess potentially they could try to reach back through this grant funding, but I don't think that would ultimately be successful. But it's definitely, we would definitely get joined most likely to the lawsuit.
Okay, the question, okay, let me bring up something else. I went down there 2 weeks ago. I sat on the property with all four of them. And I say, see that house over there? I says, you have to figure out the deal with this house. I says, this will be a game changer. If you can't get an arrangement with this house and taking care of, and some, a release made on this house, I says, I can't vote for it. If you listen to this conversation we just had here a couple hours ago with the landowner, what was your thought? Was it taken care of yet?
Well, and that's my thoughts on it, is I would like to see that agreement finalized so that we know what we're purchasing, because it says like times, but they're blank, so we don't know what times people can ride, like maybe, or days. Maybe the landowner's like, I love Saturdays with my family, I don't want any noise. Well, that might change my mind if they can't ride on Saturday. So I'd like to see the agreement hammered out first.
Nicole, would you be willing, if the city attorney and the landowner's attorney came to an agreement, could you review that as a neutral third party to make sure it musters up?
Yeah, so we're not neutral because we're funding, because if we're funding, we can put the requirements that you guys think are material to your decision to fund. We can put those requirements in the contract. I think this is a conversation because remember, this is a public meeting and this is all open, and technically everything that I tell you guys is actually protected. So because this is dealing with something where we are talking about liability for on real property, there's a little bit more involved. I probably need to see more documents. But that all being said, it might be better to do this offline where there's a little bit more freedom to ask some more sensitive questions.
I would like to hear from the rest of the council.
My take on this, I spoke not just about property owner, but I spoke to the applicant at pretty good length, and I just, neighbor aside, I feel like the cost estimate for the track itself was not very well honed in. I don't know that they're gonna get what they want for how much they're asking for. Not only that, I did ask them to come prepared, understanding what maintenance would take. And they did present on that, and I was glad that they did. But again, I don't know if they've got a good handle on how much it's actually gonna cost. They did have an engineer opinion of probable cost. And as much as you can trust engineers, that tracks may cost substantially more or substantially less than what they actually think they do. So that was my take on it. I didn't feel like it was all the way thought through. And the agreement with the property owner, I feel like that needs to be in black and white and sealed before we do anything with this one, so.
I would agree. I mean, I visited with the property owner just a little bit right here. And it was presented that he was 100% on board, but he wasn't. You know, I mean, it was very clear that he had the agreement there, but they still had to work out stuff. And he seemed pretty nervous about it to me. You know,
I'll tell you what, you guys, I'm more concerned with getting some kind of a lawsuit. And again, I don't know that the state really could be implicated because we're just funding it, but a lawsuit about like a nuisance claim would be a lot more, I think, along the line of something I would be worried about. Because if you claim that the state has created a nuisance next to your property, then ultimately we would potentially have to go in and dig that out and not have it anymore. So nuisance claims are really popular in Utah, and we can talk about them in more detail whenever you'd like. But that is a very valid concern.
Mine's more basic, you know, all this aside, that could be probably hammered out legally. But the concern I have is maintenance. You know, you look at a track that has plenty of water, plenty of staff, you know, and they're basically saying, yeah, our roads guys can do it, or, you know, our normal maintenance guys that take care of a covered arena that's humidity controlled and everything else, and you've got this big area out there, and the soil looks a little rough to keep wet, if I'm being honest. And so you end up with a track that is beautiful, but nobody wants to come ride it. So, and it's hard to get events there. So I don't know, that's my comment for you, Scott.
I agree with you 100%. That was one of the deals I said, the maintenance on this, and they think they're gonna make money. I told them, I says, I don't think you're gonna make money on this. I think you're gonna have to, you'll lose money on this. So where are you gonna get the money from to take care of it? And that's was my conversation with them on the hill. I spoke to them for about an hour on the hill, and those are three things. I said, access, cost of maintenance, and liability of degradation of the property. And so if they were willing to do all that, I was all game for it, because it could be a nice track there, but I just warned them, it costs.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one.
You can abstain if you'd like.
Ready? I think we're starting with Russ.
I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Sheriff Curtis?
I'm gonna vote yes.
Nicole?
I'm gonna vote no.
Brett? Go on, Brody?
Yeah.
Jason?
No.
Scott?
Yes, no. I wish they would have taken care of this, so I guess I'm gonna have to say no. They didn't take care of what I asked them to do.
Eric?
No.
Kirk?
No.
Mike? No.
Alright.
I will say though, I think that they should be encouraged to just keep working through the process. Yeah, it's not a
I
bad
encourage them
process.
to get that taken care of and get back to us in that next grant cycle and try to get that out as quick as possible, but I was very specific. I said, you have to get back to me and get this taken care of before this grant. and they didn't.
I think what I'm hearing too is the council will be more comfortable if that is in writing between the landowner and the city. I think that improves our comfort level substantially, so.
And having it reviewed by Nicole would be, is.
This needs to be done by a lawyer. This needs to be done and, thought out.
Because Jason brought this up, there was a bill passed this year where governments are not immune from this.
It almost passed.
Almost passed. Okay. Well, it was brought up and it got pretty dang
But
close.
it indicates the conversation is happening too. Because right now, it feels like there is immunity for the government against nuisance claims, but it's not clear. This would clarify that the government cannot be immune. So it's a conversation that's out there.
They dealt with lawnmowers.
Lawnmowers.
It's just, you can't lawnmower the golf course. It's full anyway. But so I'll be happy to speak with the mayor and visit with him. Help get that stuff taken care of.
Awesome. I told them I'd help them out any way I possibly could help them out. I mean, so,
And we will have more funding available, so if they have underestimated, this would be a good time for them to actually get a very flushed out estimate on our next grant
Sheriff
cycle.
Curtis let them know that the next cycle's in July, we're only a couple months away,
Yeah.
so.
I know they're working with, I think Jones and the Mill, who they're working with, so it's a reputable engineering. I'll go visit them.
I think it was Ensign.
Or was it Ensign?
Yeah.
Okay. They're reputable.
Maybe not. I'm just kidding.
I like.
Hey, can I insert something real quick? It's not the funding of it that gives us that would give us any potential liability. It would be our contractual terms or the land deed. And so that's what we would have to work through. But usually we don't allow anyone theoretically to impose liability on the state, and we require them to indemnify us, which means they have to pay us back if we are found liable. So you guys are correct. There's a lot of legal work that has to be done. But having done this for about 20 years with property ownership, if the stuff with a neighbor hasn't been figured out, that is the most likely thing that you are going to get sued for, is boundary disputes and use disputes. So we would potentially be setting up whoever ultimately is in control of that property for an issue if we don't include that language.
Oh, also just something, I did send on the letter that he had, that gentleman, the neighbor had. I did forward it to all of you, so you do have it.
Okay, thank you.
Little addition.
All right, let's move on. Application 19, King County Trail Maintenance Project. King County, it looks like they're trying to buy some trail maintenance equipment. Nicole, Brett, and Russ, you guys reviewed this one. Thoughts?
Yeah, they want to buy like a substantially large John Deere tractor and put essentially a groomer tool behind it. I don't know. Stuff like this is a little tricky when they start like, you don't want to go to the fairgrounds down there and then see that thing pull out to groom the track or anything at the same time. So I don't know. They don't really disclose. I mean, they try to document that it'll be exclusive for trail maintenance, but I mean, I guess you have to take them on their word for it, but it's just a little curiosity in that perspective. Is this the right piece of equipment and will it be dedicated for this?
And we experienced tractors are good for road maintenance with a box scraper, but not trails. If you're maintaining an OHV trail, you need to use a trail builder.
So
Yeah.
I worked with this applicant because I did an earlier review. It's my understanding that there's someone, and I can't remember who it is, if it's like the county, well, not the county, but like someone actually owns the equipment and does it with this equipment that they're asking for. So they have seen it in action, and that's why they're going after it. But
they work great on like a 2-tractor.
Yeah, they've used a personal smaller tractor to test this on some sandy sections. It would benefit the ranchers and the access and the OHV, but
I think most of King County's trails are roads though, 2-track roads. They're not actually like 52-inch trails.
right.
Brett, did you have any comments on this one?
I just, who's providing the discount? And I guess Rachel offered some clarity on that a little bit earlier, but my question is around that is like, where are we coming up with this match from? And is that smoke and mirrors? And then the $9,500 also, I guess that counts. Is that volunteer, the time spent to get it out there and back, and does that really count as, I guess that's part of the volunteer hours, but
Yeah.
otherwise I like the maintaining trail part of it, right? I think that's why we're here.
So I can speak on the discount. So as we stated earlier, we do consider if there is a discount, we do like let's say there's a closeout and they get a discount on something, we still include that as an expense towards their project. We just count it towards a donation, so just as in kind. So it's definitely an applicable discount, is an applicable thing
Okay.
to have on the budget. And then as for transportation and labor, I know when I spoke with them, it sounds as though they'll actually be having some of the different companies that take people out there going out and doing some of this. So I think as long as they document it, it's definitely applicable, and we have specific standards that they have to abide by when they're documenting that.
Okay, thank you.
Have they gone for other funding sources? This looks like an RTP prime project.
I was addressed. I apologize. What was that?
This looks, I mean, being an equipment purchase, this looks like a good project to be eligible for RTP. Have they put in an application with RTP on this, or?
I'm not familiar with which applicant we were discussing.
This is Kane County.
Kane County. They haven't reached out to me, but yeah, I mean, equipment purchase is definitely like a pretty great use of RTP. Very streamlined source for that.
Because it does close in what, 5 days?
April 1st.
Seems like a silly day. Rec closure?
I'm making fun of you.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
You're like out of it.
Okay, I'm here. I'm in the room with you right now. Me and Brett up there hanging out.
Is this one that we should recommend to go to RTP, and will they have enough time to fill out that application and get into them?
How many, do you know how many requests we have?
We've got 20 requests in RTP motorized right now, which is like 3 or 4 times what we're used to seeing, which is great. I think a lot of that's attributed to Wade here. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a pretty straightforward request just for an item. It sounds like there was also though some hesitancy as far as the specific equipment being used for this purpose. But I mean, you guys are the ones that are gonna be voting on it. If you think it's a good fit for RTP,
Yeah, it looks
I'm happy
like
to work with them.
If they're just grading sand whoops, which is what those pictures showed, it may be the best for the trails that they're experiencing down there.
I would just say, how much do we have available for RTP for the motorized portion?
So about 750,000.
Sorry, that
Yeah.
was my next question. What's the likelihood if we send this one to that, will it get funded there?
Again, you know, that'd be up to you guys as a committee. I mean, so these RTP motorized projects are coming to this very group for review. So if you think it's a good fit, I'll go by your recommendation and work with them. Yes, Scott.
My comment is, it'd be nice to have these so we can look at them at the same time and be able to say, hey, these 2 applications are good ones, we'd like to support them. And right now, you can't do that. And that was some of my conversation with you, that I don't know what's going on over there. And can we do this and shuffle them around? And
Well, historically, these programs have been reviewed simultaneously. This is the first year that happened. I'm not sure exactly why the dates
we
were
tried to move
online.
up the OHV a lot earlier in the year, that perhaps people could take care of, some of that funding in the spring. And I realize that the funding doesn't come out until fall on that one, but it would sure be nice if we could.
Let's
look at
align.
them
Next
at the
year, let's
same
definitely
time.
align. Yes, I think that's easier for everybody. And so RTP, we have to get it's from the Federal Highway Administration where those funding sources are derived. And so it goes through, it goes through UDOT. And so we have to go to the UDOT Transportation Commission to get final approval on those. That's early. We meet with them in May, and then they're usually approved by like early June is when we can have contracts in hand. So it's not like a massive, massive wait that we're talking about if we were able to coordinate.
Would you be willing to move it up?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. I will say, so right now there's what, I think there's 5 applications that are submitted on the motorized side right now, and it's almost $700,000 in requests. So keep that in mind.
Your match requirements are different too.
Yeah.
There's a 20%
That's
match.
correct, but you can leverage money from sides, and so that would be nice to be able to leverage the funding from the federal with the OHV R monies.
Okay, any other questions on this one, King County Trail Maintenance? We okay to vote on it? Everybody okay? Well, let's go ahead and vote on it then.
Okay, starting with Russ.
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
No.
Scott?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Kirk?
Yes.
Mike?
They probably know what they need, yeah. I don't think it's a piece of equipment.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. Next one is Garfield County OHV trail equipment. This is the road grader, right?
Road grader.
Yeah. They're looking for $345,000 for a road grader.
Not a road grader, it's a smaller unit, right?
It is a road grader, but it's a smaller.
Smaller one, yeah. Technically, yeah. Road grader, yes, but it is designed for back type.
Cheryl, Russ, and Brett were on this one. Russ said do not fund.
Yeah, probably wouldn't suggest it. I mean, they want to dedicate it to the Class D stuff, and it's just, I mean, I get it, but it's not a practical way to manage. I mean, most of the counties put those road graders in quadrants or regions of this county, and they run them accordingly for that area, right? And to try and move one all over the county to just only handle Class D stuff just seems complicated, seems inefficient for an FTE, all sorts of things, so.
I did reach out to the BLM offices that cover Garfield County, and their perspective was, they were just kind of concerned that it would change the character of both roads. Like, they're really fun because they're 2-track and they're a little bit more remote, and take away or change the experience of riding on those roads. That was kind of their perspective.
Yeah. And I read through it. I didn't review the full thing, but I read through it and felt the same way, that you're kind of defeating the purpose of having a Class D road by grading it, so.
Did they say in there that they grade them regularly or just kind of as needed? 'Cause sometimes those get, you get like a mud hole that just keeps getting beat out, and eventually you gotta kind of bring it back in. So is this like regular maintenance schedule, or is this like as needed?
I would hope for as expensive as it is, it would be a regular maintenance thing. I guess if it was just filling holes, that could be done with a much smaller piece of equipment and something that was rented. And I guess that's an assumption made, but.
Garfield County's been awesome, right? They've done some amazing work with the equipment that we have provided. But I'm with you guys, this seems a little contrary to what we got going on here.
How wide a blade does this piece of equipment have? Does anybody know?
It's not a full-size one, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'm sure it costs a lot more than that, but I can't visualize the guy out on the OHV trail doing this with a road grader.
I know the majority of our trails are also D roads, but we don't maintain them specifically to keep them as shred. They're 2-tracks. The only thing we do is go watch if the washout gets to the point you can't get across it, we'll go fix it. And I've been personally been on trails that were 2 tracks and they were fun to ride. And somebody's come in with a grader and blew them out and we just. Yeah,
So they did say that it was either a 140 or 150, and that's a 12-foot width.
You know, who's gonna keep track of it? Because the operator's gonna get on and say, hey, we need to go fix this road. Oh, no, you can't work on that road. Well, why not? Why can't I? That's an old road. Well, it's not a big road.
Technically with their
Who's
match.
gonna keep track of it?
Okay, let's vote on it.
Okay, Sheriff Curtis,
No.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
I think it was.
Brody?
No.
Jason?
No.
Scott?
No.
Eric?
No.
Kirk?
No.
Mike?
No.
Russ?
No.
Yes.
Okay, that's finishing trail work. Do you guys want an update on how much funding we have available?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Jorge, if you go to the first tab, yep, and then go to recommended, yeah. So we've used pretty much half, 50%, 49.7% of the funding has been used. So we have 1.23 available.
1.23 available, and how much is left in requests that we haven't approved yet?
Ooh, that is a great question. Let us see.
I believe the next one we're gonna approve, aren't we? That would take 350.
Yeah, 1.5 we have in requests, so we only have to eliminate what, approximately 300?
That means put those out and the rest of
Well, you could look at the ones that didn't score well and eliminate those and see
Yeah.
what it leaves us with. But you guys are you're the chair.
The time for break. For friends.
We don't get breaks. Yeah, there's a lot on these that were do not fund. There's down the line, and we can go over those first.
Can we just go over them real quickly? I think we can speed up.
Yeah.
Wade, you need to speed us up.
There's no time. You guys have until 3:45, so.
Well, we have until 3:30 for these.
We got plenty of time.
Okay.
4:30. Yeah.
So let's keep going then.
3:30 for the grant though, right?
Yeah, 3:30, and then we have other items.
All right. So we got, 50 minutes. Let's blast, no, let's take away these next ones. Next one is application 21, public lands access protection. They presented, any other comments or questions on this one?
I've been beating the desk for how many years for money to go to access protection, and we have one here. I have, that's my thought.
So is it a yes or a no?
If you bridle, man, you're driving me home. I've got to drive it for an hour and a half.
Eric, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, we got Nicole's an abstention.
I'm abstaining, yes.
We have Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis.
Yes.
All right, now we're on to our education category. This is number 22, Utah Mini Moto League, Beyond Pro Sports and Events. Scott, Nicole, and Mike look at this one. Comments, questions, concerns?
I was one of the kids in here, okay? When I read this application, I go, wow, that was me when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. I had a mentor that was older than me to help me learn how to do different things. My bike, I wasn't good in school, but I tell you what, this bike gives me a direction and focused, and it let me learn a lot of different things. And I tell you what, I was one of those kids in this grant application, so. I'm just telling you, I raised my hand when I read it. I go, I could see somebody else there, but.
Nicole, Mike?
Is this the one that was in conjunction with Edge Motorsports?
Yes.
Yes.
I like this one. I'm kind of like Scott. I wasn't that kid. I had a four-wheeler, but I just think it's a good opportunity for kids to get out and learn and be a part. So I like it.
Yeah, overall, I really like it. I hesitate to, I really like the education part. I'm not sure I like it almost felt like we're funding a race league. But the education overweighs that. And so I'm a little concerned that other race leagues that do the same thing are gonna come in. Pretty soon we're gonna be funding a whole bunch of these other races.
In the past, we have funded race organizations.
Yeah.
With different things, so.
I believe that the Edge has been funding in this over the years, and they're wanting some help in doing that and maybe trying to find other sources of funding. But like I said, if it wouldn't have been for my bike growing up and a mentor, I probably wouldn't be here.
Then we would be getting out early.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then I'm gonna change my.
You guys don't have to hang out with me. I can go out right by myself. Yeah, overall, it's good.
Yeah, it's a good project.
Let's vote on.
Bettina and Nicole.
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis.
Yes.
All right, next one, this is under the education one, this is the big ride, Utah ATV Association. Nicole, Eric, and Brett were on this one, what were your guys' questions or comments?
First, I was a little surprised by the cost, but then you look at it for 2 years. And then I think this is a beneficial event. I know we haven't paid for it in the past, but I haven't been to it yet, but everybody I'm talking to says this is a great thing. So that's where I'm at.
You should come this year.
I haven't been invited.
I think we've invited the advisor. Oh.
I'll say, like, I kind of worked through it and I had some questions, but then I talked to Steven, and I had a really good feel after that. We talked about, bringing in other groups that are not like your classical groups, like maybe your, like, livestock community, your wool growers, your cattlemen's associations, because sometimes we're having conflicts between the two groups, and I'm hearing about it a lot. And so I just thought it would be a good opportunity to, like, bring in not your classical groups that you might always think, and try to help find creative ways to alleviate some of these tensions that might exist between the user groups. So I like it, and I think I was kind of critical in my application, but I would definitely fund it.
Okay. Brett, any comments from you?
I don't know much about it. I mean, I'm hearing good things. I guess my biggest question was, it seems like a pretty big ask for a trail ride, but how do you quantify the value of this, and what they're trying to do? And it sounds like they're trying to expand it a little bit or reimburse people for coming. I'm not against it. I'm just trying to understand, how do you quantify things like that?
You should come and see. It's very valuable.
Have we ever helped Big Ride before in the past?
We help them, like the OHV program helps them. We usually sponsor a meal, but that's around $1,000 to $1,500. We generally bring swag for it, but that's the extent of it. So no, financially through a grant or through grant funding, we've never helped or assisted.
So right now, anybody that attends the big ride, it's on their own dime.
Yes.
And this would supplement that to an extent?
Yeah, I would pay for hotels. They would still have to pay for their food and I think their fuel, but like we just pay for their lodging so that it offsets it and makes it a little easier for people to attend.
So, yeah, and I guess, kind of to Brett's point, this could, I mean, you look at this for a ride, this could also be for a rally. Are we gonna pay for everybody's hotels for a rally? There's just seems to open up a door there that, are we willing to open that door?
The thing is you need to be willing to sit down and talk with land managers at lunch and at dinner. Because they bring in managers, like Jason will speak one night to the group, I'll speak. We got already the BLM that's gonna be there to speak. So that's where it kind of shifts out of a rally into more of a training.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see the value in exposure and in, I mean, if you're getting people that have decision-making ability that affect what we do, you know, and out there, I mean, I can see the value in that, but I would just, right, it just seems like a lot. But I'm kind of having to trust you guys on this one.
Yeah, I was over at the biggest shows, education, something like that, bringing stakeholders together.
Yeah.
Hey, can we stop the discussion real quickly? What just happened?
We did lose connection
Okay.
for a second, so maybe back up the conversation.
Start over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Entire meeting.
also
3
Steve,
minutes ago, yeah.
yes, also Steve Hawkins is on the call and he has raised his hand. But if you want to continue and just start from the beginning of your discussion.
I think to your point. I started? Yeah. No, the way I'm looking at this, and the way that I felt comfortable, I say Safe Harbor was that it is for education purpose because we are getting all these stakeholders together. It's not a rally necessarily, it's not just an event. You know, this does feel like it's a stakeholder thing. And so that's how I justified it in my mind.
And who was online that wanted to talk about it? Steve?
Steve Hawkins.
Go ahead, Steve.
So we had to, because we had an incident a while back, we have to make people contributors.
Right.
So.
Go ahead, Steve. Do we have to unmute him?
No, he should be able to unmute himself.
Yeah. Steve, you need to unmute yourself.
Are we waiting on something?
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, this isn't a rally. You know, just to talk about some of our past speakers, we've had Senator Hinkins, we had Reg Johnson last year, we have Speaker Mike Schultz. You know, this is about building a community and network, finding out, you know, the problems that different areas in the state are seeing with OHV and how can we do things differently to alleviate the problems. So the ride is a kind of a caveat on top of what the big ride is all about. It's about education and learning and building bridges with the land managers, with speaking with Nicole the other day, and she mentioned getting these, you know, Stockman's Association or mining to come, and that's something that never crossed my mind. But I think it's a fantastic idea to get those people involved because there are always conflicts with these groups, and the more we can get together and work on this stuff,
the better off it's going to be for OH users across the state. So that's just all I have to say. So thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Along with that, just to reemphasize that it is a way for these groups to kind of be unified. Unified in our messaging to our users and unified in our responses to things that are coming out on the trails. And so it's got a lot of power in that as well. Okay.
Let's go ahead and vote on it then. Yes.
If you're attending the big ride this year or next year, you should abstain.
What did you say?
Sorry, I have food in my mouth.
You've got food in your mouth.
I know. If you are attending the big ride this year or next year, I recommend that you abstain from voting
We should have a quorum at that point.
Why
Right, that's, yeah.
because it could benefit them.
would this money pay for our
Yes,
hotels?
if you wanna go.
Now,
If you want to go.
What if they invite, what if everybody from the council goes next year?
Right, that's a problem.
That's a
Well,
problem.
what if the program
You'd have to pay
pays
for your own room.
What if the program pays for council members separate from this grant?
Do you want to do that? I guess it's actually OHV program money. So Wade, do you want to do that?
If that's what we gotta do to get around it.
Okay.
I think, I don't know how many people's committed for next year. So that's something we don't know, and I would hate to say that, and, well, I wanna go, well, you didn't disclose it. And in fact, I don't know how many people in here is committed to go this
Where are we doing it this year?
Canab.
year.
I'm going, Mike's going.
We have 3 people committed,
Who else?
but the uncommitted
Scott.
can still be uncommitted to both, right?
Yeah.
Sure. But committed people, like you 3 can't, does that still give us a quorum? Minus 3?
I don't think we need a quorum for voting, at least, right?
Hey, Rachel.
Yes, Nicole, you have more
Hi.
insight.
Hey, so just to be super, super safe on this one, and I don't know how many people it affects and stuff, but if we're getting to the point where if we wouldn't possibly have a quorum, one of the things that we can do is we can go through that conflict declaration process if we need to do that.
Well, and we can also just set this aside as a division and fund it outside of the grant because of the interest that it sounds to me like the advisory council is supportive of this. As we know, it is not the advisory council's decision, it's the division's decision, but we almost never don't follow the council. So maybe that's the way we do this, is just decide administratively as an expenditure within the OHV program. This is a really good thing for the community as a whole, the collaboration that takes place, and for, especially if we're going to increase and widen the circle on other potentially conflicted groups. I think it would be a really good thing, make a commitment that the division want to do that, right?
Yeah, we can do that, and that will allow everybody to go.
Yeah.
Right, Jason, if we agree to do that, we can allow everybody to vote, yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, we don't need to vote, we're just set it aside and we'll just go ahead and use, not a grant, but a expenditure within the program.
Okay.
Great, let's vote.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
that sounds like they're gonna pay for it.
Do we not need to vote on this one?
They're kicking our decision out of this. They're gonna take it on themselves, which is great.
Well, no, we're taking it on for the council members. only.
Yes,
The rest of the big ride folks are gonna have to go through the grant.
yes.
I'm just
So,
gonna pay
okay.
for you guys.
Yeah.
Great,
That's-
let's vote.
Okay, so then let's do it that way, that's a better idea.
Yeah.
All the same money.
Yeah.
Right hand or left hand?
In 10 years when they audit this, you're like, what?
Yeah, so I just don't think it's a terrible idea to fill out those conflict forms on this one. It might be a really good idea, just something to think about, you guys.
You're saying the advisory council fills out the conflict forms? Is that what you're saying, Nicole?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
What I was saying is I appreciate that Jason is going to handle this a different way. And that's totally fine. If there's any question though about money going to anyone on the advisory council because of this, we should still fill out the disclosure forms, the conflict forms.
But it's not.
It's not.
Okay, then if it's not, then just ignore me. Tell me to go away.
And we can, we'll double check with you, Nicole, once we figure out exactly how we're gonna do this, we'll check in with you again.
So we'd be voting for everybody else, but not for the council members, and the council members are covered out of division funds.
Yes.
Okay, that works.
Great, let's vote.
Good submission. Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett.
Yes.
All right, now we're on to the moment that Hannah's been waiting so patiently for. Application 24, OHV Trail Ambassador, Revitalization, and Long-Term Sustainability from Steward Moab. Scott, Brody, Mike, or whoever.
Well, we've already decided. So how much money do we have?
If that one's reduced
If it's reduced,
to 1/3.
Which was 107.
mm-hmm. 107.
Kind of guess what everything else is funded fully? Is that kind of the question?
Yeah.
So if we funded that at 1/3, we'd have a remaining 642.
We have 642 left.
If we fund the.
Mm-hmm. And then we have 718 in requests. So there's probably still gonna be a couple others that we don't fund.
We're getting close
We're getting close.
to the budget.
Yeah.
With this one reduced, there's, with the remaining, if all the rest of them are funded, we'd be 90,000 over. With this one reduced. Is that what we're understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we say to fund it 1/3 and revisit it at the end if there's not more money?
You can table it.
Let's table it to the, or make a motion that we table it to the end. And as long as we have at least 1/3 or maybe more, we could do more.
I think some of these we're going to not do.
Yes.
Okay, motion to table. Do we need a motion to table?
I think we just move.
It's not where, the way you're doing it, you're just kind of voting,
Okay,
so.
let's table it. Sorry, Anna.
Bring us something back.
Yeah, go have some snacks.
All right, we'll come back to that one. Number 25, this is the Washington County 4-H ATV Club. They presented Nicole, Eric, and Mike. You reviewed this one. Thoughts?
You first, Nicole.
So I like this. I think my notes were like, I want to talk about this as a council. So I kind of like 4-H taking this on, but like, is this the right place? Is this the right place to get money? Are they always going to be asking for money? Like, there's just a lot of questions in my mind, but I do like that, 4-H brings a lot to the table, and it is like an already organized group that, people respect and recognize. So it is a good venue for something like this. So I'm a little conflicted myself.
The next one is pretty much the same thing, but for what, twice the amount?
They're actually quite a bit. Yeah,
They are different.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same.
My thoughts on this one is, it's the exact grant, basically, that they brought last
Yes.
year. And we turned it down and said, hey, coordinate with our trainers and have the law enforcement come in and train them and have them do the training, and they haven't.
But they said that they would have the trainer, or that the kids would have to take the training either in advance or maybe that first day
Well, but
with law enforcement.
They're taking the,
But they would just do follow-up training for the winter months in Washington County. So they would actually do the training.
The training that I understood was the OHV online training.
No, they, because we asked them that and they said, no, they either have to take it before or else we could offer it with the Rangers like the first day.
That was my understanding too.
That's what they said.
Yeah, because I called him and I said, so are you coordinating with the Rangers to do the training? And he said, no.
Yeah, but then when we asked him, he said, oh, that's a great idea. We could do that. And maybe they could come and teach in person that first class. But they would just then expand on that training from September to May.
What were the biggest budget items on this grant?
The Defender.
So, I want to talk about that. You know, you could buy a Honda Pioneer for half that cost. I did the Rover training in California 2 months ago. They didn't have Defenders, they didn't have Talons, they had Honda Pioneers, 50-inch Pioneers that are $10,000. They run forever, but these guys got to have a $30,000, $38,000.
And that was my other thing that it is the top of the line, touch screen cameras, full cab, heating AC. I mean, it is.
They did say that they would be at times transporting up to 5 kids in the Defender. We can't do that in a Pioneer, probably.
So why?
Sorry. Was that out of turn?
So I've got some issues here. First off, I want to say that youth education is paramount, and it should be really important to what we do as a council. I feel really strongly about that. How you go about that can be done a whole bunch of different ways. You look at, what did we just give to Juab and Senpi? What was it, 10 grand for their program, their extra training? There's all sorts of classes. Now, these guys have different resources. They're talking about a whole new curriculum. Whose curriculum? Where did this curriculum come from? You know, is this something that 4-H has developed? Is this something that the state's developed? Are they taking the state and changing it? I don't know, but I do know that we have some fully funded and fully trained trainers here in the state that would probably like to build upon their training. And they've got the chance to go talk to 120 kids in their area of operation every couple weeks or whatever this is. And I imagine they could probably come up with something cool to talk about and something that's, you know, I don't know. I don't have much experience with 4-H. It felt like this is a different way to go about it. And it wasn't combining what the state's already paid for and has in place and has approved and everything else. And
Starting from scratch.
Yeah. And then, well, you know, there's different ways you go about it. I mean, okay, this first year, if you really want to get the data and show how big of a success this is, get the parents out there, do your curriculum, whatever, and show us how cool this is and how important it was and how you changed all these lives, and then we can talk about it from there. But to start out the way with this kind of ask seemed a little off to me.
And it seems, and I mean, they're talking like only teaching 120 kids a year.
I would say if we do anything, take out the Defender and the trailer, fund everything, and I'd fund everything else on that. And then ask them to reach out to Tri-State Club to provide, you know, a Defender, a Ranger, or something like that, if they really need to transport people in air conditioning, as a, you know, a service project from their club, which they've got several hundred members.
Could they rent one for the one class a month?
It's pricey to rent down there at San Ho.
It's $76,000 pricey.
Yeah, it is, yeah. But I don't know why they couldn't get a Tri-State Club member to come out, and they said they would be willing to have Tri-State come out and be a participant in that. Grab somebody with it. There's gotta be several of them, Defenders and Rangers, 6-seaters that could go out and take a Saturday and work that.
I know it's probably not done yet, but would it be terrible to ask the search and rescue to come out a day and get to know and train and stuff? I don't know, you know.
Well, so I got one, I was going down that route. we'd want to maybe, because we could use money from the search and rescue one to do it, but get them a side by side. But how different is this from the Utah Mini Moto League? It's the same thing, educating youth in a smart way.
Yeah.
I mean, we just gave them $97,000.
Yeah.
So.
But that's something that's been going on for.
Yeah, it's been going on, it's proven, right? Okay. To me, it's the same concept. If I support that one, I want to support these two as well.
But you want
we're-
to support them
we're
with
not-
a defender and a trailer.
Yeah, and we're not doing that on that one, on that mini motor one. We are renting tracks, time and stuff. But if there's a way to make these somehow, I think, I'd like to find a way to get education out there one way or the other.
I would too. We've been working on that. They mentioned, we're not trying to replace or supplant what the state's doing and then proceed to explain how they're trying to replace or supplant what the state's doing. I'm more concerned about that. I know Deirdre's got her hand up. She probably has some insight. Might be good to hear what she's got to say.
Two hands up.
Yeah, if y'all, can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay, so I can give some good clarity, I think, between both the overall 4-H projects. So one of the projects is US as a whole is working with both Canada and I believe Australia. They're working on creating a huge update to that 4-H curriculum. Utah has actually been tagged as one of the most influential states, which is why USU is being pushed to help build that curriculum. So that is part of kind of what 4-H as USU's trying to do. In terms of the Washington County, this is more of a specific area, a regional club that they're really working on. So I believe someone mentioned, yes, this would be replicated on an annual basis. It's basically monthly club meetings, really building that stewardship, getting people involved and getting them from that youth stage into our adult, groups that we have. That was I think that's a big miss that we're having right now is a lot of people, they're youth and then they're not coming into our adult clubs. And so this is a big piece here is getting them into that club function, getting them instructed so they feel comfortable. With that said, I do strongly I agree with the concerns on the specific model they chose. But overall, it's the idea of getting the kids out, recreating, building clubs, and becoming stewards for their region. And the curriculum that they're planning on working with would be what 4-H as a whole nationwide is building out. So that hopefully some clarity around that. So feel free to ask me if you have any other questions. I have been in contact with both of these individuals, both of the groups. They've been reaching out, trying to make sure they're not duplicating anything we're doing. Really trying to get that stewardship, getting these rural kids out, safely recreating, building these groups. Yeah, hopefully that helps.
I will say, we know that youth engagement in OHV overall is not growing, and 4-H kids are the type of kids that are going to be the future of OHV. So I think that's important to keep in mind. I did 4-H when I was a kid a bit, and learned a lot, and it's a good organization to support if we can figure out how to do it right.
And that's the thing is 4-H is a good, like, it's already vetted, it's nationally known, so people are comfortable sending their kids to at 4-H programs like that. But yeah, but Can-Am, is that the right tool?
It would be nice to see something like 4-H and have them come back to the council, if they were awarded this grant, to come back and show us results from a county like Washington County. What did we achieve with this money? Washington County is a good county to start. Like Jason said, it's these rural kids, that they're gonna have an accident, probably gonna be them, because they're coming home from school and riding their UTVs to the farm or out to the hills.
I can take you out to South Sevier High School right now, and I guarantee you there's half a dozen dirt bikes, 4-wheelers, 3 or 4 side-by-sides out there.
In the parking lot?
They're a fire department parking lot, not in the school, not in the fire department.
It would be nice to see a pilot program to see what results they can give this
Could
council.
so building on that, what if we just said, we'll support the Washington County one minus the machine, or maybe recommend a different machine? Or just say, we're gonna give you a flat $20,000 or $25,000 towards the machine and nothing more. And then let's hold off on their second one. That way we can use this as the pilot program, come back, show us proof of concept, then we can go for this other one.
Rental's a good way for the council to consider. There's plenty of machines to rent down there. They are pricey, but you know, you're $500, $600, $700 a day compared to $30,000. And you don't need a trailer to store it in, because that's the next thing. You gotta have an enclosed trailer to store it in.
I know, they're asking for that.
But a rental might be a good way to go.
Well, and if we're talking about both applications too, the other one asked for things that were above and beyond. There was $50,000 for a video game for kids to learn how to be safe on an ATV.
Yeah, in other words, there's no actual on-machine training. So,
There's some concern there. Who's got their hand up? Deidre?
Yeah, just I can give more information. So he showed the VR that they're looking at it exactly. So it would just be, they would go to schools. There wouldn't be a machine because they didn't want that liability. It would be a VR, like you're saying, where they would get to experience, oh, okay, that starts to tip, but it's just a virtual reality game that they'd be playing, correct?
Okay. So we have a suggestion for a reduced rate. Do we have a motion for a reduced rate on this one?
What should it be?
Yeah, what should it be?
I guess that's what I'd like, but before we go with that motion, let's figure out what that should.
Can we pull up the budget?
Have we had other ones similar to this in past cycles?
They've asked for this before, so not really, but they came to the last one and it was denied.
And the thing down was just because it was so new and off the wall, and we didn't have any real background, and here they did a presentation. So kind of,
Yeah, and we were concerned that they were just teaching another ATV class, but now that we know they're gonna build on our class and move forward, I think that gives us a lot of comfort.
I like the rental idea. So how many times do we think they would have to rent in a?
Well, if it's 8 or 9 months times 4 Saturdays, times $500, that's a lot of money.
There's no way they'll do that much. They only got 120 kids.
Once a month. So I still think
It might be to find a vendor that would work with them to donate some rental time or something
Yeah.
better and get a seal.
as part of community service.
So we're talking closer to $5,000 versus.
If you're wanting them to be future club members of OHV clubs, I say no money for a rental and get Tri-State involved and let them help shuttle people around. They'll do it. Out of their 300 members, there's gonna be a few that will be willing to help out.
Is there any liability with letting them drive?
There's liability with a rental. There's
Well,
liability.
I think those guys have to be background checked,
If they're a
right?
4-H kid, there's, that liability is already covered.
Okay.
So a Pioneer is pretty expensive. So you're 12, 14, taxes, everything done. So rather than hamstringing them, saying you have to go see a club member, let's look at machine only for this much money. No enclosed trailer at this point.
They were gonna
Show
store it at the fairground, which is a little ways away from San Paulo. And 10 miles away or so from their training location.
So do they have a open trailer that's like $1,000? I don't know.
They said they could store the machine inside of a building if they needed to, so.
So if open deck would be okay.
Yeah.
$3,000 trailer.
So $20,000 instead of 38 plus enclosed trailer.
I like it.
What was the other expenses besides the
I'm good with that.
trailer and the?
most of it was coming up with curriculum and then materials.
Do we have a budget?
Yeah, the next big, it's up there. The next big cost is time for the coordinator for 17,000. So we're paying somebody's time to do this.
Hopefully it's good. I'm okay with it. Let's do a one-time pilot program. If we can move the needle and make some kids safe. I like where we are with the equipment.
But put in the contract that they have to come back
Yes.
next spring with
I think they do say that that's part of this is sharing the data with us. I mean, I don't know if it.
Not just next spring, every month.
Yeah.
Quarter.
So we need a motion.
So I'll make that motion. Okay. That we do it at a reduced rate where we reduce the equipment to the max, was it 20,000?
Is that what we?
Yeah, we talked about 20,000 for the
20,000
trailer and the machine.
Yeah, for the trailer machine. Total.
Not for the whole grant, just for the trailer and
Just for the
machine.
trailer and machine.
Everything else stays.
And everything else stays the same. So the grant, the coordinator, the materials, all the other rest would stay the same. And then we require them to come back before next grant cycle.
Well,
or
it'd be
next year.
spring of
Next
year.
spring. And give us some statistics and
Because it
reports.
won't start till September, our next meeting is September.
Just so the council knows, I'm looking at a Honda Pioneer 4-seater, 700 for 15,000. They're not gonna apply tax to it because they're a nonprofit, so 15,000, they've got a great machine.
20,000 would cover it in the trailer.
I will second that motion. And I'm Eric.
Okay, motion made by Sheriff Curtis, seconded by Eric. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well, that's unanimous. Let's go. What's that?
How can you get a vote after?
Does that mean
What
that
you
you
get
get
to
the
do
next
with your
one
chair.
and say,
It means you get to do next year. Okay, so let's vote on that one as amended.
Okay, Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
yes.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
and Brody.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Next one is the same, Utah State University, but in Sanpete County. Looking at the Beyond the Trail ATV Safety and Stewardship Program. Everybody on this one, Brody, Mike, and myself said do not fund. We discussed it a little bit. Anything else you guys wanted to say about it?
I say we see what happens in Washington County and look at this next year maybe.
Again, I'd rather kids ride something real and not play a
Yeah.
video game, so.
That's a little weird.
Okay. Was there a comment online on that one?
No.
Encouraging people to be online.
Say what?
4-H encouraging kids to be online.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one then.
Okay, Scott.
Oh.
Eric,
No.
Kirk,
No.
Mike,
No.
Russ,
No.
Sheriff Curtis,
No.
Nicole,
Nope.
Brett,
No.
Brody,
No.
Jason.
No. Okay, now we're on to the search and rescue category. And let's see, we got a couple that were do not fund. Let's just go through these. Garfield County System Rescue ATV trailers and one med bed. Sheriff Kirk and Russ, any comments on this one?
I was gonna say, when we did those, the flat rates for equipment on some of this, they're actually asking for less than what they could have if they went to just the flat rate. So that's why I was like, yeah, they're willing to go below. I know.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one.
I can roll call for you. Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to number 28. This is the Wasatch Search and Rescue Med Bed and accessories.
I think you need to move this one back behind their machines. They did two grants. one is the med bed for the machine. So this is just for the med bed.
So number 30,
Yeah.
okay. Do you want to do them at the same time?
Me too.
Let's do them at the same time. So number 30
I would agree.
and
Yeah.
Number 30 and
28.
So I looked at both of them. So this is Wasatch. I called Rachel, had her pull up the budgets, what have we done? Because they're talking about, needing another expedition. And I remember that we voted to fund an expedition. Turns out that they had some clerical issues and weren't able to use our grant, for the expedition itself. Okay, we did pay for the med bed, all that stuff, getting it outfitted. We still pay for that. And then last year, we did give them 2 side-by-sides for an emergency response, which I understand is different than a backcountry ambulance. So currently, they do have their expedition that functions as a backcountry ambulance, and then they have 2, I guess, quick reaction emergency side-by-sides. And so I believe the program's been really supportive of the Wasatch Search and Rescue. Another thing that I see that's, you look at their reporting, and their reporting is basically saying that, where did they put on this? 80 out of 130 calls were basically saying that they were OHV calls. But I'm guessing that they're saying they used the OHV to do the rescue 80 times instead of rescuing 80 OHV users, right? And so I know that we tried to clarify this in the grant several times, that we really want to know how many times you guys are using this for OHVs, where it's OHV money doing this. And I know it can't be a perfect ratio, but still, this seems surprising to me. But at the same time, I feel like we've been really supportive of this search and rescue.
Hey, what up?
How's it going?
Is that Kirk that has his hand up?
Kirk has
Pretty
his
good.
hand up.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Kirk.
I don't want to be Mike anymore.
I will venture to say that 80 out of 120 calls are OHV related because they respond to the Uintah County National Forest on the back of the Wasatch. Most of them are snowmobile or OHV.
Documents, they set that up because he's
So they
ready
do
to.
a lot of recovery. If you follow their Facebook page, you can see some.
Okay.
of it.
Brett is
So-
just out of.
I will say, I know from personal experience, their winter rescue is out of control because of all the snowmobile all rental companies up there. Like, I think that's the majority of their rescues is those snowmobiles.
I ride with one of their search and rescue guys, and he's on a call out 1 to 2 times a week on a snowmobile rescue in the winter.
Yeah, and I think that's what we did, is we outfitted them with tracks before.
Yep.
And that's all the time. They're having to replace their snowmobiles every year.
Most of the STAR guys pay for their own snowmobiles off with discount is how they get funded for snowmobiles, is they buy their own. Typically Walla Recreation gives them a pro form, but they're all funding their own equipment except for these kinds of things.
Let's vote. We're ready to vote on both of these? 28 and 30.
20 and 30. Okay, Scott?
Me? No.
Eric?
No.
Kirk?
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah.
Russ?
No.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
looks like that'll pass with or without.
Okay, let's go on to 29. Search and rescue medical support UTVs for Washington County. Rody, you said funded a different amount.
I reached out to them and just said, hey, with funding shortfall, could you be okay with just one? And they said we could be okay with one if needed. So, because they are asking for two.
They're asking for two. Okay.
Go with one and tell them to come back to next grant cycle.
Yeah, I think they said they could manage, but then now that there's gonna be 120 kids out there on the trail, I don't know.
If they're getting good training.
They should be okay. Yeah, there we go. So yeah.
We're not giving them purples.
I say, I make the motion that we reduce it to just one machine. And so.
Okay. Motion made by Brody,
No, sir.
seconded by Sheriff Curtis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'll vote aye as well. Let's go ahead and vote for it then as modified.
Kirk, or excuse me, go in order. Eric,
Yeah.
Kirk,
Yes.
and Mike,
Yeah.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
and Scott.
Yes.
And that was a $50,000 award. We're just reducing it in half to 25,000.
Okay, application number 31 or 5323, depending on which number you're looking at. Iron County Search and Rescue Can-Am ATV purchase. Eric, Sheriff Curtis, and Russ.
I hope I never need search and rescue. Gosh, I did. So did I miss something on this one when I was looking at their stats? I thought it said they were 1/3 were all calls.
I always look at the stats. We actually, I think they turned in their actual, they had attached like the actual calls. And looking at the actual calls, I was, because they didn't give us real stats, I was forced to do it just by looking at it. Someone stuck in a snowbank on the road. Okay, is that, what were they stuck in? You know?
They've been, living in Iron County, when they're stuck, they're usually stuck off on Cedar Mountain in the snow. And when the newspaper gets the pictures, there's always one of our machines that we bought them in the picture, always. So they're
Yeah,
always using it.
so looking at this, you know, they do have the machine. It is a 21. They're saying that they can't get parts for it and keep it maintained. I still can get parts for a 21. I don't know what kind of maintenance they need, but anyways, that was just my take on it. But I mean, I'm always willing to repair stuff. So I don't know. Other than that, you know, Iron County is obviously, it's really popular, and they probably ought to have the machines they need, but I don't know. Maybe they go another year. I don't know. Just looking at the calls and what they were called out for. It's my opinion.
I got the same impression. It didn't come across as like a lot of heavy OHV rescues.
But again, we funded knowing that these rescues are not always gonna be OHV related. They're gonna be everything related. And I agree. I wouldn't wanna need search and rescue, but if I do, I want them to have the right equipment. And we have bought them a lot of equipment. We even bought them 2 drones, which they have used. I think they crashed one in a parade. But they are get run over. Yeah, they are using their equipment and they're using it. And maybe Dave has more information living in Iron County also.
I don't really have any context on this.
I will share context with you. Probably the best data we have on actual rescues of OHVs. I'm not talking full-size Subarus stuck in the snow, is Grand County. Grand County is probably the leader. They keep really good data. 25% of all the rescues is an OHV. And I'm not saying that that's, because OHVs are getting deployed on probably 90% of them, but to actual rescue the scope that we're here with OHVs, 25% is generally a pretty good ballpark that it's a true, we are going to rescue somebody who is in operation of an OHV. So that's the stats. And if you want them, I can share them with you, but Moab is probably a good one. But from my experience, using an OHV, probably 80% of the time, but only 25%, I'm actually out there rescuing somebody who is operating an OHV that has crashed and need help. So just keep that in mind.
So in essence, we're saving lives when we fund these things. Doesn't matter if they're like an OHV user or riding horse.
I didn't get the impression that, and maybe you got the same impression, but I mean, it didn't really come across as a necessity. They're just replacing a machine they have. It still works. And it was like, hey, we'd take a new one if you give us one, but it wasn't like, so maybe just ask them to come back when it's time for them to really replace it.
Okay, let's go.
Kirk?
No.
Mike?
No.
Russ?
No.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Brett? Brody?
Yes.
No.
Jason?
No.
Scott?
No.
Eric?
No.
Okay, on the next one, this is the Uintah County Search and Rescue Ranger 1500. Eric, you are just taking a search and rescue today.
I think that Rachel just gave me, I don't know why.
Sorry.
I feel like I was definitely.
I think you literally, the moment I got on the phone with you, you were like, stop giving me search and rescue. And I was like, oh, sorry. Oh.
All right. This would affect me like it would affect you guys down in Cedar City. This is where I'm from. The 1500 is a very capable machine. They already have at least 2 UTVs. They say they have a 900, but they would rather have a 1500. And wouldn't we all? I'm sure it would help with response times and power and all that stuff. So in 2023, we funded a Polaris Expedition, and then they have this 900 Ranger with tracks on it. So again, this is another group that the OHV funds have definitely supported in the past, and I don't know, that's my comments.
Okay, anyone else? Sheriff Curtis?
Like, the only bad thing is Uintah County, their ratio is very, very low. With actual OHV rescues, that was my big concern, but they're asking for the flat amount, they're putting in more money than they're asking for, so there's more skin in the game for them. It's a more capable machine. Who doesn't want a more capable machine? So I'd take a 1500 over a 900 any day. That's my opinion.
All right, any other discussion on this one? Let's vote.
Mike?
No.
Russ?
Yeah, yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yeah.
Eric?
No.
Kirk?
Yes.
Is that everybody? Okay, 33 was removed, withdrew their application, is that right? The DLE Zero. Okay.
Yep.
Let's get that one. The next one is snowmobile. We've got two snowmobile applications here. Utah Avalanche Center and Friends of Central Utah Winter Recreation. Let's go over the Avalanche Center one. We had Kurt, Cheryl, and Dave on this one. Any question or concern on the Avalanche Center? Any comments on their application?
I think they provide a great service.
Listens to them also.
I know. And it's motorized, I mean, they do support motorized and non-motorized. Not country skiers.
Yeah, and how much, it looks like they're coming to the table with 82,816. And they're asking for 136,731. Any other comments on that distribution, or are we good to vote?
Do they, is this their like primary funding source? Is this how they fund themselves? It seems like I've seen this one.
RTP frequently as well.
We
Okay.
get one about every cycle from them.
And like, this is just how they fund themselves, or is there?
And the Forest Service.
The Forest Service gives them funding too.
Yeah.
And they do a ton of funding. They do a ton of funding generation as well from donors, partners, and things like that for the Friends group. They're pretty
think there needs to
active,
be
so I
some
think they try to keep it a pretty good
clarification
mix.
Yeah, sorry, Cheryl. I think there needs to be some clarification. There's a difference between the United States Forest Service Avalanche Center and the Utah Friends of the Avalanche Center. So the Friends operates on about $1.5 million budget a year. So a lot of their fundraising is direct through fundraising, not just grant writing. The grant that you're looking at, all the weather stations are in snowmobile specific areas. So yes, they do forecast to skiers along the Wasatch Front, but in the Uintahs, Moab, anywhere off the Wasatch is primarily focused on serving snowmobile. So
And they actually didn't include any of the geographic areas in this application that caters more heavily to backcountry skiers. They specifically chose the locations where it's a high,
Right.
predominantly snowmobile use, which I
Logan
appreciate that
Uintah
they do that.
Skyline is exactly that.
Yeah.
That's all snowmobile.
Yeah.
What do they do on a low winter year like this year, where, you know, we funded them in the past? Is there money left over?
Yeah,
Is
they-
what I would like to know.
They
'Cause
just-
I know
I mean,
we
on a
have-
low snow year, they still had 5 fatalities. So, you know, you can't really just go by low snow years. They still have to have people out there collecting data and getting good information because one snowstorm can turn deadly. So I think it's more of the investment here is in the equipment, the, you know, the stations, things like that. So it's kind of one of those things that it is an investment, but you never know which snowstorm's going to be the one.
I serve on the Friends of the Avalanche Center board, so I'm going to abstain from voting, but I will tell you the forecasters are full-time 7 days a week. It doesn't matter if it's low or high snow year. I mean, you could look at Brent Kobenecki, who is in the Skyline area, driving his personal snowmobile on the dirt to give forecasts. They still have to forecast and give it. That's their responsibility. What this is infrastructure upgrade and improvement. I mean, these are weather stations that are on top of peaks taking, well, winter weather year after year. And so they're going in and replacing components, continuing the upgrades. The funding is for the Friends side. The Friends donated more co-share cost for the Forest Service employees. Last year was about $285,000. This year it was down to about $175,000 for direct payroll costs. So that's not part of this ask, but this is to manage and maintain that infrastructure you're seeing in the pictures. So it's the equipment that they're using for the forecasters to build their forecasts daily, whether they're out or not. So hopefully that answers a couple questions.
And I believe that those weather stations are also going to feed into the machine learning forecasting. It's just going to make everything more accurate.
Yes, I can talk a little bit about that part of it, but they have $1 million grant that is going into an AI program where they'll do virtual forecasting in the future. But these stations, I mean, they'll contribute to that, but that's a separate expense that they're building on their own. And separately managed and budgeted.
Okay, let's go for it. A vote on it, sorry.
Russ,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yep.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk's abstaining, Mike.
Yeah. Everyone? Okay, application 35, Friends of Central Utah Winter Recreation Trailer. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I'm looking at the old one. Yeah, probably 34 on yours. You still have the, you know.
I know, it's not just me. I'm actually really happy to see you do that. Makes me feel better about it.
I'm just gonna read the application numbers, you guys have to figure it out. 5396. Dave, Kurt, and Cheryl were on this one. Cheryl said don't fund.
Yeah, I felt like they just needed a piece of equipment to haul around their actual avalanche safety equipment, the trailer, hold it in. And this is a volunteer group, it's doing a lot of good work.
5396.
So they're just asking for a trailer.
Yeah, and put their equipment in.
And I guess if you guys are curious why I said do not fund, it's because currently the district is unaware of most of the things that this group is saying they are doing or plan to do in this application. It all sounds like really awesome work that they could do. It sounds like great potential, but right now the only thing that this group has an agreement with the district for is the warming hut. And they did do a ride along with the Avalanche Center, but there's no other agreements for like these signs and just a bunch of the stuff that this group's saying they're doing. So I guess I'm concerned about funding something until they actually have the correct agreements in place to do what they're saying they're doing.
It is nice to see a little snowmobile money go outside of Wasatch County and come down in this neck of the woods, to say the least, so.
Okay, let's go.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
No.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yeah.
Eric,
Yes or no?
Kurt,
Yes.
Mike,
Yeah.
Russ.
Yes.
Cheryl, with this one in mind, I can make sure that we get what needs to be in place with the Forest Service. So.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, 90% of what they said they're doing in this application, there's no agreement for them to do. So I'm pretty concerned about us funding something to support an effort that doesn't have an agreement on the ground. But yeah, definitely work with the district because they're a great group. I think there's interest in working with them, but this is ahead of the game. So, and I guess if that's something we're not concerned about is having the appropriate agreements in place, then I feel like that's concerning. But again, you all can work that out.
I would change my vote if the proper agreements were in place.
Can we put that in the contract, in the motion, that they need to provide an agreement before it's funded?
Yeah, and I added, like, I tagged Maureen to be like, do not send a contract until we have this in place, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Rachel. From the
Yeah.
Not Marine. But I can help with that agreement if you guys need help. It's not a problem on my end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to the OHV tourism. Rachel, can you give us an update on where we're at with what's been funded and what is still outstanding for
Sure
requests?
Can. Okay, so outstanding request total, let me just find,
170.
no, sorry, it's 494 because of the,
Oh, minus.
yeah. Yeah, so it's 494 and we have available 457. So that's including the Steward Moab in the 494. So we could fund all of these and partially fund Steward Moab.
Is that the 1/3 funding her?
That's, with this, I mean, we're missing what,
Or
like
is that-
40,000 to fund hers at the full amount. So if we wanted to do half instead of a third, we would still have some left over and maybe we could put it in for the, the bathroom or something.
We have to have a big grand opening for that. That would be.
Sign me up.
Bring your bike.
We would do a good grand opening.
I mean, could we just ask people that ranked this whole OHV tourism part, if anybody has any things that they would like to, and then maybe we could do a block
Say every
approval
one of
on
them said fund them, on all three of them, every one of them.
Pretty small asks.
Yeah, and I did ask Uintah County for numbers, what they saw, and he reported on them. Looks like it's definitely benefiting. There's hard data. Looks good on those three. But, yeah, we can certainly entertain a motion to approve the rest of these.
If nobody has any comments, then I will make the motion to approve everything in the OHV tourism group.
And I second.
Okay, motion made by Nicole, seconded by Brody. Sorry, Scott, you're too slow. All those in favor say aye. Oh, wait.
Aye.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, right at the last second. I know they are, just for you. And I need to abstain from, because one of them's from Uintah County. So.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Do we need to do that and then vote on all of them, or is that approving all of them? If we do a roll call.
I think if we vote to make a motion to award them all, then we don't need to do a.
Okay, let's do a roll
Yeah, I
call
think we do
with
a
this one
block.
then, if that's what it is.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So there's a roll call vote to approve them all. Mike,
Yes.
you're abstaining from all of them because of the Uintah, okay? Yeah. Nicole's,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott, Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
and Sheriff Curtis.
I was gonna say, do I have to abstain as well, because one's from Sevier County?
Are you directly benefiting?
No, it cost me more work. My shirt's are It makes me more work.
Amy, stop it.
Thank you, on behalf of everyone.
Sheriff Curtis, you want me to mark you as on this?
Yeah, whichever. Take care of these. I don't want to have that conflict of interest.
Okay. That leaves the Steward.
Aren't we going to talk about the,
Well, how much is left now again?
Hold on 1 second, we're almost
And then we're
there.
gonna go back to
Recalculating.
Steward Moab.
Yep. So we have, is it all in, Patrick? Not quite, okay. Almost there. Will you zoom in on that?
It's like the wheel of
It's on.
Okay. We have $287,000 left. That is with us funding 34 applications currently. So the Steward Moab is,
323.
yeah, so we could,
I thought we were gonna go back and completely fund the.
well, why don't we start with
Burlington.
Steward Moab, who's been here all day?
He's talking about bringing back the funding for the Buckskin Hills Enduro
The
trail.
awning and
We
the,
should be polite to
toilet.
Steward Moab.
Make a motion.
I think that we should go talk about the Steward Moab first.
I agree.
I think that's a little more critical than
A restroom.
this.
Well, how much was the toilet, just really quick, and the thing, so we know what numbers to play with?
I think, I know the toilet was 36,000 and I think the height was 38,000.
They have to both be done at the same time.
When you're so
Yes.
short,
Yes,
they could
number
go
9.
70-some thousand.
It's number 9.
Number 9,
Yeah.
that's Steward Moab.
No, number 9 is the best room. Steward Moab, I believe, is 24.
Okay. Our kids.
Our extra just rolls, right?
2 years.
Yeah.
It'd be whatever.
So it'd still be beneficial for Mike to come back with the last later.
So,
Can't make it happen.
Scott, the pavilion was 38.5 and the bathroom was 36.
That would wind up being 217,000, something like that.
Okay, do we have a motion for Steward Moab? For an amount to fund Steward Moab.
Oh, okay. I'll make a motion to fund at half of what they asked. To give them a year of what they asked to fully sort it out. Is my motion.
Motion by Eric,
And I second that.
seconded by Brody. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'll vote an aye as well. Do we need to vote on
Is
that
that
now?
half for 1 year, right? For
So it's
27.
basically, she was asking for 2 years. And so half was 160. 161.92 was basically for one year.
I would like
For
to ask
2027.
the question to just make sure that I put the money in the right places. If there was a desire to not fund the like a more admin position, which would be the engagement coordinator. So where exactly would you like this funding to go into? Just so that I'm clear on
Trails.
trails. So trail ambassadors, trail education.
As far as you can.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you for that question.
Yeah.
Okay, let's vote on that one then.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yeah.
Eric,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ.
Yes.
Okay. Now what's it?
So you can revisit, is there money left over? Rachel, what is left over?
Sorry, I was trying to fix that budget.
125,588.
How much?
How much? Louder.
125,588. I'm not sure.
Can we look at the bathrooms
Yes.
and the audience?
They were seeing people so excited.
But when you need one, you're glad it's there.
And those two totaled us 74,500.
I will make the motion to fund the bathrooms from the previous request
And the awning.
and the awning, bathroom and awning, for, what is it, 76?
74,500.
That. And I'm Eric.
And I second.
Okay, motion made by Eric, seconded by Brody. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'm assuming you're abstaining? Yeah. Okay, I'll vote aye as well. It's unanimous.
I'll just say thank you. Appreciate it.
Cool.
We don't want pictures of the grand opening of that.
On.
You don't want pictures of that.
All right, we've got a break scheduled. We're looking to bring the other items.
I think, should we do the quick, let's approve all recommended?
Oh, yeah.
And then,
Thank you. Now we just need a motion to approve all recommended OHVR grants for fiscal year 2026, quarter two.
I make a motion that we accept what you just said.
Second.
Seconded by Brett. All those, let's do a roll call vote on this one, I suppose.
Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott?
Yep.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Russ,
Yes.
and Chair Chris.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you, everybody. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back here for some fun.
We do have to be out of here at 4:45, so.
Folks, I have I have a hard break at 4. I pushed a bunch of calls back. And if I want to keep a job and make my house payment, my Jeep payment, all that thing, I've got a bell.
Thanks, Brett.
So,
Yeah.
He's gotta have the green.
been good.
It's like they get iron count, but it's fast.
Let's see.
We are now on item number 8, informational. We've got Wade Allison talking about OHV program.
So I'm not gonna take up a whole lot of time, but I just want to catch a couple of things. Number one, thanks for being here and being part of this. It's you guys that makes this good, especially compared to other states. So I know it's a lot of time. You missed work today, but thank you. And you make the program good, and I appreciate you. One other thing that's been on my mind a lot is letters from clubs in these grant processes. Just because a club submits a letter, you still need to do your homework. You still need to call up that club. You still need to know, make sure they know the totality of the program. I'm kind of dealing with one right now with a past grant. A club approved it, and it just was not a very good OHV grant. In fact, it was a mountain bike grant. But nonetheless, just because there's a letter, we still need to do our homework. And I'm gonna be reaching out to the clubs. That's a goal I have between now and the next cycle, is to reach out to the clubs. We're gonna get an up-to-date list on our website so people can reach out to the clubs. But I'm gonna reach out to the clubs and let them know, you just don't do a blanket approval. This is the club's opportunity to be involved in this process. And, you know, they need to take that seriously. We'll get to it here in just a minute on our next meeting. But before we get there, I wanted to introduce India. A lot of you do not know that with this last legislative session, we had a lot of bills that were very concerning to the program. And I don't want to leave Jason out. Jason played a big part of it too, but you guys all know Jason. And I just want Jason to know that we appreciate what you've done. But a lot of you don't know India, so Jason, I'm going to focus on her for a minute. I don't want to leave you out of the process.
She deserves it, absolutely.
But India is somebody you guys don't know. She's a face you don't know. But I want you to know that she was on our OHV legislations. There was some real concerning stuff. And some of you don't know, but she starts legislation in May is when they start filing bills. And she's watching it, and she's out there protecting the interest of us. And so I just want you guys to know how much she does for the program. You don't realize it, you don't see her, but I'm here to tell you she's a rock star for us. What else can I say about you?
Well, I'm a Leo, so you can keep going. Thank you.
Well, if we're short on time.
Yeah.
I'll make it. Anyway,
I appreciate that.
I'm yours.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just briefly talk about a survey that Wade actually emailed this group about a couple months ago at this point. I guess it would have been in February. It's summer in my brain already. And just give you guys kind of some initial responses from what we're seeing. I will say I've not kind of done a deep dive into this yet, so just some high level stuff about the survey. We wanted to get an idea of the OHV community. What is the pulse? What's the sense of OHV riders in Utah? So we took a download of anyone who had taken the OHV education course since it launched in January 1, 2023, through almost the end of February 2026. Pulled out only Utah residents, because we're not asking the non-residents, we're not asking the international visitors, we want to know what Utah residents think. And from there, we ended up working with a social scientist, a little bit, who works for Wildlife Resources, and then ended up getting Southern Utah University on contract to help us really create a survey that was going to ask the community as scientifically as we could, like what they think. So we started with a group of about 220,000 people. Those were the Utahns who have taken the adult education course. And we ended up doing a random sample of 5,000 people from there. So I'm curious, did any of you end up getting the link to take the survey?
Already know anybody that did.
Or yeah, or did you hear anyone did? You did?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay.
It seemed like I did a survey on OHV stuff.
Okay.
But it could have been from one of the OHV dealers. I can't remember.
Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. And it is one of those things because since it was a random survey, this is why Wade said, hey, we're gonna be sending this out. You might get it, you might not. But I've just kind of been curious talking to people who's actually seen it. A couple things from that, we ended up, so we had our GIS analyst, who's also kind of like my go-to data guy as well, help run some of the statistical significance of all of this. We found out that based on our population size of just under 220,000 people as a whole, if we would have had 385 responses, we could have had a margin of error with confidence for about 99% of the population. So we needed 385, we had 687 finished surveys, so we were really happy with that. And then something else that I'm very happy with is of the people who started it, we had 717 who started the survey, 96% of people actually started the survey and completed it. So that was awesome to see that come through. Just for those of you who really care about the data behind it, a response rate that's considered good is 10 to 30%, and we had a 14% response rate. So we were happy to see that. Generally speaking, like I said, we're going to dive in as a program next week to all of the questions, but we were asking things like, hey, here's a pie chart of how registration dollars are being used right now. Do you agree with how it's being used? Kind of rank like agree, strongly disagree. And then from there, how would you rank things? How would you like to see education prioritized, trails prioritized, things like that? So we're having people go in and sort and rank things that way. We're asking for, hey, in your area, what types of improvements do you want to see to anything OHV program related? We were asking about interactions with OHV law enforcement. I know Jacob's not in the room anymore, but to kind of see how that was going out on the trails. We're also curious if people are out there and they're getting contacted by law enforcement, do they know? Is it someone from DNR? Is it sheriff's office? Is it BLM Forest Service? And we're curious, I have not looked at this, so I don't know. We also added an unsure.
I'm interested in
Yeah. But we'll certainly let the council know all of the findings, but I didn't want to get too into the weeds, but I kind of did. So we will let everyone know, of course, what we found once we do a deep dive, but I was just really encouraged to see that we had that many people respond. And generally what I'm seeing is that overall people are like how the OHV funds are being spent. That was kind of my major takeaway. We had, I might have this number. So this was kind of interesting. 48% of people who completed the survey agree or strongly agree with how OHV registration fees are allocated right now based on the pie chart. 41% neither agree nor disagree. So that kind of, I feel like maybe a typical response of government, like, I don't agree or disagree. And then 12% disagreed or strongly disagreed. That strongly disagreed is 2% of the 12. I don't really have much more besides that. That's kind of my big major breakdown, but we will get you guys these numbers and let you know how it goes. So thank you for all you do to keep us informed. I know I've emailed with a couple of you. I rode once with Kirk and Rachel and Deirdre, and I think you were there on that ride, but yeah, just appreciate everything you guys do. And thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Jason, did you have anything you wanted to bring up before we move?
Just a huge thank you to the council members, and so it's a long day, and it's long days reviewing these grants, and you guys put so much serious good thought into it. I've been part of several grant scoring committees that we in the division do, and you guys definitely take a lot of quality time to make sure you're asking the right questions, and I feel like this funding and the recommendations that you give are spot on. So thank you so much for your time, and then staff too. I mean, we've got several of us in the room here from the division, and Rachel being the one that is the runs it all, but she gets a lot of support from Jorge and Patrick and everyone with RTP, and like was mentioned, India and her work, especially in projects like this survey, which was just sort of really was driven to us by administration and the Department of Natural Resources, as they started to hear different comments from the public, and India didn't wait for this figure out who's going to do this. She just dove in and made all of the things behind the scenes happen, from the partners together and getting the right types of questions and entity involved to make the survey work. So thanks to the staff as well. Appreciate this. Feel really good about it.
So our next meeting coming up is going to be our RTP meeting. It'll be online. It'll be about 2 hours. That's kind of what we're thinking, right? From 4 to 6.
Does this group think that's possible? That's I'm aiming for it.
Make sure you schedule 3 hours.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts you want to share on that, Evan?
No, I appreciate you bringing it back up, and as Jason just mentioned, I think you guys do such thorough work, so I look forward to like having maybe a little bit extra of a spotlight on RTP this year. In previous years, it's been something that's kind of ingrained within this over process, and so to have this extra time to really evaluate these projects, I think will be beneficial. Hopefully give you guys a chance to get a little bit more familiarized with the program. We have till the 27th of April when we'll have our scoring meeting. If there's anything between now and then I can do to kind of help maybe share more information about the program, give you guys some insights, I would be more than happy to
Are
do
we
so.
gonna be getting a list of grants to look at?
Yes. So the April 1st is the closing date for RTP. I'll need just a couple of days to kind of go back and forth with the applicants, make sure we have all the materials, and then I'll send those guys, send those applications out to you all for review, very much in the same format that Rachel has. Yeah, and if you guys have time, it could be beneficial to do a quick kind of scoring meeting like you typically do with Over. But either way, I'm gonna be providing you guys with as many resources as I can to kind of, familiarize you with the process. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope we do have enough time to get through all the projects. And again, kudos to Wade for, it's crazy. We went from having 4 applications in 2024, 6 last year, and then now we're at 20. So, it's a huge growth. So it'll be fun, guys. Yeah.
What time?
What's that?
What time is it on?
It's from 4 to 7 on the 27th.
Can I ask the advisory council's advice on one more item that I just kind of thought of? As some of these conversations about different grants have come around to the piece of wondering what the future is, like when we give somebody a piece of equipment or when we designate something and they build a trailhead and when years go by, we're really unsure and we don't have a great system in place to be able to monitor the compliance. And, Rachel and Maureen and Patrick and others have detected a few anomalies and corrected some things. And we found a few things. And if we have found a few, that probably means there are others out there that we're just not aware of, that they may have been, maybe not intentional, but maybe somebody, change in staff and turnover, things have happened. And so as a management team in the Division of Outdoor Recreation, we've been discussing how to tackle this problem. And what we've been talking about over the last few weeks is hiring an individual in the division, partially paid by OHV dollars, partially paid by funding, partially paid by Adventure Fund, and partially paid by UORD. So several funding sources, and then according to however much time they're spending, monitoring and following up and basically auditing different projects around the state from all of the different, we administer so many grant programs now. So I wanted to see what your thoughts are on that. We've talked about several ways we could tackle this, from breaking it out, piecemealing it, and having, obviously Rachel and Wade have done some of that in the OHV grant. And is it enough? That's the question.
If we have about 40 grants each cycle, 80 a year, for past couple of years, that one person looking at all of these other grants, that's not going to happen.
No,
and so
no, they're not going to be able to look at all of them, just like the IRS doesn't look at every single person's tax return.
But if you had one person dedicated just to the OHV side of things, then you could cover more ground with that.
Certainly, yeah.
Or split it up into northern Utah and southern Utah, or eastern Utah and western Utah, between 2 positions.
Yeah.
And we talked about, the how much scrutiny needs to be on a grant based on how much it is. We look at a $350,000 grant different than we do a $5,000 grant. Take a look at what is the expectation of this grant. It's higher on one than another. Another one I'm learning to look at too is how non-motorized and motorized grants are coming together. Are we getting our share of that? That's a concern to me too.
What if you used us? Basically you could just, grants could pop up and they could say, hey, I'm in eastern Utah, I could go look at a project. Scott could
one
go-
in eastern Utah.
Scott could come out and look at my project, I'd come out and look at his, and we could kind of go, yeah, we still think they're doing good. It might take a little bit of the pressure off the person.
And I don't think it'd be a gotcha thing. I think going out, you're going out to help. If they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, you're not, hey, I got you.
It's to figure it out before the gotcha happens.
How to make this get going and be successful.
Right. One of the things we do, I found going out on the ground, it's just been so beneficial. One of the grants that Wade was talking about, when I went out and looked at it, and I go, oh boy, we funded, this is not gonna be a motorized grant. And I says, I kicked myself in the rear end for not going out. And, you know, and I might have more time than the rest of you, most of you do, but I'm telling you that you go out on the ground and talk to the people, you can get a lot of good information from them. And if you're not willing to, it's hard to see the topography of the ground of a motocross track unless you go stand on it and go, wow, this is, you know, or see a house that's 500 feet off the property line and go, wait a second, you know, have you talked to that guy?
I was gonna say for equipment, one of the things that I always do, even if I do military stuff or whatever, I have to send a picture in every year of the equipment, certify that I still have it for the life of the project. Now, what that might help do is if you have change in personnel, that new person comes in and might not realize that was bought on a grant specifically for OHV use. They get that email and say, hey, yeah, you're the person, I need you to verify this. Oh, send a picture of it back, they get a little notice, oh yeah, it's still here, it's still being used, or it's no longer.
Right, or the email bounces, and then we check the list and go, oh, look, we didn't get responses back from 10 of these. Those are the 10 that we want to go grab.
Yeah.
Which that equipment would be different, because the equipment can just, yeah. Make sure the equipment's not out of the county commissioner's house. No, but I like that idea of being able to have a look, that would be easier than projects on the ground. You almost need to go see.
Yeah.
Your idea was, oh, sorry.
As an applicant, I would love more contact with the division about the rec in that way, where I can have a very transparent conversation about how we're using your funds, so that I can build trust with you all over the years.
Good to know, thank you.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, if you're sharing one person through all the funding sources, it's not something that would give us pause, feeling, gosh dang, now we're policing again, here we go, you know, and I mean, the whole point of this thing is, geez, do trail work, get some trails, make recreation awesome. And so, you know, I like having someone out there and interacting and talking to these people. And I worry, I mean, how many trail cats has this council, since I've been on this council, I wonder how many trail cats are out there.
And if they're being used.
And are they all still, we do not know, and that's what has me concerned, is that we just don't know. And when this division, well, when the office first started, it was pretty manageable. And, you know, Patrick and others kind of had it all upstairs. They kind of knew personally almost every grant applicant. And then, you know, same with Rachel when she started, but now, yeah, we've grown a lot with the amount of funding that we're responsible for, so yeah.
Charlie, have a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, I heard the council's concerns about tracking equipment a couple of years ago. And so as a forest, we actually started doing a tracking spreadsheet where every single piece of equipment we have, when did we get it, what's its VIN, what's its life cycle, which grant did it come out of, what is it paid for? So, you know, I think that kind of encouragement, especially for these entities that are getting a lot of equipment, I mean, I could shoot that over to Rachel at any time that she would be able to confirm, because again, I heard the council's concern and our forest has gotten a ton of equipment through this grant. So I tried to come up with a solution where we can better track and really show like we have it, we know what it's supposed to be used for, we know when its life cycle's up. So just so you know, I think some of us are trying to do those kinds of things, but I think it would be great to have that broader, because I even wonder that sometimes, like, man, did we already approve a dozer for this group? Is this like their 5th dozer? But I can't keep track as someone reviewing these applications. I'm like, do they have a fleet of heavy equipment now? I mean, so it's hard to track, right? And I would even kind of love to see that, like, hey, show us your equipment you've purchased. You know, they have to show funding they've received, but could they show like, hey, we still have this dozer, this mini, this, you know, it might be a good thing for us to be able to see as we're looking at applications, what kind of fleet they currently have that was purchased through a grant. So just a couple of thoughts.
They crashed it in a parade.
Or had it ran over.
Sold it after one use.
So we do track all of our assets and they're all in Salesforce, but yeah, we would really like to see it on the ground, because whenever, believe me, like Maureen and I, if we see something pop up that it's on Facebook and a county's selling something, we're like, is that ours? And we investigate. So
how long are they supposed to retain?
So it's 10 years or the life of the equipment, and generally we go based off of Cheryl's chart that she has for all of her different equipment, just because it's pretty fleshed out, so.
Okay, thanks, guys.
We're gonna be out of here on time. But first, we gotta come up, talk about a couple dates, but I really wanna thank you for sharing this. I know it's, we all got our stress in doing this, and you have an additional burden on your shoulders, so thank you.
You guys make it easy.
Well, you do a good job in keeping us going in your leadership, so thanks. So a couple of dates we got coming up. I want to get together, I want to have a meeting in June, and Rachel and I talked about doing an online portion as well as possibly a site visit if you guys want, or one or the other, or a hybrid. So those of you guys that want to go to a site can go to the site. For instance, just an example, we could go out to Vernal and do a site visit of something, and we could go into your office and do a online meeting for those that can't take the day off of work. So
What if we did the September meeting in Vernal on the Thursday and a site visit on Friday?
well, we could do that, but I need to have a meeting in June.
Yeah, but for the Vernal one.
So do it in June,
Yeah, well, do the Vernal one in September.
or Vernal,
But the fall meeting, grant meeting.
or grant meeting, okay?
But then do your June one, middle of the state.
Brody really wants to break in that toilet.
You know it.
You know how it's
He's gonna work hard on that.
So just for the sake of time, you get out of here on time. Rachel and I will send you out an email on your thoughts. So please respond back if you'd like a hybrid, or just if you don't want to do a site visit, you just, for time speaking, we're gonna meet again here in April on 27th. Maybe you just want to do a quick online meeting, but we do have some items Rachel and I do need to bring up with you. And if you guys have anything, like you mentioned, search and rescue, I texted Rachel saying, hey, we need to probably do some clarification on our application, that these are not using OHVs, but how many people have you rescued who was in operation of it. So that might be, if you got anything like that, let us know, and I'd really like to talk about those at that time. And Rachel, you got some dates for us coming up. Can you share those with us?
Yeah, so I can kind of go over those, but real quickly on that note, if there's any recommendations that you have for the application or things that you want to see, let us know, because we update the application every single grant period. Yes?
On Salesforce,
Mm-hmm.
can you make it so that you can see the budget in the budget tab?
Because
So
you have to
score the
download it,
budget
don't you?
In the budget,
Yes,
not after?
yes,
Weird.
please.
And have
So
the
the
numbers the
instructions
same
say
number.
you just have to score what's on the sheet.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So you want it, so like where it says like budget or funding, whatever, you want the attachment to be there
yes,
below it.
please.
I can do that.
And can you also, some of the applicants use like an office number or something that they maybe check their voicemail once a week. It would be nice to have a much easier, especially with, about 2 weeks to review all of these. We need to be able to contact them a little faster than what some of them are returning calls.
Cell numbers.
Cell
Okay.
numbers.
Cell number.
What are we scoring in other?
Okay, so you're like, so we've had some issues with Salesforce for some weird reason. The section where you're going through, and the sections that you score are, it's the project scope, it's their attachment. And then there's another section where you enter your comments. Those sections are not scored, but they were showing up as scores. So that's why I removed all of those, so that we're only scoring 4 sections. So we just need to fix that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just grateful that you guys could enter your scores at all. And I was like, that's a later problem.
And
So,
when you go in and, if you want to open it up, there are times where you can't go back to look at another section without exiting and coming back in. That shouldn't be like that.
Yeah.
You should be able to go back and forth.
You're regretting asking now, aren't you?
No. It's just there. So, Patrick, do you have monthly meetings?
Every other week, yeah, my weekly.
Bi-weekly meetings? He has bi-weekly meetings with, what is his name?
Yes.
And it
So is
takes-
your problem like you're looking at something?
So
you go
yeah, if you're
back,
like on section 6 and you want to go to section 5,
Yeah.
it sometimes won't let you,
Yeah,
and then you have
yeah.
to exit out and then open it back up to get to, to section
Makes
5.
When you hit the evaluation, it wants a response before you can leave.
Yeah, so,
You
yeah, I think
close it, clear
it's like
it.
the required thing, yeah.
And then,
Placeholder
once
now.
you make once you submit it, we should be able to make a change if we learn new information. Once you submit it, you're locked out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
I just call Rachel, that's all.
yeah, but we should be able
And I'm just
to
like,
make
ooh,
an
did
adjustment
you see-
up to the last minute.
It says, call me antisocial, but please don't call me.
Unfortunately, there are limitations in the portal. Yeah, it's a really powerful tool. I think one of the places it doesn't excel is perhaps the evaluation portal. But I'll see what I can do. I mean, and I think that, there's alternatives too, not that we want to like work through alternatives right now. We want it to work. A lot can be done offline, in a spreadsheet where you kind of make your evaluations and then you can kind of enter them, or you just keep it in draft and then at the very end you go back and just kind of submit.
Not all the buttons work all the time.
Sure, yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
your fat fingers.
That's what it might be.
Yeah, and again, we've had some issues in there, so we're just kind of trying to work with what we can, but no, I do appreciate this feedback. Again, if anything else pops up, especially with the application or things or issues or errors that you're seeing that applicants are consistently making, so we need to improve in some area, just let me know, reach out, generally like the month leading up to the grant opening, I'm slowly working on all of those applications, so shoot something to me so I can make note of it. So when it does come time, there will be a question in there going forward. I don't know why it wasn't added. That's my own fault. Is if you're matching this project with RTP and whether or not it's motorized or non-motorized. So that will be included in there so that we can easily track it. And then we'll align our review dates for next year.
Can you also, maybe it's too much work, but on the section where it lists the previous grants, can you put a successful or not successful completion section on that?
Yeah, and I usually go in and update those, and I wouldn't mind adding some elegant notes section for me later on in there where I can enter some notes. Because most of our applicants are phenomenal, but there's some where, like they just don't have the funding resources to have people complete these projects, so they go uncompleted.
Rachel, and thank you for adding the AI assist disclosure. I appreciate that.
It was interesting because you can
I
definitely
was
tell.
surprised how many actually use AI.
I use AI all the time. It's pretty
But
good.
at least on that, it's not that involved.
What I want to know is, does Rachel use AI?
I use
She
AI
does.
all the time. Every email that I respond to, AI's helped me, right?
Okay, so.
I
you
speak
had-
to
you
it
had
and it
some
writes my
fabulous returns to me, and I was thinking, I'm really impressed, and I thought, man, I don't even know what some of these words are. I had to go.
I'll be like, you gotta dumb it down a little bit. This doesn't sound like me. Yeah. Or I hope this email finds you before I do. Some people got that email earlier this week.
I will say that on that question, I was actually excited about it, having just attended an AI workshop and learned all these cool tools, especially associated to marketing and tourism. But I wrote yes because I used AI to help with letters of support. I read through them, and then you draft them, and it's easier if I then draft it and send it to the people. They're more likely to sign it, and so that makes it a lot easier than if they're having to come up with it. So I marked yes.
Yeah, I think
AI was used.
if you learn how to use AI, it's such a helpful tool. It definitely takes away from what we do, but yeah, I think it's helpful. So, yeah, again, any other questions or anything like that, let us know. I know we have only a few minutes, but so just some meetings to keep in mind, on Monday, April 27th, we have the RTP meeting. And then June, we'll be sending out kind of a questionnaire along with /a doodle poll to establish a specific date for potentially a site visit or just an OHV meeting. At that meeting, we will be going through, and Nicole Hannah will be talking about eligibility, especially for nonprofits, because I think there's been a lot of questions as we're still learning things. So we want her to kind of do a deep dive on that so that we all understand that. And then the next, go ahead, Nicole.
Hey, just real quick, apropos of what Rachel just said, if you guys have specific questions about eligibility, I'm happy to
We
work
can't hear
those
you.
in. If that's okay, so Rachel and I can work together to coordinate in and stuff, but if
You
there's
could just turn
specific
another
things you
corner.
guys would like to know or about like the liability stuff, that would probably be a good time to set it out.
Yeah, so if you guys have any glaring questions that you would kind of like a legal input on, let us know also. We'll follow up a little bit later on with that to prompt you, to remind you of that. And then also in September 24th, we're gonna have our next grant review. That application will open July 15th, and I believe it closes August 31st, so it's open for approximately 45 days. So reviews will probably be sent out the following week. So again, you'll have about 2 weeks to do your evaluations. We get less applications that grant cycle. We'll probably see some repeat applications. If you reviewed the applications this cycle that were not awarded and they apply next cycle, you're probably going to be the same reviewer on it unless there's some unknown conflict that pops up in the meantime. So keep that in mind. Next week, I'll be sending forward the recommendations so that they can get signed off. And then sometime next week or the next 2 weeks, we'll be sending out contracts and notifications. And then I'll also next week, probably around Monday, I'll send everyone an updated spreadsheet just so you can kind of look it over and see things. And yeah, I'll also be sending out presentations, and those will also go on the public notice website.
Excellent.
Yeah, okay.
I realize with the next cycle closing day, it's maybe not as appropriate. But I think first, we've sent out a survey at the end, at some point last year, as we were about to go on our grant tour workshop. A lot of the feedback we got from y'all was awesome, and we used that and passed that along. As part of our summit this year, it's gonna be September 8th and 9th in Cedar City. I'm planning a more extended workshop, like the day before. We do a lot of activities, for people to go, ride, do horseback riding, whatever it may be. But I'm planning an extended one. And, I think like using AI with applications, like we're gonna cover a lot of things. One part, I do wanna invite, one or all of you, if you wanna join. I think it'd just be really helpful for potential applicants to hear from the actual committees, councils who are making the decisions. Not fully sure what that looks like yet, what that role would be. But just kind of want to put that on your radar. So the summit is September 8th and 9th at SUU. But I realize the workshop, maybe like the week after the grant closes, is not ideal for this one, but.
We put out requests for people to come up with ideas for our workshops, correct?
For Mountain West.
Okay.
No, because the day ones, this is gonna be the only workshop, because everything else is activities.
Okay, I was just thinking, because I know in the past, we've wanted more input from the OHV community. So.
Oh, yeah, for sure, we always want that.
Yeah, so if there's anything, again, you guys know more about this. I haven't sat on the board for a while for that. But are there gonna be things specific to motorized?
Yeah, we're like connecting with Wade and Ty,
Okay.
with coaching and voting.
Yeah, so we're trying to make sure that motorized is represented, but we've been having also issues with the motorized community showing up. So we would love for you all to attend if you can.
And we can get you comp codes, so if you wanna go for the.
Yeah.
And it's in Cedar City. It's a long ways away.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Good. Where are we having the September meeting at?
So September meeting, we're not sure. If you guys decide that you want to do a site visit in September rather than in June, then we'll do it in Vernal.
Rory's dying to come to Vernal.
It's fun to do that.
Yeah, so otherwise, we're open to suggestions. We like to travel around to make sure that we're going to different areas for people. So do you want Cedar? Have we been to Cedar? We haven't been to Cedar.
I mean,
for a
Cedar
while.
would be fine, but Vernal, I haven't been to Vernal since 23.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah, so if we don't do a site visit in June, we'll go to Vernal. Otherwise, do you want Cedar City?
Cedar City would work.
Cedar City will be our backup.
You're welcome to come, we'll do site visits or whatever, but I don't.
There's a lot of money that's gone to Uintah County, so.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
We could go to Iron County and not be rescued on the machine.
So, before we go, I need to thank you, Patrick, for coming. Appreciate you. Jorge, thank you for coming. Evan, thank you. We comments.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
You entertain?
Entertain. You've entertained twice.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by, second by Mike. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.